Sandor Clegane did not know at first that he was alive. He tasted only dust and blood, the world distant, as if he floated above himself, staring down at two broken brothers locked in monstrous mortal embrace. He remembered the stone steps beneath the Red Keep, the flames flickering across the ruin, the screams dying away as rubble fell, the stink of wildfire and burning men. He remembered Gregor's gloved hands on his throat, his own dagger scrabbling for purchase against metal and blackened, inhuman flesh. He remembered their last fall, tumbling together into darkness, the ancient wall splintering, the world turning end over end. Then nothing. Cold stone. Darkness absolute. It was the pain that brought him back, slow and insistent, like a hand squeezing his burnt face. He gasped, filling his lungs with smoke and dust. A heavy slab of stone pressed against his back, pinning him to the ruin. He was buried beneath what had been the stairwell. Gregor was nowhere to be seen, dead at last, Sandor thought. Or lost to the dark, same as he always was. The ache in his limbs grew sharper, then dulled. Then sharper again as he clawed at the debris. Memory returned in bursts. Arya's frightened face, her voice urging him to live, the firestorm that raged around them. He did not know how long he lay there. Hours, perhaps days. The city above him had gone quiet. The battle and the bells long finished. At last, he found a gap wide enough for his hand, then his arm. He pushed, snarling with pain, until the stone shifted and daylight spilled across his scarred face. He crawled from the rubble like a beast reborn, limbs trembling, mouth thick with blood. The courtyard was deserted. The Red Keep's towers stood broken against the sky, and the city below lay flattened, a scar of ash and ruin. There was no sign of Gregor, or of the queen who had destroyed it all. Sandor staggered to his feet, spat blood, and limped toward the shadow of a burnt gate. He had survived the fire again. He did not know whether to curse or thank the gods. He found the streets empty, save for crows and starving dogs. Once, he would have found comfort among the strays, but even they slunk from him now, wary of his scent, as if the old gods anew had marked him for their own. He stumbled through Flea Bottom, pausing to drink from the Black River, to eat what scraps he could steal. He slept in alleys, his wounds festering. Fever took him for a time, and he dreamed of his father's face, his brother's laughter, the howl of the hounds chained to Clegane's keep. When he woke, it was with the sun on his face, and a little strength returned to his limbs. The city was emptying. Northmen, Dothraki, and Unsullied patrolled the streets in wary bands, driving out what was left of the old regime. Sandor kept to the shadows, blending with the nameless and the lost. He heard talk of Daenerys' victory, of the Dragon Queen's new order, of executions and burnings. It meant little to him. He had come to King's Landing to die, to end his brother and himself. He had failed at one, succeeded at the other, or so he'd thought. He had not counted on the old wound that ran deeper than Gregor's sword, the urge to live, to go on, if only to spite the gods. He was careful not to draw attention. His wounds healed slowly, the scars atop scars giving his face a mask-like stillness. He shaved his beard with a stolen knife, washed in rainwater, and stole a cloak from a corpse. It was the only way to move without drawing eyes. Hood up. Head down. Limping like a beggar. Sometimes he glimpsed Arya in a flash, a slip of a girl with a sword at her hip, pale and hard-eyed. But always it was a trick of the light, a phantom conjured by fever or memory. He heard eventually that the queen had died, stabbed by her lover in the ashes of the throne room. He heard that Jon Snow had been exiled to the Wall, and that Bran Stark, the broken boy, now ruled from the high seat. None of it mattered. Sandor was not made for courts and thrones. He wanted only quiet and meat, and the certainty that his brother was gone from the world. One night, as he crouched beside a half-ruined stable, gnawing on a bone, a voice spoke from the shadows. "I knew you weren't dead." He looked up. Slow and wary, Arya Stark stood in the doorway, her hair cropped short, her cloak dusted with road dirt. She looked older than he remembered. but her eyes were the same. Wary, sharp, full of ghosts. "Took you long enough, girl." She sat beside him, unslinging her pack. "You planning to stay in the city?" "Why?" "Got somewhere else in mind?" She smiled. The first real smile he'd seen in months. "The wars are done. The lords are gone or dead. If you want peace, you'll have to make it yourself." He grunted, gnawing the last shreds of meat from the bone. "Don't know much about peace." "Then learn," she said. "You don't owe anyone here anything." He looked at her sidelong. "Why come back?" She shrugged. "To see if you were alive. To say goodbye. I'm going west, where no one knows my name." She stood, dusting off her hands. "There's a horse in the yard. Take it. The city isn't safe for men like you." He watched her go, her figure swallowed by the gloom. He finished his meal, buried the bone, and rose to his feet. The next morning, he took the horse and rode east, away from the city and its ghosts. He traveled for weeks, following the old road through the riverlands. The land was green and empty, save for the crows and the ragged bands of men picking at the bones of war. At inns he heard rumors of Sansa Stark crowned in the north, of Edmure Tully restored at River Run, of Brienne of Tarth hunting bandits on the roads. He listened, paid his coin, and rode on. When he came at last to the outskirts of Clegane's keep, it was with a strange sense of dread. He had not seen the place since childhood, not since Gregor's rise to knighthood, not since their father's death. The keep was small, little more than a hall of stone and wood, set among rolling fields and tangled woods. Smoke curled from the chimney. The kennels, long abandoned, were overgrown with weeds. He tethered his horse beneath a hawthorn tree and walked up the path. A boy met him at the gate, freckled, thin, with wary eyes and a rusty sword in hand. "Halt. Who goes there?" Sandor raised his hands. "A friend, or near enough." The boy looked him up and down. "What's your name?" He hesitated, then spoke the truth for the first time in years. "Sandor Clegane." The boy's eyes widened. He ran inside, shouting for the mistress. A woman appeared, tall, spare, with gray in her hair and a hardness in her face that reminded Sandor of his mother. She studied him for a long moment. "I heard you were dead." "All the world did. Seems the world was wrong." She nodded. "You'll want food. A bed." "Now." He grunted, unsure what to say. She turned and led him inside. The hall was quiet, clean but sparse. The banners faded and torn. A handful of servants watched him with wide eyes. He sat by the fire and drank ale, letting the warmth seep into his bones. That night, as the wind rattled the shutters, he dreamed of Gregor, a shadow looming over the keep, his laughter echoing through empty halls. He woke sweating, his hand on his dagger. The dawn brought little comfort, but he rose and went to the stables. The horses whinnied, skittish at his presence. He fed them, mucked the stalls, let the routine steady him. Days turned to weeks. He worked the land, fixed the broken fences, rebuilt the old kennels. The servants watched him at first, wary and silent. But in time they came to trust his strength, his silence. He kept his scars hidden beneath a hood. But the children soon grew bold, creeping close to watch the dogman at work. He barked at them, chased them away, but they returned each morning, undaunted. One day, as he split wood beneath the apple tree, the mistress approached him. "The tenants are scared," she said. "They say bandits have taken the old mill. They're demanding coin, food. I have nothing left to give." He spat, wiped sweat from his brow. "How many?" "6, maybe more. Armed." He hefted the axe. "Show me." They rode out at dusk, following the track to the mill. The bandits had set a fire, their laughter echoing through the trees. Sandor dismounted, hefted his axe, and strode into the clearing. The first man saw him coming and raised a sword. Sandor swung the axe in a wide arc, splitting his skull. The others fell back, shouting, but he pressed on, swinging, snarling, a force of nature. Blood sprayed, limbs broke, and soon the bandits lay dead or dying. He dragged the survivors to the mistress. "Hang them from the tree," he said. "Let the others see." After that, no one troubled the keep. The villagers began to speak of the Hound with awe and fear. Some said he was a revenant, returned from the dead to haunt the living. He cared little for their gossip. He took their grain, their eggs, their meager offerings, and kept the peace with his axe. He slept each night by the fire, the hounds at his feet, the darkness held at bay. As the seasons turned, the land healed. The orchards bore fruit, the fields ripened with grain. He found solace in the rhythm of the work, in the quiet of the woods. Sometimes he rode to the nearest village, sat in the taproom, listened to the talk of lords and queens. He paid it little heed. The world could turn as it pleased. He had found his place at last. Winter came early that year. Sharp and hungry, the snow piled against the keep. The wind howled through the chimneys. Sander chopped wood, mended roofs, slaughtered sheep for the fire. The villagers gathered at the hall, sharing what little they had. He gave freely, taking only what he needed. The children watched him, eyes wide, as he taught them to split logs, to set snares, to feed the hounds. One night, as the storm raged outside, a rider arrived at the gate. She wore a heavy cloak, a sword at her hip. Sander knew her at once. "Brienne." She smiled, her hair frosted with snow. "I heard you'd survived." Rumors travel fast. She sat by the fire, sipping ale. "The realm is changing. Sansa rules the north, Bran sits the Iron Throne. They're looking for men they can trust, men who've lived through the worst of it." "Menno," he grunted. "I've had enough of lords and thrones." She studied him, her eyes full of old pain. "You're not the man you were." He shrugged. "Not sure what I am now." She rose to go, her cloak swirling behind her. "If you ever tire of peace, there's a place for you in Winterfell." He watched her leave, the wind closing the door behind her. The hounds whined at his feet. He fed them scraps, stared into the fire, let the past slip away. Spring brought new life to the keep. The fields burst with green, the orchards with blossom. He planted trees, rebuilt the old kennels, taught the children to train the pups. Sometimes, he rode the boundaries of his land, axe at his side, the wind in his hair. He watched the sun rise over the hills, the moon set behind the woods. He felt for the first time a kind of peace, a life built not on blood and pain, but on quiet strength, on the bond between man and beast, on the memory of all had survived. He never forgot Gregor, or the fire, or the city that burned. The scars would never fade. But in time the people came to trust him, to see not the monster but the man beneath. They called him Lord, though he laughed at the title, preferring the work to the honor. He ruled with his axe and his silence, and the hounds at his feet. Years passed. The wars faded into memory. The realm rebuilt itself, slow and unsteady, but stronger for the scars. Sandor grew old in his hall, the children growing bold, the hounds breeding new pups each spring. Sometimes, in the quiet of the evening, he would sit beneath the apple tree and watch the sun sink below the hills. He would remember Arya's voice, Brienne's smile, the roar of fire and steel. He did not know what awaited him beyond the grave. But for now, he had peace. For now, he was Lord of Clegane's keep, the last of his line, but not alone. And that, he thought, was enough. Sandor Clegane's days at the keep ran together as a quiet, honest monotony. His body healed by inches, muscle stitching itself around old wounds, but it was slower work for the scars inside. He often woke before the dawn, sometimes with a ragged breath and the memory of Gregor's gauntleted hand at his throat, other times with the warmth of a hearth on his face and the damp noses of pups nudging his palm. He would roll from his rough straw bed, grunt at the hounds, and slip outside to greet the day as the sky bled into pale gold over the eastern woods. There was always work to be done. Fences to mend after winter's storms, ditches to dig along the riverbank, fallen trees to be cleared from the path to the mill. Most of the work he did alone, but as the weather warmed, the village boys came by, all legs and elbows, eager for the coin he'd offer, or simply for the wild stories whispered about the man in the ruined keep. Sandor would shout at them, sometimes curse, but before the hour passed, stacking firewood, scrubbing the kennels, shoveling shit. If they talked back, he'd bark. If they tried to slack, he'd snarl. And when they did as they should, he'd offer an approving grunt, or rarest of all, a half smile. It surprised him how much this new life suited him. There was satisfaction in labor and honest sweat, in feeding and tending the pups, watching the crops green and ripen under his rough hand. The servants who had stayed, the stout cook, the quiet stablemaster, the gray-haired woman he'd come to call mistress, but who ran the hall with a keener eye than any lord, soon learned his ways. If he ate little and talked less, if his silences stretched longer than most would find comfortable, they accepted it. The cook, a gap-toothed woman named Beth, took to leaving bread and broth at his seat without asking, and he'd respond with a simple, good, or the briefest nod. Still, peace was never quite certain. Banditry remained a shadow at the borders, and though his reputation carried further now, it was not always enough. Some fools thought the Hound a ghost, some a broken, half-mad old knight. Sandor found himself riding out more than once each month, axe and sword at his side, to face a ragged band holed up in the woods or menacing a distant farmstead. He'd dispatch them quick as he could. He took no pleasure in it, but neither did he flinch. In battle, a different quiet descended, old instincts rising in his blood. Violence, after all, had been his only teacher for most of his life. One cold evening, a girl with copper hair, barely 16, limped to the hall with her brother's weight slung across her thin shoulder. The boy, no more than 12, had a fever that left his skin slick and white. Sandor heard their voices from the yard, came out, and crouched before them, rough but careful. The girl shrank back at first, but when he reached for the boy and lifted him in his arms, she saw the gentleness in his grip. He carried the boy inside, set him by the fire, and called for Beth. They nursed the lad through the night, changing cloths, spooning broth between cracked lips, keeping the fever from burning him out. Sandor did not leave the fireside until the boy's breath settled into something calm and regular. The next morning, as the mother sobbed her thanks, Sandor grunted, "Feed him well. He'll live," and pressed a coin into her palm. The girl caught his scarred hand in her small one, gave him a look both frightened and grateful, then slipped away. That night, he sat under the old apple tree, pipe clamped between his teeth, watching the branches sway. The moon hung full, the yard glimmered with dew, and the world, for a moment, felt lighter. The hounds, old gray, the two brindled pups, and the long-legged bitch he'd saved from a poacher's snare, lay sprawled at his feet. In their gentle snoring and shifting, Sandor heard the sounds of a life that was his own, not Gregor's, not his father's, not anyone else. When word came that a lord from the Crown Lands would soon visit to judge the state of the old keeps, Sandor scowled. The village reeve, an anxious man with bad teeth, came to the hall one morning, hat twisting in his hands. "They say Sir Emon Blount rides with 40 men. Says he's come to see if Clegane's keep stands by the king." Sandor looked up from his sharpening stone. "Which king?" The reeve paled, but Sandor only grunted. "Tell him he's welcome. Tell him if he comes looking for trouble, he'll find it." The reeve shivered. "Yes, my lord." Sir Emon arrived 2 days later, plump and pinched with travel, banners fluttering, men-at-arms in dusty mail. Sandor greeted him in the courtyard, axe at his hip, hands bare. Blount's eyes flickered over the scars and the wide shoulders, the slow smile that curled Sandor's lips. "Lord Clegane, is it?" Blount tried, forcing civility. "I'd heard you perished." "Not for lack of trying," Sandor said. He jerked his chin. "You here for the keep, or for a fight?" Blount stammered. "Merely to ensure all is well. The king wishes to see peace restored, old lines respected, loyal men in their halls." Sandor's voice was flat. "Never was much for kings, but this is my land. My folk. If your king wants trouble, he can come himself." Blount shifted. "You'll keep the peace then?" "As much as it's worth keeping." Sandor's eyes narrowed. "Now, do you want bread and ale, or are you riding on?" Blount managed a tight smile. "Bread. Ale. Thank you, my lord." That evening, Sandor sat at the high table, Blount at his side. The villagers clustered at the long benches below. The men-at-arms filled their bellies, loosened their tongues. Sandor watched, silent and brooding. But the sight of the hounds at his feet, the low hum of the hall, the familiar crackle of the fire gave him a strange sense of power. Not the old kind, born of terror and blood, but something steadier, rooted in place and people. Later, when the last cups were drained and the banners furled, Blount found him by the apple tree. "I'll write to the king. Tell him you keep your own peace," he said. Sandor shrugged. "Do as you will." Blount hesitated. "You could have ruled with fear, many would. But your folk seem to trust you." Sandor's laugh was low and rough. "Folk trust an axe and a full belly. The rest is just talk." Blount studied him, then nodded, and left. Sandor watched him go, smoke curling from his pipe, the moon silvering the yard. With Blount's departure, the keep's name spread anew, stories traveling downriver, across the crownlands, even to the ears of traveling singers. The Hound, alive and ruling. The old house of Clegane no longer a byword for horror and murder, but for safety, if of a particular and gruff variety. Travelers began to stop more often at the gates, bringing news, trade, and sometimes trouble. One such visitor came at dusk, limping beside a broken mule. The man's face was lined, his hair more gray than brown, but Sandor recognized him at once. "Ray," Sandor said, half a laugh in his voice. Ray, once a Septon, had tried to teach Sandor peace in a time of war. Years ago on a riverbank, Sandor had abandoned him, but the old man had survived. Ray smiled, lips trembling. "I heard you'd made a life here. Thought I'd see it for myself." "Ben?" Sandor took him inside, fed him broth, and they sat by the fire late into the night. Ray spoke of the Riverlands, of makeshift seps, of people rebuilding what they could. He asked Sandor if he'd found forgiveness. For Gregor, for his father, for himself. Sandor thought long before he answered. "I don't know about forgiveness, but I've found something worth keeping." Ray smiled. "Sometimes that's enough." In the weeks that followed, Ray helped in the gardens, mended the chapel roof, spoke quietly with the villagers, giving comfort where Sandor's gruff presence sometimes only frightened. The children flocked to Ray, eager for stories. And when he told them of a giant dog who turned away from violence to save a child, Sandor found himself listening from the doorway, unable to keep the prickling warmth from his eyes. With Ray's encouragement, Sandor began letting the village boys and girls help more often with the hounds. They learned to feed, groom, and train them, to read their moods and voices, to walk without fear among beasts most men found terrifying. The pups became the pride of the village, strong and loyal, and Sandor took quiet pride when farmers from neighboring holds came to barter for one. Through all this, Sandor kept to his routine, rising before dawn, working alongside the villagers, breaking bread in the hall. His face became a familiar, if not always friendly, sight at the market. He spoke little, but when he did, his words carried weight. The farmers came to trust his judgment. If a dispute broke out, a fence trampled, a sheep stolen, and settle it with a few sharp words, and, if needed, a hard look. Sometimes, just his shadow was enough to scatter would-be thieves. When the first autumn since his return drew near, Sandor began preparations for winter, remembering the hunger and cold of the last. He ordered more wood chopped, more root vegetables stored, more hounds bred for the hunt. The hall bustled with activity, laughter echoing where once there had only been silence and fear. Late one night, as he checked the locks on the kennel, Arya Stark rode up to the gate. Mud splattered on her cloak, eyes bright in the lamplight. He opened the gate himself, back from the edge of the world. She grinned, swinging from her saddle. Her gait looser, more at ease than he remembered. The world's bigger than I thought, but every path leads home eventually. Inside by the fire, Arya spoke of wild seas, strange lands, cities built atop water and sand, kings and queens far stranger than any in Westeros. Sandor listened, gruffly attentive, shaking his head at her boldness, but pride warring with concern in his scarred features. When she asked how he'd fared, he shrugged. Folk here need someone to keep the wolves off their sheep. Turns out, I'm good for that much. Arya smirked. You're better than you know. I heard stories of the Hound who makes peace with his neighbors, not war. Some folk even say you've grown soft. Sandor scowled, but Arya only laughed, and the hounds barked as if in on the joke. She stayed for several days, riding with Sandor on his patrols, helping teach the children to wield sticks as swords, eating at the long table with the villagers. At night, they sat by the hearth, Arya telling tales, Sandor whittling new toys for the smallest children. On the last evening, Arya pressed something into Sandor's hand. A coin, battered and worn, with a strange face on it. A gift from Bravos, she said. For luck or for passage, if you ever want to see the world. He tucked it away, not trusting his voice, and watched her ride off at dawn, cloak flapping behind her, as free as the wolves of the north. Years rolled on. The scars on Sandor's face faded from fresh red to silvery white, though they never vanished. His hair grew more gray, his hands more gnarled. The children he'd once taught became parents themselves, their sons and daughters running wild in the yard, daring each other to pet the fiercest hound or steal an apple from beneath the old tree. The keep prospered, its reputation for hard justice and unexpected mercy, drawing honest folk and keeping away the worst sort. Every now and then, news would reach the hall. A new king crowned, another war brewing in far-off lands, dragons rumored in Essos, the last of the old Targaryens making a bid for power. Sandor listened, grunted, and went on with his day. The realm could burn and be rebuilt 100 times. Clegane's keep endured. At times, the nights still brought restless dreams. Gregor's shadow looming in doorways, flames licking at his feet, Arya's small voice crying in the dark. He woke, heart pounding, and found comfort in the slow, steady breathing of the hounds, the creak of old beams above him. He would rise, stoke the fire, and watch the darkness fade to gray. When Ray grew ill, Sandor tended him as best he could, sitting by his bedside through the fever, holding his hand when the pain was sharpest. The old man died quietly in spring, with Sandor and Beth at his side. They buried him on the hill above the keep, marked by a rough stone and a bed of wildflowers. On the day of the first snow, Sandor walked the length of his land, the cold air sharp and bright, the hounds bounding through drifts, their joy infectious. He watched the smoke rise from a dozen chimneys, heard laughter drifting from the hall, and for the first time in his life, felt something close to hope. He stood on the crest of the hill, looking out over the fields, the woods, the winding river, and thought of all that had come before. Fire, pain, war, loss. He thought of Arya, of Ray, of Brienne's rare, quiet smile. He thought of his brother, long dead and gone, and felt only a distant ache. The wound closed but not forgotten. Sandor Clegane, once the Hound, monster in exile, was lord now indeed, if not in name. A guardian of fields, of children, of hounds, of simple peace. He turned back toward the keep, the lights glowing warm against the gathering night, and made his way home, the hounds at his heels, the world at last settling quiet around him. Ka. Sandor Clegane had never once thought he would die an old man. Even now, he doubted he'd be granted the mercy of a quiet, bedbound end. Yet the years slipped by at Clegane's keep with a steady certainty, not marked by swords or screams, but by seasons. Snow and thaw, seed and reaping, the cycle repeating, the realm outside forever shifting and tilting. But here, under the hill and beside the kennel smoke, life was as it ought to be. He grew used to his shadow on the walls, to the familiar ache in his bones that came with hard work, and the memories that lingered at the edges of sleep. Beth's bread was dense and filling, the hound's fur rough beneath his hands. Sometimes a pup would die, or a cow be lost to sickness, and Sander would stomp and curse, feeling the old urge to break something. But then he'd remember the fear in the faces of the children, and instead, he'd grab a spade or patch the fence himself, pouring the ache into honest labor. The children of the village grew up beneath his stern gaze. Some, like little Tam and his sister Willa, proved bold enough to sneak into the kennels at dawn, daring each other to touch the largest dog, or slip a sausage from the kitchen and hide it in the hay for the youngest pup. Sander never let them know he saw. He'd been a child once too, and he'd learned that the fear of being caught was sometimes lesson enough. But when the hounds barked in the night or a pup went missing, he'd find them and let them sweat a little. Until the confession spilled out. Then he'd show them how to hold the leash, how to treat a cut, how to trust the animal's nose over a man's eyes. He never spoke softly, but they came to listen anyway, and as the years stretched, some of the boys and girls became the finest dog handlers in the whole of the Crownlands. Even the wandering Septons remarked on it, and Beth would beam at the visitors from the hearth, pride coloring her cheeks as she laid more loaves on the long table. Autumns were always hardest, wind tearing the roofs, rain flooding the riverbank, bandits growing bold on the roads from Duskendale. But Sander knew the land and its ways better than any lord from the city. When a herd vanished, he rode out himself, dogs at his heels, and found the lost cattle in a hollow shivering with cold. When wild men tried to press the outlying farms for silver, he went alone, axe in hand, and sent the rest running before him. He'd become, without ever asking, the shield and judge of his small corner of the world. He still kept the old sword on the wall, Gregor's blade beside it. Sometimes, when the fire burned low, and the hall was quiet but for the licking flames and the snuffling hounds, he'd look at those swords and remember the pyre at King's Landing, his brother's hand squeezing the life from him, the sharp stink of fire and flesh and fear. Remember Arya's clear eyes, the weight of Ray's forgiveness, Brienne's silent strength, and the countless faces lost to time. The villagers whispered stories about the hound's luck and the old gods that must protect him. Some said he was a warg, half man, half beast, soul tied to the hounds that ran the woods at night. Others said the scars on his face proved he'd returned from death, marked by fire and fate. Sander neither confirmed nor denied. Let them talk, so long as the peace held. Word from the outside world came only rarely. Riders from the capital sometimes passed through, delivering proclamations from King Bran, taxes or requests for aid. Sander met them at the gate, listened without patience, and sent them off with a sack of grain or a few coins, always with the understanding that his folk would be left to their quiet lives. More than once, gold cloaks came looking for a fugitive or a rumor, but the villagers closed ranks, and the hound's glare was enough to send them on their way empty-handed. In his third spring as lord, a stranger arrived, a wiry, sun-browned man with a Westerlands brogue and a quick, clever smile. He claimed he was a merchant, come to trade iron tools and barley seed for dogs and wool. Sander watched him closely, certain at first the man was some bandit scout, but the merchant proved honest, and as the seasons went on, he became a familiar presence, his wagons bright with goods from Old Town and even far-off Bravos. The merchant brought stories too, tales of Sansa Stark's rule in Winterfell, where wolves prowled the halls and the snows never fully melted, of Gendry Baratheon at Storm's End, forging swords for a new generation of knights, of Arya Stark, last seen in the Free Cities, said to have bested pirates and sea monsters, of dragons glimpsed across the narrow sea, and lords in the Reach dreaming of old Valeria's return. Sometimes, after a long day, Sander would sit beneath the apple tree with the merchant, sharing Beth's rough cider and the simplest tales of his own. How to calm a nervous hound, how to keep wheat dry in a wet summer, how to lose the taste of blood from a man's dreams. The merchant listened, sometimes wide-eyed, sometimes smiling, and always respectful. never pressing too close to the old wounds. One evening, as summer gave way to the first cool breaths of autumn, the merchant came to the keep with a package, oilcloth wrapped, cradled in his arms. He placed it on the table, eyes wary. "For you, Lord Clegane," he said. Sandor frowned, but opened it. Inside, wrapped in soft cloth, was a book, well bound, thick, its cover stamped with a wolf's head and dire wolf sigil. He opened to the first page, letters in a neat hand, signed Sansa Stark. She wrote of the North's peace, the turning of the seasons, the hope that Clegane's keep was thriving. She closed with these words, "I remember a hound who kept a promise to my sister when all the world burned. Should you ever wish for a place in the North, you will be welcomed as a friend." Sandor closed the book and said nothing. That night, as the candles guttered low, he sat long and still, reading and thinking. The world had changed, and so had he, but he had a place now. He thought of Arya, somewhere west beyond the world, and wondered if she'd ever find her way back to these hills. Winter returned with an early frost, and with it, hardship. Wolves prowled near the village. Beth's eldest fell ill with a wasting fever, and for weeks the hall grew quiet, every soul waiting for the fever to break. Sandor rode to the woods himself, hunting the wolves with his largest hounds. The wolves were desperate, and more than once, he woke in the night to their howls echoing from the hills. He tracked them to a cave above the river, a half-starved pack. More bones than fur, but dangerous all the same. He set his dogs loose, and in the bloody confusion that followed, killed 3 of the wolves himself, driving the rest into the night. His arm was slashed by a fang, but the hounds saved him from worse. He limped home, bound the wound, and fed the pack extra that night, grateful for their loyalty. Beth's boy lived, thin and pale, but alive. The villagers feasted, slaughtering a calf in thanks. Sandor said nothing but accepted a cup of Beth's best wine, clinking it against the merchants in silent camaraderie. Later, as he sat outside, the first snowflakes drifting down, the merchant asked him, "Do you ever regret it? The wars, the fighting, Ben?" Sandor looked into the dark, considering. "I regret 100 things, but not this. Not the land, not the dogs, not the peace." The merchant nodded, silent. That winter was hard, the snow deep and the nights long. Sometimes, Sandor woke in the dark, breath steaming, haunted by old ghosts. Gregor's shadow would pass across the wall, Arya's voice echoing, "You're better than this." But each morning the sun would rise, the hounds would nuzzle his hand, the children would shout in the yard, and life would begin again. In spring, the first visitors from Winterfell arrived. A young Stark sworn sword, with hair like snow, and a wolf's head brooch. He brought news. Bran the Broken still ruled, his reign gentle but strange, all-seeing. Sansa sent her regards, asking for a report of the keep's welfare. Sandor hosted them as best he could, uncomfortable with the ceremony. But the Stark men proved humble. They asked after the dogs, watched as Sandor and the children worked the pups through their drills. When they left, they carried 2 of the finest young hounds north, gifts from Sandor's new line, and word soon spread that Clegane's dogs now guarded the halls of Winterfell. As the keep's fame grew, so too did the traffic, travelers, small folk, and the occasional knight, seeking to prove his mettle. Sandor met them all the same. Silent, wary, his scars on display, making clear that Clegane's keep was no place for fools. Yet he began, in time, to take pride in what he'd built. A hall that rang with laughter, fields that bore fruit, hounds that bred true and strong. One late summer day, Brienne of Tarth arrived. Riding alone, mail-battered but eyes as clear and resolute as ever. Sandor met her at the gate, nodding once. She dismounted and pressed his hand, her grip warm and fierce. "It's good to see you well, Sandor." He grunted, uncomfortable, but for once, pleased. They walked the fields, speaking of old wars and new peace, of the North's needs, of the strange king who watched the world through Raven's eyes. At the long table that night, Brienne told the children stories of the great battles and the old gods. of Oathkeeper and Renly's ghost, of the day she fought the Hound and lost, and what she learned in losing. The children listened, wide-eyed, as Beth's bread steamed between them, and Sandor felt something in his chest unknit. An old wound, long untended, finally easing. Brienne left after 3 days, promising to return. When she did, months later, she brought her squire, Podrick, and between them and the villagers, they built a new kennel, larger and warmer than before, fit for the keep's growing pack. When the work was done, they feasted beneath the stars. Hounds and children sprawled on the grass, laughter echoing into the night. Sandor's hair grew white in time, his hands knotted with age, his eyes sunken but still fierce. He moved more slowly, but never lost the weight of his presence. The children he'd once scolded were now men and women, raising their own young at the keep, tending dogs that could trace their line back to Sandor's first litter. One summer afternoon, as the fields glowed with wheat and wildflowers, Sandor sat beneath the apple tree, the merchant and Brienne at his side, the hounds dozing in the shade. The merchant asked, "If you could live your life again, would you?" Sandor thought for a long while, the breeze ruffling his hair, the scent of apples on the air. "No," he said at last, "not if it meant losing this." He looked at the keep. The children laughing, the dogs wrestling, the smoke from the kitchen, Beth's sharp voice scolding some fool for tracking mud. Maybe the gods put me through hell so I'd end up here. He saw Brienne smile, saw the merchant's easy nod, and for a moment felt as though he belonged to the world, not just to its shadows. That night, as the sun set gold over the hills, Sandor rose and walked the fields one last time, his cane tapping the earth, the hounds circling close. He looked out over his land, his peace, his life hard-won and honest, and felt the weight of years lift from his shoulders. When the moon rose, he sat once more beneath the apple tree, the pups curled at his feet, the keep's lights burning warm against the dark. He thought of Arya, wherever she was, of Ray's quiet wisdom, of Brienne's fierce loyalty, and the countless lives that had brushed against his. He was Sandor Clegane, Lord of the Keep, Keeper of Peace, Guardian of Hounds, no longer a creature of fire and fear, but a man, at last, who had made his own ending. And as the night deepened, he leaned his head back, closed his eyes, and let the world, for once, keep its silence. Key. The years gathered around Sandor Clegane like the slow, gray mist that came down from the hills every autumn, softening the world, blurring the edges, erasing the outlines of past pains. His hair thinned and faded to the color of old bone. The deep burned scars became a familiar part of his reflection, and his body thickened, then shrank, like a tree weathered through 100 storms. Yet he remained formidable, a figure both respected and quietly feared, as much a part of Clegane's keep as the ancient apple tree, or the low stone walls grown heavy with moss. He learned the names of every child born in the shadow of the keep, saw them toddle past the hounds in wide-eyed wonder, saw them grow bold enough to snatch bones from beneath Gray's snout, saw them run wild through the meadows in summer, cheeks red, laughter trailing behind like banners. When a fever took a few in one hard spring, he remembered the old maester's remedies, brewed bitter willow bark tea, and sat at many bedsides through the long hours of worry. He grunted and cursed, but his presence steadied frightened mothers and shamed the fathers into resolve. A gentle pride took root in him, slow and secret. He never spoke of it, but each time he saw a village lad stand straight to defend his sister, or a girl bare her teeth to a ruffian in the market, or a child call a hound with a soft word instead of a whip, he felt something settle inside his chest, as if the world was growing itself back together, quietly and in spite of everything he'd seen broken. The merchant with the quick wit, Farlan he called himself, remained a fixture, bringing news and trinkets from distant lands, bringing letters sometimes from the north or from Brienne, in Tarth or Podrick, in King's Landing. Farlan always asked after Sandor's health, always slipped a bottle of strong wine into the trade, always managed, by some magic of his own, to coax a genuine smile from Beth in the kitchens. Farland took to staying the winter more often, sharing stories with the children by the fire, helping mend fences or fix wagons with hands that surprised everyone with their skill. Late one spring, word spread of a sickness in King's Landing, a slow creeping fever that seemed to take only the young and the very old. Refugees began to drift through the hamlets of the Crown Lands, thin and desperate, trailing tales of unrest. Some, recognizing the sigil of the three dogs, came begging at the keep. Sandor let them in, saw to their wounds, shared what food he could. Beth grumbled about the extra mouths, but no one went hungry. The villagers saw the children from the city, half-starved, shivering, eyes haunted by fire and smoke, and quietly made room in their homes. The dogs watched everything, wary at first, but soon fell into the same easy pattern of protection and tolerance that ruled Clegane's keep. One of the city children, a clever, sharp-eyed girl named Milla, took to following Sandor about his daily chores. She asked questions about everything, from the wounds in his face, did the fire hurt worse than a broken bone, to how to tell a birthing bitch was near her time. At first, Sandor barked at her, impatient and blunt. She only blinked and kept asking. Eventually, he gave in, showing her how to wrap a splint, how to whistle a hound back from the woods, how to skin a rabbit with only a small knife and a patient hand. He caught himself teaching her the things he wished he'd learned as a boy, the names of birds, the feel of good earth, how to judge a man by his gait. As spring burned into a long, lazy summer, a black carriage arrived up the winding road, its sides marked with the crown and wolf of the new king. Out stepped a thin man in dark robes, maester's chains gleaming, scrolls packed in leather cases. The keep's folk gathered, anxious, but Sandor met the man on the steps, arms crossed over his chest. "Lord Clegane," the maester said, bowing. "The crown sends its regards. King Bran has requested a survey of all noble lands, their folk, their state, their needs. I am Maester Arlen at your service." Sandor grunted. "You'll want to see the books then, and the kennels," said Arlen, smiling. Sandor led the maester through the fields, past the kitchen gardens heavy with beans and onions, past the smokehouse and granaries, and into the heart of the keep. Maester Arlen listened intently to the folk, what crops had failed or flourished, how the old wounds of war had healed, what new worries gnawed at the bones of daily life. He took notes on everything, lingering long over the story of how the keep had become a haven for orphaned children and lost travelers. That evening, Sandor sat across the table from the maester, tearing his bread with deliberate slowness. "What does your king want from us?" Arlen sipped his ale. "Only truth. Only peace. Bran the Broken has no taste for war or glory. He wishes to see the land mended, to reward those who keep it so." Sandor scowled. "Peace don't come from thrones. It comes from keeping wolves from the door every bloody day." "Men so." Arlen inclined his head. "Perhaps so. But it is a rare thing what you've built here." The maester departed with a hound pup for the royal kennels, and word came a month later that the king himself had read the report and named Sandor Warden of the Crownland's border, a title as ceremonial as it was unexpected. There was no feast, no ceremony. Sandor accepted it with a grunt and a rolled eye, but Beth hung the royal decree on the wall above the hearth, and the villagers toasted the hound with mugs of cider, pride shining in their faces. As autumn swept in with wild winds, a message arrived from Brienne, her hand as strong and true as Sandor remembered. She wrote of new knighthoods in the north, of Podrick's firstborn, of peace holding at Winterfell. She closed her letter. "We fought as enemies, survived as allies, and now, at the last, I am proud to call you friend." Sandor read those words alone, sitting beneath the apple tree as the leaves fell around him. Dogs sprawled at his feet. He let himself feel the weight of friendship, the ache of time, the peace of a world had never expected to survive long enough to see. One morning, snow fell in thick, heavy flakes, blanketing the fields and roads. The keep's children cheered, tumbling through the drifts, hounds bounding after them in delight. Beth grumbled about wet floors, but she too watched from the doorway, her eyes soft with memory. Sander walked the keep's bounds, cane in hand. Dogs beside him, the silence of snow a balm. In the distance, he saw the smoke from Farland's wagon. Now painted red, yellow and green, as bright as any autumn tree. Farland waved, bundled in furs. A child on each hip. He called out to Sander, laughter trailing behind. Sander waved back, letting the sound settle in the stillness. That night, as the fire burned low, and the world outside grew silent, Milla sat by Sander's side, eyes bright. "Tell me a story," she begged. Sander grunted. "Not much for stories." "Then tell me about the first dog you ever trained." He paused, searching memory. "Her name was Flower. Meanest thing you ever saw. She'd bite a man's boot just for looking at her sideways. But she'd sit by my bed every night, wouldn't move until I woke." "Did you love her?" Sander stared at the fire. "I suppose I did." Milla smiled. "I'll train one like that one day." He snorted but smiled as she leaned against his arm, her warmth a comfort in the gathering dark. Seasons spun past. Each year brought some new trial. A hard winter, a bad harvest, a new set of orphans needing food and lessons. But there was laughter too. Beth's wedding to a widower from the next village, Farland's daughter learning to ride, Brienne returning one spring with her squire in tow, and beating every able-bodied man and woman in a race around the fields. The keep's folk called those days the Golden Summers, and Sander, sitting beneath his tree, watching the dogs wrestle, let himself believe in the future. When Milla came of age, she asked Sander to stand for her before the village as master of hounds. She had grown tall and straight-backed, her voice strong, her eyes keen. Sander placed the kennel's heavy iron key in her hand, rough fingers lingering just a moment. "You've got a good head, girl. Keep them honest. Feed the small ones first. And don't let the pups run the hall." "Them?" She laughed, and he saw pride flash across her face. Real pride, not the old hunger for glory but the steady satisfaction of belonging. On his last birthday, Beth baked a cake heavy with honey and apples. The children sang, awkward and loud, until Sander barked at them. "That's enough." But afterward, when the laughter faded and only the fire crackled, he found his eyes wet, the weight of years sweet and heavy. He took to walking the fields less, spending more time in the hall or beneath the apple tree. The hounds grew old beside him, muzzles gray, joints stiff. The world grew quieter, the young ones taking up the work without being told. Farland came to him one twilight, settling beside him in the grass. "You've built something that will last, Sander. You know that." Sander shrugged. "Built a fence, trained a few dogs. That's all." "Then Farland shook his head. "You built hope where there was none. You taught them to fight for one another, not just themselves. That's more than most kings can claim." Sander thought of the endless wars, the faces lost, the burning cities, the broken oaths. He thought of Arya's eyes, Brienne's shield, Ray's quiet prayers. He thought of the children, Milla, Tam, Willa, all the others, strong and unafraid, their hands gentle on a dog's flank, their laughter easy. "Maybe so," he said at last, his voice quiet. One evening, as the sun set golden over the hills, Milla found Sander beneath the apple tree, dozing, a pup curled against his knee. She touched his shoulder and he opened his eyes. "The children want to hear the story of Flower again," she said. He grunted, struggled to his feet, and let her steady him. "All right," he said, his voice low but strong. "But just this once." He walked into the hall, the warmth and noise wrapping around him, the past and future mingling in the light of the hearth. The children gathered at his feet, the hounds sprawled beside them, and Sander Clegane began to speak, his words slow but certain, his voice filling the room like the turning of a season. Outside, the first stars pierced the dusk. The world turned on, and Clegane's keep stood strong, its lord at last content, his story not of fire or blood, but of peace, of kin, of a life, against all odds, made whole. "Yeah, Kay." When the first warm days of a new spring rolled over Clegane's keep, Sandor found himself awake before the dawn, not from pain or nightmare, but from the old restless energy that came each year with the scent of new grass and wet earth. The apple tree above the kennels had burst into white blossom overnight, petals drifting over the yard like a dusting of snow. The pups were already up and whining at the gate, eager for the chase, and the sound brought a smile to Sandor's lips that he did not bother to hide. He moved slowly now, each step a conscious effort. But the ache in his hips was something familiar, a companion, not a curse. He had lived long enough to see pain become part of him, just another fact of the day like the morning's chill, or the smell of Beth's bread baking. He stretched his back, whistled to the hounds, and let them loose, watching the older dogs teach the younger ones the bounds of the keep, the invisible lines of discipline and freedom that held his little world together. Milla came down the lane from the granary, hair braided and face pink from sleep. She nodded at Sandor, then knelt to check the smallest pup's limp, gentle hands probing the joint while she whispered in a low, soothing voice. She had grown into her duties with quiet certainty, her presence a balm on even the most fractious dogs and children. She gave Sandor a brief, knowing smile as she finished. "He'll need rest and a wrap. I'll see to it." Sandor grunted, pride swelling in him, and went to the stable. The day's work called. Fences needed mending where the snows had caved them in. Beth's husband had reported foxes near the chicken coops, and a patch of rot had set in on the north side of the old storehouse. Farland's daughter, only 7 but stubborn as a mule, waited for him at the gate with a basket of tools. She insisted on carrying the nails and hammer, marching beside Sandor as if she meant to conquer the wild herself. He let her chatter fill the air, and only scolded her when she tried to climb the fence rails. Later, as the sun climbed, travelers arrived at the keep, a small family from the Riverlands, their faces lined with exhaustion, their wagon piled high with what little they owned. They spoke of fighting in the south, new lords raising levies, raiders on the roads. Sandor met them at the gate, sized them up with a hard stare, then beckoned them inside. The youngest child clung to her mother's skirts, eyes wide at the hounds, but Sandor crouched and let the gentlest pup lick her hand, breaking the spell of fear. Beth fed them broth and bread. Milla showed the children where they could sleep, and Farland saw to their horse. Sandor watched it all, silent and satisfied, knowing he would have given nothing but a threat in the old days, and wondering when the world had changed, or if it was only him. After the chores were done, Sandor sat beneath the apple tree, sharpening a knife for the coming shearing. He looked up as the merchant settled beside him, the spring sun glinting off Farland's earring. "You never tire of it?" Farland asked, voice low. Sandor shrugged. "Tired of everything else." Farland smiled, watching the village children chase pups in the yard. "You know, my girl's thinking to stay on for good." "Says the dogs here listen better than any people she's met." Sandor nodded. "She's welcome. All of you are." He looked across the fields, heart easing with the simple truth of it. That night, a storm rolled in from the east, heavy and wet. Lightning split the sky, thunder rolling over the hills. Sandor lay awake, listening to the rain drum the roof, to the soft whimpers of pups huddled close, to the even softer sighs of sleeping children in the hall above. He thought of old days, of steel and blood, of Gregor's shadow, of the weight of a sword in his hand. The world had not rid itself of evil, he knew. Somewhere, there would always be men like his brother. But in this small piece of the world, there was safety, and kindness, and peace. The storm passed by morning, the world scrubbed bright and clean. The new family helped with the chores, and Beth declared the youngest girl a proper hand in the kitchen. Milla took the Riverland boy on as her apprentice, teaching him to read the hounds' moods and tend their feet. Sandor watched from a distance, content to let the others lead, knowing the place would last even if he did not. A few weeks later, a letter arrived by courier, sealed with the direwolf of Winterfell. Milla brought it to Sandor as he sat at the edge of the wheat field, legs stretched out, a pup napping across his boots. He broke the seal, scanning the careful lines penned by Sansa herself. She wrote of Bran's dreams, of the long peace in the north, of ships built for trade with White Harbor and Skagos. She wrote of Arya, who had sent a ship back from the distant west with wild stories and rare treasures, of Brienne's appointment as the commander of the Queen's Guard, of Podrick's service in King's Landing. The letter closed with an invitation, a festival in the north, a gathering of old friends, an offer for Sandor to see Winterfell restored. He folded the letter, a faint smile on his lips. He thought of travel, of wide roads and strange inns, of the white knife and the frost-blown moors of the north. But when he looked out over the keep, the sun on the stones, the shouts of children, the ring of a hammer on the distant forge, he felt the roots of his life here, deep and strong. Still, that evening, he told Milla of the invitation. "If you go, I'll have to run the place myself," she teased. But he saw the spark in her eye. "You could use a journey. Bring back tales for the pups." He grunted, uncertain. "It's a long road. Might not come back." She only smiled. "You always come back." So, the summer passed with the possibility of change. Sandor thought often of the north, of old friends and new lands. He repaired his old traveling cloak, checked the saddle on the big gray mare, polished the battered hilt of his sword, a relic now, but still true. Before he left, he walked the fields at dusk, the world golden around him, every shadow softened by memory. He visited the graves by the orchard. Ray, Beth's firstborn, Old Gray, and the best of the hounds. He left tokens, a coin, a scrap of bone, a cluster of wildflowers. He spoke no prayers, but his silence was its own benediction. On the morning of his departure, the whole keep gathered in the yard. Beth, Farlan, and his family, Milla with the youngest pups at her feet, the new folk from the Riverlands, all the children he had scolded and taught. They pressed gifts into his hands, a loaf of bread, a flask of cider, a small wooden whistle carved by Farlan's girl. Milla hugged him, fiercely. "Come back, or we'll come find you." He squeezed her shoulder, looked once at the stone walls and the blossoming tree, and swung into the saddle. The dogs howled as he rode out, but the world felt wide and open before him. The journey north was long and not easy. The roads had healed, but not all wounds closed in peacetime. Sandor rode through old battlefields, past villages rebuilt from cinders, past men with the look of wolves and women with sharp, wary eyes. At each inn, someone recognized his face or his scars, and he met their questions with silence or a wordless stare. In the Riverlands, he found the fields thick with barley and hay. The Tully banners flew at River Run, and the gates opened to him after a long, appraising pause. He spent a night at the castle, dining in the great hall, nodding to Edmure Tully's graying beard and the laughter of his children. He traded tales with the guards, slept soundly, and departed with the dawn. Beyond the neck, the wildness grew. He crossed the last of the bridges, smelled the cold iron tang of northern water, and saw the sky open wide over endless green and gray. At Moat Cailin the guards let him pass, and he rode north with a new sense of purpose. Winterfell was all he remembered and more. Great gray walls rising from the earth, the air crisp, the scent of wood smoke and pine. The banners of the direwolf snapped above the gate, and Sansa met him at the yard with a rare, genuine smile. He was given a place of honor in the great hall, feasting beside Brienne and Podrick, with Gendry Baratheon's laughter booming down the table, and Arya's shadow lingering at the edge of the crowd. He found himself smiling, laughing even, in the warmth of old comrades and new friends. The festival lasted 3 days. Music, dancing, races on the green, contests of skill with bow and blade. Children chased wolf pups through the snow. Cooks roasted whole oxen in the yard, and every hour brought some fresh reminder that the world could be mended, that peace could be made and kept. On the last night, Sansa raised her cup to him. Sandor Clegane, Lord, friend, keeper of peace. For all you have done, and all you are yet to do, the North honors you. Nensau, he grunted, embarrassed. But his eyes shone in the candlelight. Brienne squeezed his arm. Arya winked, and Podrick raised his cup, singing a tune half learned in the south. When the festival ended, Sandor lingered another day, walking the Godswood, breathing the sharp air. He sat beneath the heart tree and let himself remember. Not the fire, not the fear, but the quiet after battle, the slow work of healing, the laughter of children, and the warmth of a dog's fur. He returned to Clegane's keep as autumn turned, bringing news, gifts, and stories. The folk gathered to hear him tell of the North, of Sansa's rule, of Arya's wild tales and Brienne's honor. He gave Milla a new leash, worked by Winterfell's tanners, and Farlan a silver cup, chased with direwolves. The year slipped by, and Sandor felt his strength waning. But not his will. He spent his days beneath the apple tree, dogs at his feet, children at his side, telling stories of old wars and hard-won peace. He watched Milla run the kennels, Beth scold the young ones, Farlan laugh and trade in the yard. The world narrowed, softened, filled with the slow golden weight of contentment. One crisp evening, as the first snows threatened, Sandor sat beneath the apple tree, eyes closed, listening to the heart of his keep, the shouts and laughter, the bark of the dogs, the sigh of the wind. Milla came and sat beside him, quiet. "Do you regret it?" she asked, after a long silence. He opened his eyes, met hers, and saw the future shining there. Strong, kind, unafraid. "Not a bit," he said. "Not a bit." The stars burned bright above the keep. The hounds settled at his feet. The stories and the peace he'd built lingered in every stone, every field, every voice lifted in laughter or song. Sandor Clegane, once the Hound, sat at the heart of it all. And as the night deepened, he was content to let the world turn, knowing his work would last. Ka. The seasons ran together as Sandor Clegane drifted through the long peace he'd carved for himself, and for those who lived within the stone walls of Clegane's keep. The sharp edges of memory dulled, and the old wounds lost their power to draw him into darkness. Every morning he woke to the call of hounds and the laughter of children chasing chickens through dew-wet grass. He would lie still for a moment, letting the ache in his back remind him that he had survived what so many had not. When he rose, it was with a grunt and a purpose. Every step measured by the needs of the day, never by anger or fear. Some years the winters bit down hard. Snow stacked in the yard, burying the fences, weighing the rooftops, driving people close to the fire's heart. Sandor spent such days by the great hearth, carving wood with a blunt knife or patching old leathers. Milla would bring him news, broken gates, a sick dog, children misbehaving. He would scowl, but his advice was always sound, and his hands, though gnarled, could still coax life from the most hopeless pup. Other years, the summers stretched long and golden, fields swelling with wheat, orchards heavy with fruit. The keep's folk gathered beneath the apple tree for feasts, pies and roasted chickens, sweet wine and laughter echoing late into the night. On these nights, the children would beg Sandor for stories of the old days. Sometimes he would indulge them, voice low and rough as gravel. He never flinched from telling the hard truths, of war, of death, of mistakes and survival, but always ended with a word of hope, a lesson wrung from the suffering had outlived. It became the custom for the young ones, those who had lost family in distant towns, or who remembered nothing but hunger and wandering, to be presented before Sandor on the day they first arrived at the keep. He would crouch before them, let a pup sniff their hand and say, "You're safe here. Listen to your elders, mind the dogs, and you'll grow strong." He saw his own lost childhood in their eyes, wary, desperate, hungry for a place in the world, and offered what comfort he could. Farlan's girl grew into a clever, quick-footed woman who managed the keep's trade with an eye sharper than any coin-clipping merchant in the city. The dogs she trained became the envy of every holdfast in the Crownlands. Milla married a local boy, one of Beth's nephews, a sturdy lad who feared nothing except Sandor's glare, and together they took over the kennels. Beth's cakes became famous enough that folk would travel from Duskendale for her harvest loaves and honey tarts. News drifted in from the outside world like scraps on a river's current. A great storm in the south that toppled the last towers of Old Town. New rulers in Sunspear, talk of another king across the sea. The Red Keep rebuilt, King Bran still ruling, his face seen only by his closest council. None of it touched Clegane's keep, not in any way that changed the morning work or the pattern of the seasons. One spring, a rider brought a sealed message bearing the direwolf. Sansa script, as elegant as ever. She wrote with news of Arya's return. A ship from the far west, carrying wild stories and rare furs. Arya herself laughing and lean as ever, her sword never far from her hand. Sansa spoke of feasts, of the peace that held, of old ghosts laid to rest. She closed, as always, with an invitation, gentle but insistent. Come north again, Sandor. There is always a place for you. He considered it for a week, silent beneath the apple tree, weighing the urge to travel against the weight of his years and his responsibility here. At last he wrote a reply, brief and honest. My bones are too old for your roads, girl. You come south one day, and I'll roast you a chicken. He sealed the note, gave it to Farlan, and thought no more of it. Until, a few months later, a raven arrived with Arya's scrawl, save 2 chickens. Sometimes he sat late by the fire, sharing mugs of cider with Farlan or Milla, trading memories and silent comfort. The nights were gentle now. The hounds sprawled around the hall, the wind a soft sigh against the shutters. He spoke of Rey, of Brienne and Podrick, of the day he last saw the city burning. The others listened, asked gentle questions, never prying too close to wounds they sensed would never truly heal. As the years stretched, he gave more and more of the day's work over to the young. The kennels, the fields, the market wagons. He watched them all run with a quiet pride, content to be the stone at the center of it all. He still had his tasks. Sharpening blades, tending the oldest of the hounds, carving small toys for the new children. But the burdens of rule had become lighter, spread over many willing shoulders. His body betrayed him in small, unkind ways. A stiffness in his knees, a cough that lingered through the winter, eyes that blurred the closer he tried to read by candlelight. But his mind stayed sharp, and his presence was still enough to stop a fight, to calm a panicked horse, to silence a room when a decision had to be made. One cold autumn, Brienne rode through the gates again, her hair more silver than gold now, her armor battered and patched. She embraced Sandor, no longer awkward, but with the comfortable warmth of old friendship. They walked the fields, remembering the old days, comparing the small scars of time. She spoke of the north, of Podrick's knighthood, of peace holding by sheer stubbornness. She stayed a week, sleeping in the hall, drinking cider, telling tales to the children. When she left, she promised to return soon, and Sandor watched her ride out with a pang he hadn't expected. An old grief. An old grief, softened but never. Milla's first child was born in a hard spring storm. The labor was long, the women of the keep anxious and tense. Sandor sat outside the door through the night, silent as stone. When the child's first cries broke through the dawn, he let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Milla called the boy Rey, and when Sandor first held him, tiny, wriggling, red-faced, he felt an ache so deep and strange he could barely speak. Later, when the others had drifted away, he whispered, "Welcome, boy. You'll do well here." The keep flourished, even as Sandor faded. The children grew into their roles, the orchards blossomed year after year, the dogs bred true and strong. Sometimes new trouble found them. Raiders on the southern border, sickness in the sheep, a fire in the old granary. But the folk of the keep met each challenge together, guided by the steady hand of the hound, even when it trembled. The last great gathering of his life came on a sunlit summer day, the yard full of laughter and song. Sansa and Arya came together, riding south with their banners and sworn swords. Brienne arrived with Podrick, Farlan's family spilling from their wagons, neighbors and old friends crowding the fields. They roasted 6 chickens, poured casks of cider, and feasted beneath the apple tree as the sun set in gold and rose. Arya pressed a cup into his hand, grinning. "You finally got your piece, Sandor." He grunted, too full to speak, but his eyes shone. Sansa sat beside him, gentle and proud. "You did more than survive. You built something that will last. You gave these children what you never had." He shook his head. "I gave them dogs, and a roof, and enough bread. The rest was up to them." Brienne raised her cup. "To Sandor Clegane, the bravest man I've known." The others echoed the toast, the children cheering, dogs barking at the noise. Sandor let the moment settle in his bones, content in a way he'd never known in battle, never known on the long, lonely roads of the past. That night, as the feast wound down and the guests drifted into sleep, Sandor sat by the fire, Arya beside him, both silent for a time. She handed him a coin, old worn Braavosi, and said, "If you ever want to see the sea, I'll take you myself." He laughed, rough and honest, and pressed the coin into her hand. "I've seen enough. My place is here." Nan? Later, when all was quiet, Sandor went out beneath the apple tree, the moon bright above, the keep silent and whole. He sat, listening to the night sounds, the distant howl of a wolf, the gentle snore of a hound at his feet. He thought of all he'd lost and all he'd found. The fire that had nearly ended him, the girl who'd taught him mercy, the friends who'd shown him a world beyond pain. He slept beneath the tree, and in the morning, the children found him there. Peaceful, his hand resting on the head of his oldest dog. They carried him to the hall, and the folk of the keep wept, but with gratitude as much as grief. They buried him on the hill, beneath the apple tree. Milla planted wildflowers on his grave. Ray placed the first stone. Farland's children sang the songs Sandor had taught them. Brienne and Arya lingered by the mound long after the others had gone, silent in memory. And Clegane's keep endured. The kennels bustled, the children thrived, the land bore fruit. Milla ruled with steady hands and a kind heart, and the legend of the Hound who built peace where once there was only pain became part of every tale told in the Crownlands. No banners, no songs, no crown. Only a man, a tree, a field full of laughter, and the hounds who kept watch through every season. And as the years slipped onward, those who passed the old apple tree would say they felt a presence there. Strong, silent, steady as the land itself. In the end, that was enough. Okay. As the years wove on, the story of Sandor Clegane blurred and deepened into the legend of the Hound of Clegane's Keep. But the truth was gentler and richer than any song sung in distant halls. The seasons after Sandor's passing seemed to move with a steadier rhythm, as if the land itself remembered the hard-won peace and took care to keep it. Children were born and grew strong. Old folk lingered with less fear, and even the storms that swept down from the mountains felt less wild. Milla rose with the dawn as her mentor had, walked the bounds of the keep with 2 hounds at her heel, and watched the light creep over the graves beneath the apple tree, wildflowers and long grass whispering in the breeze. The keep prospered. Farland's family became as much a part of its daily life as Beth's, trading up and down the Green Fork, bringing news, tools, and stories from every compass point. Beth, older and stouter, but still quick of tongue and generous of hand, kept the hearths warm and the tables heavy with bread, cheese, and meat. Milla's husband, Eirik, proved steady and clever with animals and children alike, his laughter easy and his anger slow. The keep's kennels thrived. Pups born in Sandor's last years had grown into the most trusted guardians and companions in 3 lordships, and every bannered hall in the Crownlands sent at least 1 boy or girl to apprentice under Milla. Yet it was the small things that marked the keep's true change. The children still learned to split wood and mend fences, but now they also learned letters and sums from Beth's oldest daughter, who had gone to King's Landing for 2 years and returned with a mind sharp as a thorn and a tongue to match. The orphaned and lost still arrived, but none ever left hungry, and most stayed. Some took up farm work, others the hounds or the smithy or the wagons. All found a place. The hall rang with laughter and song at every turning of the year. There were lean times, as there always are, crops lost to blight, cattle taken by wolves or fever, a dry summer that left the well nearly empty. But no one went without help, and no one faced hardship alone. In the early days after Sander's burial, Milla struggled with the weight of the keep. She had grown up in his shadow, learned his lessons at his knee, but she had never been without him at her back. The first real test came when a company of hard men from the east rode up, rough-voiced and hungry-eyed, asking shelter and food, promising coin and honest work. Milla met them at the yard, Eirik and the best of the hounds behind her, Farlan at her right hand. She greeted the leader, a man called Garros, scarred and bitter, by name, for she had heard of him in the market. "You'll find welcome here. But there's rules. And you'll mind them. No swords in the hall, no cruelty to the hounds, and work before reward." "Dane." He laughed, rough and scornful. "A girl's keep now, is it?" Her answer was measured, voice calm, but steel running through it. "A peaceful keep. Stay if you can keep peace. Move on if you can't." The men stayed, at first sullen, testing the edges of Milla's will and the hound's patience. But Clegane's keep proved unbending. Garros learned, as so many had before, that the dogs bit hard and the people stood together. Eirik bested him in the yard at axes, Farlan in trade. Beth's kitchen left him hungry when he tried to cheat a child. By the next moon's turn, most of Garros' men had drifted away. But Garros himself stayed, softened by a stubborn affection for the land, and, to everyone's surprise, by a dog head raised from the smallest, sickliest pup. There were weddings, too. Milla's brother married Farlan's eldest, the hall packed shoulder to shoulder, the laughter shaking dust from the beams. Every child born was brought to the apple tree, and, in the old custom, a handful of wildflowers scattered over the roots. At each harvest, a portion of the grain went to the old folk and orphans first, and at the end of every year, the people raised a cup to Sander's memory. No grand toasts, just a quiet moment, a shared look, a promise renewed. The North remained in distant, regular contact. Ravens arrived from Winterfell, often with Arya's spare, direct hand or Sansa's elegant script. There were visits, rare but rich with meaning. Arya came twice, tall and windburned, her eyes bright as ever, her hair shot with silver. She'd sit under the apple tree with the children, telling stories of wolves, dragons, and ships on strange seas. Brienne, now Lady Commander of the Queen's Guard, visited with her squire, a young woman as stalwart and upright as Podrick had once been. She brought news of Podrick's children, one named for Sandor, with a hound's stubborn heart, and would walk the yard with Milla, sharing advice on training, justice, and the burden of being both shield and sword to those who needed it most. Sometimes, on the edge of sleep, Milla thought she heard Sandor's heavy step in the hall, or the low murmur of his voice near the fire. She did not tell the others, but the feeling brought comfort rather than fear. At other times she would sit beneath the apple tree and find Farlan there, pipe in hand, staring across the fields. They would share a silence, and if he spoke, it was only to say, "He'd be proud, you know," and she would nod, both knowing it to be true. In the wider world, new troubles rose and fell like waves. A false dragon king was crowned in Lys, but was drowned within a year. The Golden Company tried once more to land on Westerosi shores, but were broken by storms and the Queen's Guard before they ever reached King's Landing. The Dornish prince died in a duel. The Reach changed hands yet again, but Clegane's keep, snug in its fold of hills, seemed blessedly distant from every thunderclap and disaster. Refugees still arrived, sometimes in ones and twos, more rarely in hungry bands. They brought rumors, old wounds, and children, who looked on the keep's abundance with disbelief, but the keep never turned them away. There was always a bowl of stew, a patch of floor, a place at the long table. On the first day of every spring, Milla led the children out to tend Sandor's grave. They'd clear the last of the winter debris, set fresh stones, and plant wildflowers, bluebells, violets, whatever the woods would offer. The oldest children would take turns reading from the ledger Farlan kept, reciting every name of those who had been born, wed, or welcomed since the last spring. In time, the names grew long, the list a testament to what Sandor had left behind. There was trouble too, always. Wolves took sheep one lean winter, and it was Milla herself who led the hunt, the best hounds at her side. When sickness struck, it was Beth's wisdom, and the network of villages Sandor had once built, that saved the most vulnerable. Once, a knight from King's Landing tried to claim the keep for a minor debt of years past, but found himself bested in debate and hospitality both. Milla offered him bread, a guest's bed, and a gentle but firm letter to the capital, which Sansa answered herself, setting the matter to rest. Ray, Milla's son, grew to his teens with a head of wild curls and a knack for calming the most fractious of the hounds. He shadowed Garros in the yard, learned the bow from Farlan, and spent evenings at Milla's knee listening to the old stories, sometimes told by Beth, sometimes by Arya herself, on the rare nights she came through the green valleys of the Crownlands. Ray's favorite story was always the same, the one Milla told of the man with a burnt face who hated the world, but loved it anyway, who found peace among hounds and children, who built something greater than any sword or banner. Was he a knight? Ray would ask, again and again. He was better, Milla would answer, smoothing his hair. He was kind when it mattered. As Ray grew, he took over more of the day's work. He learned to patch a roof, to tend the fields, to keep the books that Farlan left when his eyes grew too weak for numbers. Ray learned to lead, not with shouts but with steady hands and careful listening, just as Sandor had, though he never raised a fist or cursed in anger. He had Milla's calm and his mother's smile, and the people grew to love him as surely as they had Sandor. The keep changed around him, new roofs rising, new orchards planted, the hall expanded for more beds. At the end of every autumn, the village gathered for the great feast beneath the apple tree, each family bringing a dish, each child bringing a story. Beth passed away in her sleep one gentle night, and her funeral drew mourners from 3 counties. She was buried beside Sandor, wildflowers and bread laid on her grave, the children singing the old songs until the dusk was deep. Decades passed, and the legend of Sandor Clegane stretched beyond the keep. Bards in the capital sang of the Hound, who turned his back on war to become a lord of peace. Travelers sought out the apple tree and the graves beneath it, laying coins and dogs' bones as tribute. Milla grew gray and wise, her children and grandchildren filling the hall, her stories becoming the root of a new tradition. Ray became lord in all but name, and the people prospered. On a spring day, with the apple tree in full flower and hounds barking beneath its branches, Ray stood before the grave of the Hound, his own children at his side. He spoke not with the thunder of banners or the blare of trumpets, but with the quiet certainty of a life built on kindness. "We are the keep, and the keep is us," he said. "Let what Sandor Clegane gave us, shelter, strength, hope, never be forgotten." The sun set over Clegane's keep, and the world was still. The land thrived, the people flourished, and the Hound's memory ran in every root, every stone, every warm, living thing that called the keep home. Peace, hard won and fiercely guarded, endured, and the legend became the truth. A simple, stubborn kindness, passed from one hand to the next, strong as steel and gentle as spring. K. Winter's shadow reached long and cold across the land, but at Clegane's keep, the bite of frost was met with the warmth of old stones and the industry of those who called the hall their home. The ancient apple tree's branches, bare and black against a sky scraped raw by wind, marked the season's edge as surely as any maester's almanac. Within the keep, fires burned low but steady, smoke curling from every chimney, and the scents of wood, dog, and baking bread gave comfort to the weary. Milla moved with a limp now, an old break never quite healed right. But she bore it as Sandor had borne his scars, without complaint, with a stubborn pride. Each morning she woke before the rest, moving through the silent hall to stoke the kitchen fire and walk the yard. Her hair was more silver than brown, her face lined, but her eyes were bright and keen, and the dogs still rose from their beds at her coming, tails wagging, eager for the day's first word. Ray, grown tall and broad, took the labor from her hands when he could. He oversaw the winter stores, mended broken hinges, split wood with the same care his mother had taught him for hounds. The children followed in his wake, all long limbs and quick voices, vying for praise, for chores, for a place at his side when he walked the land to check traps and fences. He had inherited the quiet strength of both his mother and the hound before her. Slow to anger, steady in word and deed. The keep was full that winter. Rumors of raids in the east, of wolves running in greater numbers, of sickness in the old towns, had sent many seeking shelter. Some had kin at the keep, others arrived with little more than a name and hope. All were welcomed. The long table in the hall was crowded, meals thick with laughter and argument. Babies wailing, elders reminiscing, dogs snuffling beneath benches for scraps. One night, as snow sifted down in thick silence, a rider arrived. A woman in a dark cloak, her horse lathered, eyes bright with exhaustion and need. She was no common traveler. She bore herself with the wary, watchful grace of a soldier. Ray met her at the gate, hounds at his heel, and called for food and warmth. In the firelight, the woman revealed a brooch, a direwolf's head, silver and black. "I come from Winterfell," she said, her voice husky from cold. "There's war in the east. The king sends word to every house. Stand ready. Refugees will come, and others, less welcome, will follow." Ray brought her to the hall, gave her wine and stew, and sat beside her, listening as she explained what news there was. Some upstart lord in the mountains calling old banners to his cause, raiding the smaller villages, boasting of the return of dragons. In truth, there were no dragons, only desperate men, half mad with hunger and ambition, driven by tales spun in firelit camps. "We'll take whoever needs shelter," Ray said, voice even, "and stand ready, as we always have." The woman nodded, but there was sorrow in her eyes. "The North remembers what you did, what your people did in the war. The king remembers too." Ray gave a grim smile. "My grandfather taught us the worth of stubborn kindness. We'll hold to it." She stayed 3 days, resting and recovering. Before she left, she found Milla at the apple tree, laying seed for the birds. "My name is Janelle Stark," she said softly, great-grandniece to Arya of legend. "I grew up on tales of Sandor Clegane. They say he was a monster-turned-guardian, a man who made peace his life's work." Milla's breath plumed in the cold. "Aye, he was that, and more. He taught us that no one's lost forever, so long as there's work to be done and folk to keep safe." Janelle pressed a hand to the bark, eyes shut in silent tribute. "May I take a sprig?" Milla nodded, and Janelle snapped a thin branch, tucking it in her saddlebag. "The king asked me to carry word back. Clegane's keep will not stand alone. Not now, not ever." When Janelle rode away, her trail vanished into the gray hush of falling snow, but hope lingered like embers in the hall. The days that followed were hard. The river froze, and the roads were treacherous with ice. Food ran low, but Ray and the oldest children hunted daily, returning with rabbits and the occasional deer. Beth's great-granddaughter, now the keep's head cook, stretched every loaf and pot. The youngest children bundled in hand-me-down wool, gathered kindling, sang songs in the kitchen to keep spirits bright. No one went hungry, no one was left to shiver alone. In the evenings, the hall was filled with stories. Farland's youngest, a boy with a head for mischief and a tongue sharp as a blade, spun tales of the first days, of Sandor and the apple tree, of Milla's childhood, of the old hound Gray who'd once chased a bear from the orchard. Milla herself spoke little, but when she did, the room fell silent, the firelight catching in her wise, tired eyes. "There are wolves out there," she said one night, "and always will be. But here we keep faith. Here we share the burden. Here we build what outlasts us." The children nodded, understanding more than they knew. In time, the snow eased. The first birds sang from the eaves. The fields softened, and a muddy thaw overtook the land. Refugees continued to arrive. Whole families, ragged and gaunt, clutching battered keepsakes, eyes wide with fear. Ray met each with the same patient strength, finding beds, sharing what food remained, never turning anyone away. One morning, as the sun rose behind a curtain of mist, a band of riders approached from the east. Hard men, their horses lean, banners tattered. They halted at the edge of the fields, making no move to parley. Ray rode out alone, cloak billowing, a dozen hounds at his side. The keep watched from the walls, hearts tight. Their leader, a scarred man with wild eyes, called out, "You'll hand over your food and silver, or we'll take it." Ray sat his horse, dogs growling, voice calm. "Try." The man spat. "Who are you to stand against us?" Ray's answer was simple. "This is Clegane's keep. We've stood through fire, famine, and worse men than you." The dogs surged forward, disciplined and silent, and the riders hesitated, unease flickering through their ranks. Ray did not flinch. "You want to fight, you'll get it. Or you can eat with us, sleep in our hall, and help us mend what's broken. But you'll take nothing by force." For a long moment, there was only the sound of the wind. Then the scarred man laughed, a wild, broken sound. "You're mad." "Maybe," Ray said. "But we'll still be here when you're gone." At last, the riders broke and turned away, spitting curses. The keep's folk cheered when Ray returned, but he only shook his head. "They'll come back, or others like them. We hold fast. We help who we can." Spring came late that year, but it came. Blossoms on the apple tree, lambs in the meadows, green shoots in the garden beds. The hall was crowded still, but joy returned. Weddings were planned, babies born. The youngest children set to work in the kitchens and fields. Milla's limp grew worse, but her spirit never flagged. She watched as Ray and the next generation took the keep forward, her pride and her hope plain for all to see. On the first day of true warmth, a raven arrived with word from the north. Peace had been declared. The king's armies victorious, the roads safe again. Jonelle's letter, brief and warm, included a pressed blossom from the apple tree she had carried home, now flowering in the godswood at Winterfell. Milla read the letter aloud in the hall, her voice trembling only a little. "Clegane's keep is named in council as a haven for all. Your stubborn kindness endures." That night, the fires burned high, music and laughter spilling into the yard. Ray lifted his cup in a toast. "To Sandor Clegane, the hound who became our shield, and to every hand that built this peace." Milla sat beneath the apple tree, the moon shining through its new leaves, dogs at her feet. She thought of Sandor, his gruff voice, his rare rough kindness, his presence as steady as the stones of the hall. She felt the years behind her, and the years ahead, and knew the keep would last. As night deepened, the children gathered for stories. Ray spoke of the time Sandor faced down a bear with nothing but a stick and his fury. Milla added the story of the year the keep went hungry, and how a stranger's kindness had saved them all. The stars shone bright, and the world for a moment seemed both vast and small, held together by memory, love, and the hard labor of peace. In that quiet, between laughter and song, Milla closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of life all around. The keep was strong, the people safe, the hounds watchful. The tree stood in bloom, a sentinel over old graves and new hope. The work would never end, but that was as it should be. And so Clegane's keep endured, the legend and the truth woven into one. The memory of the hound a blessing, the kindness he had forged a shield against every storm. K. Years passed as slow and certain as the sun rolling from one horizon to the other. Each season left its mark on Clegane's keep, and every generation pressed their own shape into the land. Ray's children grew as wild and fierce as the dogs in the kennels, and Milla, now stooped but still sharp as a wolf's tooth, was grandmother to all, keeper of secrets, dispenser of justice, the pillar around which the keep's heart still beat. Farland's sons and daughters, Beth's grandchildren, and 100 others, who had once arrived hungry or frightened, now moved about the keep with the confidence of people who knew their place in the world and trusted its strength. Outside the walls, the world spun on with its own troubles and changes. There were new lords in Duskendale, new taxes from King's Landing, rumors of war in the Narrow Sea, and shifting alliances in the Reach. But most of this news came second or third hand, filtering through traders or wanderers who found their way to the keep for shelter or work. What mattered was the harvest, the state of the flocks, the number of pups born each spring, and the amount of wood stacked for winter. In the fullness of summer, when the grass stood waist-high and the orchard buzzed with bees, a band of traveling singers arrived, seeking shelter and trade. They brought with them new songs, clever tales, and instruments as strange as their accents. One, a young woman with hair like bright copper, sang a ballad of the Hound of the Riverlands, how he had risen from fire and shadow to rule not with fear, but with kindness and the law of the Hound. She did not know the story's end, but Ray, standing beneath the apple tree, listened with a private smile. Later, when the singer sat by the fire, he told her the true tale. Not the battles or the blood, but the long peace, the years of work, and the way the world could change, one stubborn act of mercy at a time. The harvest that year was bountiful, and at the autumn feast, every chair in the hall was filled, every plate and mug overflowing. Mila, her hands crooked with age, led the children in laying bread and apples on the graves beneath the tree. Whispering the old prayer Sander had never spoken aloud but had lived with every deed. Keep them safe, keep them warm, keep them home. The apple tree stood heavy with fruit, its trunk twisted but unbroken, wild flowers and dog bones scattered in tribute all around. As Mila's steps grew shorter and her voice softer, Ray took on more burdens, consulting her for counsel but answering more and more of the world's questions himself. When a sudden fever swept the village, it was Ray who organized the sick houses, Ray who rode to fetch a healer, Ray who sat up at night with the youngest children, telling stories and stroking fevered brows. The keep lost some, old Beth's nephew among them, 2 of the hounds, a handful of infants, but most survived, and by spring, the fields and yards were alive with the laughter of children and the barking of new litters. One day, as the last frost melted and the first crocuses pushed up through the thaw, a raven arrived from Winterfell. Sansa Stark's handwriting, old but elegant, offered news. Arya had returned again, bringing with her a child of her own and wild tales of a western shore, where the sun never set. Brienne still led the Queen's Guard. Podrick had become master-at-arms in the capital, and a new peace held across the realm. Fragile, but real. Sansa closed her letter with a blessing for Clegane's keep. Your shield guards the realm of men as much as any knight's sword. May the hound's howl never fade from the hills. Ray read the letter aloud in the hall. The folk listened in silence, every one of them thinking of the man whose legend bound them together, even as memory grew distant and old tales became myth. Mila, wrapped in a thick shawl, called Ray to her after the meal. They sat together at the window, watching the sun sink behind the blooming orchard. You'll be lord here soon, she said, voice thin but steady. Are you ready? Ray hesitated. I'm not sure anyone is until the day comes. She chuckled, rough and warm. That's the truth of it. But you've got more sense than most, and your heart's good. Just remember what the Hound taught. There's always a choice between cruelty and care. The world will try to make you hard, but you can be strong without turning bitter. He nodded, taking her hand. I'll remember. Mila died quietly, a month after the last frost. She was buried beside Sander and Beth, wildflowers, and bread, and a carved wooden dog left at her feet. The keep mourned her as a mother and a queen, though she wore no crown and never claimed the title. After the funeral, Ray stood beneath the apple tree, his family and neighbors at his back, and made his promise to the land and its people. As long as Clegane's keep stands, there will be shelter for any who need it, and the memory of those who came before will guide us. The years following Mila's passing saw Ray step fully into his role. The kennels became more renowned than ever. Lords from as far as Highgarden and the Vale sent for pups, willing to pay dearly for dogs bred for loyalty, intelligence, and courage. The village itself spread, with new homes built for growing families, new fields plowed, a mill house raised by the riverbank. Old Farland's last years were spent on the porch, pipe in hand, teaching the youngest children their letters and numbers. Peace was not always easy. Once, a group of mercenaries, remnants of a broken company from Essos, tried to raid the outer farms. Ray and the village folk stood in the fields, unarmed but unyielding, the hounds at their sides. The mercenaries left after a single night, cowed by the unity and the cold discipline of the dogs. Another winter, a sickness threatened to take the sheep. But Ray called in a healer from King's Landing, and the flocks were saved by careful tending and a tincture made from the apples of the old tree. Children grew up and left, some returning with husbands or wives, others seeking fortunes in the cities or across the sea. Yet, no matter how far they wandered, most found their way home again, drawn by the memory of the long feasts, the cool shade beneath the apple tree, the welcome always waiting at the door. Ray's eldest daughter, Ellen, had her grandfather's temper, but her grandmother's steady hand. She took to the kennels early, proving better than any at judging a pup's worth, and no dog ever bit her, not even the most ill-tempered. In time, she became master of hounds, training others, passing on the same lessons Sandor had taught Milla. Ray's second son, Will, grew into a leader in the fields, organizing the planting and harvest, finding new ways to coax more from the earth. Each child, and every fosterling who joined them, carried a piece of the keep's legacy forward. One bright spring day, the singers returned. Older now, with a new generation among them. They sang the old songs and some new ones, and Ellen, at Ray's urging, added her own. A tale of the 3 stones beneath the apple tree, of the keep that had never fallen, of the hound who built peace from pain and passed it on in trust to those who came after. That night, after the fires burned down, Ray walked alone through the fields. The air was thick with the scent of apple blossom and new grass. The sky silvered with stars. He paused beside the graves, pressing his hand to the cool stone, letting memory wash through him. He thought of Sandor, scarred, broken, stubborn, and of Milla, wise, fierce, full of laughter. He whispered his thanks, promising to keep their legacy alive. Time slipped onward. New faces filled the keep, but the lessons endured. The apple tree bloomed, and the children danced beneath its branches each spring. Dogs howled at every moonrise, their voices a living link to the old hound, who had changed the world, not by blade or by crown, but by stubbornly refusing to let it remain cruel. When Ray was old, his hair white as blossom and his hands worn from years of work, he gathered the folk beneath the tree and told them the story once more. How the hound had survived the mountain, how he'd become lord, not just of a keep, but of hearts and futures. And as Ray finished, the youngest children clapped and shouted, and the hounds bayed at the rising moon. Clegane's keep endured, its legend living not in the songs of distant halls, but in every act of mercy, every kindness given, every night spent safe beneath the apple tree. The world changed, kings rose and fell, but the memory of the hound endured. A story, a lesson, a home. And in every spring that followed, as wildflowers covered the graves and new pups tumbled in the grass, the keep stood silent witness to the promise kept and the peace preserved, year after year, generation after generation. Autumn's gold fire faded to brown, and the wind sharpened along the ridges, as the world tilted toward winter again, and Ray Clegane, lord in all but title, moved through his days at the keep with the surety of a man who knew every stone and shadow. He had his father's quiet eyes, Milla's patient smile, and the square hands and sloped shoulders that marked him, unmistakably, as Sandor's heir. The years had drawn white into his hair and stiffened his knees, but when he stepped from the hall at dawn, the dog still surged to his side, trusting as ever. The orchards beyond the apple tree were thick with fallen fruit, and the children combed through the grass, laughter echoing in the brisk air. Old Farland's youngest son, grown lean and clever, oversaw the harvest, trading the surplus for bolts of cloth and casks of salt from the traders that came up from Duskendale and the narrow sea. Ellen, Ray's eldest, managed the kennels and the fosterlings, her commands as sharp and clear as the snap of autumn frost. The hall itself was never empty now, not even at night. The world outside was uncertain, lords forever at odds, and word came often of hunger and trouble in the small villages that dotted the crownlands. But at Clegane's keep, the fires always burned, and there was always bread and broth, and a place by the hearth. Ray watched all this with pride and an ache that was both grief and gratitude. He missed Milla fiercely, and sometimes, late at night, when the wind slipped through the shutter cracks and set the embers dancing, he would feel her at his side, see the set of her shoulders in Ellen's walk, the glint of her wit in his youngest son's laughter, the stubborn, patient strength she'd inherited from Sandor himself. The apple tree, twisted and gnarled, stood watch over the graves, its last leaves rattling like dry bones, and every day Ray stopped there to leave an apple or a bit of bread, a nod to the old customs. One chill morning, word came that the king's men would ride the roads before winter, inspecting every hall and keep for taxes, arms, and signs of unrest. Ray was not troubled. He kept his ledgers in order, his folk well fed, and his peace held by neither threat nor secret. Still, he called a council in the hall, gathering Ellen, Farland's son, Beth's grandchild the cook, and a handful of elders. "We have more guests than ever," Ray said, voice slow. "The taxes will be heavy. We'll need to keep our stores tight, but I'll not turn anyone away." Ellen nodded. "We can send the extra pups to the city this year. Lord Merton will pay well for them, and we can trade for grain." Beth's kin leaned in, frowning. "What if the king's men take it in their heads to garrison here, or press the hounds for war?" Ray's lips curled. "Let them try. These dogs obey one master, and that's the keep. They'll not march for any crown but our own." Farland's son chuckled. The old hound would have spat in their eye. Ray smiled, thinking of Sandor, the stories he'd left behind, and the peace he'd fought for. He'd have spat, and then fed them anyway. When the king's riders arrived, a dozen in black and gold, banners snapping in the wind, they were met at the gate by the full company of the keep's hounds, the dogs sitting in neat ranks behind Ellen. The captain, a thin, precise man with a chain of office, dismounted warily. "We come for the king's due, and for the king's peace." "Dine." Ray greeted him, hands open, voice even. "You'll find peace enough here, and a place at table if you want it. You'll find no hidden arms, no hoarded gold, no hungry folk." The captain inspected the stores, the kennels, the ledgers. He questioned Beth's kin, Farland's son, Ellen, and Ray himself, probing for trouble, searching for secrets. He found only honest work, well-tended dogs, and the kind of discipline that comes from years of hardship and shared hope. At the end of 3 days, the riders left, muttering about the strange strength of Clegane's keep and its legend of stubborn mercy. That winter pressed harder than most. Snow buried the roads, the streams froze hard, and the sky stayed low and leaden. The keep was cut off for weeks, the only visitors wild deer, and the cry of a lone wolf in the hills. Ellen organized hunting parties, careful not to overtake the land, and Ray made sure every mouth was fed, even if it meant short rations for the elders and himself. The children grew restless with the storm. At night, in the crowded hall, Ellen taught them the ways of the hounds. How to listen, how to read a dog's eyes, how to whistle a pup to heel. Ray sat by the fire, telling stories of Sandor and Milla, of winters harsher than this, of the lean years when all they had was trust and a pot of thin broth. The tales settled the children, gave them hope and courage, and in the dark Ray thought again of the past, of Sandor rising from the rubble of a burning city, of Milla forging peace from pain, of the apple tree rooted through every hardship. When the thaw finally came, it was sudden and wild. The river swelled, carrying away branches and old ice, and the first crocuses speared through the brown earth. The keep's folk poured outside, hungry for sunlight and open sky. Ellen led the younglings to clear the orchard and repair the kennels, while Farland's kin checked the fences, finding where the frost had split the wood. Ray walked the bounds of the keep, his cane tapping, the dogs trotting at his heels. He paused at the apple tree, the graves beneath it, and found a scatter of fresh flowers, left by some grateful mother, perhaps, or a child with a story to remember. He knelt, laying his palm to the earth, and whispered his thanks. The names of all those gone before rolling from his tongue like a prayer. That spring, A new family arrived at the gate. A widow from the Stormlands, her children thin and wary, a half-starved dog slinking at their side. Ray met them in the yard, Ellen behind him, and after the usual questions and a bowl of broth, he set them up in a warm room. The dog nestled with the pups in the kennels. The children joined the others in the kitchen and fields, learning the rules and rhythms of the keep. It was a familiar pattern, the lost finding shelter, the old passing on wisdom, the young stepping up to carry the work. Ray knew it would go on long after he was gone. Knew, too, that this was the true legacy of Sandor Clegane, not the scars or the tales of battle, but the simple, stubborn refusal to let the world be cruel. The years spun by, marked by the cycle of planting and harvest, feast and famine, laughter and grief. Ellen married one of Farland's grandsons, her wedding a riot of dogs and music beneath the blossoming apple tree. Ray's youngest son, Thomas, traveled to Winterfell and sent back letters about the wild snows and the new trees grown from Sandor's apple cuttings. A letter came too from Arya Stark's daughter, now a ship captain on the narrow sea, promising to visit the only place that ever bested my mother's wandering feet. The keep became a legend in its own time, a place of safety whispered about in villages and inns for miles around. Travelers came in peace, and most left again. But some stayed, drawn by the promise of a home built not on banners or oaths, but on kindness, enforced as strictly as any law. Ray's hair grew thin and white, his back bent, but his voice was steady as ever. He lived long enough to see his grandchildren lead the midsummer dance, to pass his cane to Ellen's eldest, to teach the littlest how to read the ledgers and the land both. The day he knew the end was near, he walked one last time to the apple tree, pausing by each grave, feeling the press of the past at his shoulder. That night, as the keep celebrated a harvest, Ray sat beside the fire, hounds at his feet, children curled at his knees. He told them again of the hound who became a lord by choosing mercy over hate, of the apple tree that weathered every storm, of the way the world could change for the better, if only one person, one family, one small keep stood fast against the dark. When morning came, Ray was gone, his face peaceful. They buried him beneath the apple tree, as he had asked, with wildflowers and a collar from his favorite dog. The keep mourned, but not for long. Life called, and the world needed tending. Ellen took up the work without pause, the children and grandchildren rising at her word, the dogs learning her voice, the land and the people as strong as ever. New stories were told, old ones remembered, and through every year that followed, the promise held. Clegane's keep endured, a beacon against the storm, a monument not to war or blood, but to the long quiet labor of love. And each spring, when the apple tree bloomed, the oldest of the keep would sit beneath its boughs, telling the youngest how the hound, broken and battered by the world, had remade it in his own stubborn image, a place where no one was ever truly lost, and kindness was the shield that never broke. Yeah. Tune? The winter that followed Ray's passing was long and brittle, the kind that seemed to silence birdsong and still the very breath of the land. Yet within the walls of Clegane's keep, the great hearth burned ceaselessly, and laughter carried along the rafters even when the wind shrieked and clawed at the shutters. Ellen, her hair streaked with gray now but her spirit undiminished, wore the mantle of leadership with the same quiet strength she'd shown since childhood. Ray's children and grandchildren, Milla's great-nieces and nephews, Farland's kin, and the many whose blood was neither Clegane nor Stark, but who had found a place in the keep's arms, all moved through the cold with purpose, as if determined to honor the promise their forebears had made under the apple tree. Ellen rose before dawn each day, a habit as ingrained as the scar on her left hand from a bite in her first season at the kennels. She walked the perimeter with the dogs, some old and slow, some pups with too much leg and too little sense, pausing to check the sheepfold, to mend a break in the fence, to whistle the hounds to order when they found a scent in the snow. It was a ritual she cherished, and she found herself speaking softly to the spirits of those gone before as she moved. Ray, Milla, Beth, old Farland, and Sandor himself, the hound whose choices echoed still in every kindness offered and every injustice turned away. The keep's hall was busier than ever. The outer villages had lost their sept and most of their menfolk to a fever 2 springs back. So come winter, every child and widow found a place at Clegane's table. The kitchen was a place of chaos and wonder. The air thick with the scents of fresh bread, boiling bone broth, and Beth's recipe for berry tarts, kept alive by her grandchild's steady hand. The older girls watched over the littlest. The boys took shifts at the woodpile and in the kennels. And even the visitors, traders stranded by snow, knights fallen on hard luck, a pair of sisters from the Reach on pilgrimage to King's Landing, found themselves pressed into service, peeling carrots or brushing down the horses in exchange for a bed. In the evenings, after the day's work was done, Ellen gathered the children by the hearth and told them stories. Not just the old tales of Sandor Clegane, but those of Milla, Ray, and all the others who had shaped the keep's legacy. She spoke of the fire and famine of years past, the stubborn mercy that saved them, the days when kindness was harder to choose than cruelty, but far more lasting. The children listened wide-eyed, sometimes frightened, more often inspired. The hounds sprawled in a great furry mass at their feet, twitching in their dreams. Late that winter, the keep received a raven from Winterfell, a seal cracked and faded, the message from Arya Stark's daughter, Captain Mara of the Western Seas. She wrote of trading in Old Town and Bravos, of peace on the coasts and the promise of a visit when the thaw came. She ended, as always, with a line meant only for Clegane's keep. The world turns, but your fire holds. May the hounds' howl never fade. As spring crept in, the snows melted from the orchards and the apple tree woke, new buds forming on old wood. The ground around the graves softened, and children, now following a tradition older than memory, brought armfuls of wild violets, scattering them over the stones while Ellen whispered a blessing. She knelt beside her grandfather's grave, feeling the echo of his presence in the warmth of the sun, the bark of a dog, the laughter of her youngest niece trying to chase 2 pups at once. The thaw also brought trouble. A small band of broken men, survivors from some failed rebellion to the south, began raiding outlying farms for food and livestock. Ellen did not hesitate. She called the council, gathered the best handlers and dogs, and rode out at dawn. She confronted the band, not with threats or sword, but with the offer of bread and shelter. There's work to be had, if you want it, and food enough for those willing to keep the peace. Most took her offer, cowed by the pack of hounds and the reputation of the keep. A few, still wild, drifted away, but none dared return. That spring's planting was the finest in years. Ellen oversaw the division of seed and the rotation of crops. Her nephew Jory taking up the plow, Farland's kin mending the old irrigation ditches. The children scattered in the fields, shrieking and laughing as the dogs ran between the rows, sending up flocks of startled larks. The air was full of promise. Even the old apple tree, battered by wind and time, burst into blossom so thick that petals drifted through the air for weeks, blanketing the graves in living snow. In late summer, Mara's ship arrived on the river, its sails patched but proud, a wolf's head flying from the mast. She brought strange gifts, a silver comb from Lys, a carved whale's tooth, a tiny vial of mirish fire that Ellen locked away for fear of what children, or hounds, might do with it. Mara's visit was brief but loud, stories of storms and leviathans and pirates around every fire. She sparred with Ellen's eldest in the yard and left behind 2 new puppies for the kennel, said to be the descendants of Sandor's favorite bitch. That autumn, the keep hosted a great harvest feast, the tables groaning under the weight of roast lamb, apple pies, and flagons of cider. Folk came from villages up and down the river, from Duskendale, even a few from King's Landing, drawn by the legend of Clegane's keep. A wandering septon presided over the blessings, and Ellen, taciturn as her great-grandfather, raised a toast. To stubborn kindness, to found and fostered kin, to the hounds who guard our hearts, and to all who keep faith with the peace we've made here. The winter that followed was not so harsh, though there were days when the wind howled and snow pressed against the doors. The keep's folk endured as they always had, huddled close, sharing stories, patching the roofs, and mending their tools. It was a year of births, a half-dozen new babies, 3 new litters in the kennels, and the promise of more to come. In the years that followed, Ellen's hair whitened, and she moved slower. But her will never wavered. She passed more and more duties to her daughter, Talia, who had a mind for figures and a tongue as sharp as her namesake, Tala Tarly, once a friend of Milla's. Talia guided the keep with a new vision, expanding the orchard, brokering new trade with far-off markets, and even building a new schoolhouse where all children, regardless of birth or blood, learned letters, numbers, and the ways of the land and the hound. Ellen lived to see the orchard spread to the far ridge, the keep's stone walls repointed and strong. The kennel's fame reached to Old Town and beyond. When her time came, she asked only to be buried beneath the apple tree, beside her kin, and for her pack to be led by Talia. After Ellen was laid to rest, Talia gathered the keep's folk beneath the blooming tree. She spoke of Sandor's fire, of Milla's mercy, of Ray's wisdom, of Ellen's hope. She told them, as she had been told, "We are Clegane's keep. Our banners are hounds and open doors. Our strength is in what we build, not what we break." A hush fell over the crowd. Then a great cheer went up, and Talia's eldest loosed a long, clear whistle. The dogs lifted their voices, howling together, the sound running up the hills and out over the river, echoing through the valley as it had for generations. So the keep endured. The world changed. Kings came and went. Winters grew longer and then short again. New faces appeared at the gate with stories, songs, and troubles to share. But beneath the apple tree, wildflowers still bloomed in spring, and every child learned first the names of those who had built the peace. Their legacy strong in every kind word, every loaf shared, every door left open, every hound who stood between danger and the fire's light. The legend of the hound grew with the years, but it was not just legend. It was the living memory of a scarred man who had found peace in work, a wounded girl who had made a home, a keep that sheltered not just its own, but any who came with need. In every howl of the dogs and every laugh at the hearth, in every hand lent to lift another, the promise endured, unbroken as the roots of the old apple tree. Clegane's keep stood, and the world, for all its storms, was made better for it. Blah. Cow. Spring thunder rolled over the hills as if the gods themselves remembered the old battles. But within the walls of Clegane's keep, life pulsed with the strong, slow certainty of deep roots. Talia Clegane, mistress now in every sense, watched the storms approach from the high window of her chamber. She pressed her hand to the old, worn sill. How many generations had stood here, listening for danger or deliverance in the thunder song? It comforted her to think the stone remembered more than any single life. The orchard beyond the apple tree gleamed with new green, the first flowers shivering on the breeze. Talia's eldest, Bren, led a column of children and younglings across the wet field, baskets over their arms. Each one taught the tradition of gathering windfall apples to lay at the graves as the first buds opened. Bren had Sandor's scowl, Ray's steady patience, Ellen's flash of dry humor. He was 15, restless for the world, but proud to be trusted with his part in the keep's ways. Talia herself spent her days between the ledgers, the kennels, and the new schoolhouse that stood near the river. The laughter and shouts of children, mingled with the barking of pups, was the daily music of the keep. The school had become the pride of the region. Children sent from 5 villages to learn not just letters and numbers, but the old customs, how to settle a quarrel, how to read the weather in the sky, how to tend a wound, how to trust and train the hounds. Trade, too, flourished. Farland's grandchildren managed the wagons and riverboats, moving cider, wool, and pups as far as Maidenpool, Old Town, and once, a shipment of Clegane hounds made it all the way to the Erie, where they were said to have kept out both wolves and would-be assassins. Talia, practical and shrewd, had found ways to trade for books and medicines, for fine tools and glass, for silks that made her mother's eyes widen with wonder. Every new acquisition was shown first to the old, so that even the most frail among them saw how the keep was thriving. Yet, for all the progress, Talia kept faith with the old ways. Each week, she walked the fields with Bren or her youngest, Mara, and every season she led the children to the apple tree. The tree was the keep's axis, crooked, hollowed by time, but unfailingly alive, showering the graves below with blossoms in spring and fruit in autumn. Beneath it lay the stones: Sandur, Milla, Beth, Ray, Ellen, and a dozen others. Each year, the ring of stones widened, but never lost its shape. The keep's walls had grown taller, and a second hall had been raised to house the growing numbers. Some said the place would become a village in its own right, but Talia would smile and say, "So long as the apple tree blooms and the hounds run, it will always be Clegine's keep." For the old ones, it was a comfort. For the young, a challenge, to prove themselves worthy of the legend and the legacy. There were still storms beyond the hills. That spring, the king's banners rode through the region again. New taxes, new laws, a hint of unrest in the west. Talia met the tax collector at the gates, handed over the grain and coin owed, and invited the men to table. They left with their duties done, bellies full, and stories of the keep's hounds and the legendary Clegane mercy. Word spread, and the keep found itself receiving more travelers, more folk in need, but also more who came to stay and to work. That summer, a great fire broke out in a nearby village, and dozens of families arrived at the keep in the night, soot-faced and trembling. Talia, Bren, and the rest turned the halls into dormitories, opened the stores, and fed every soul. The hounds, sensing the upheaval, were gentle with the children, and even the shyest of the new arrivals found comfort in the strong, silent presence of dogs at their side. It was a hard season. Fields ruined by ash, a run of sickness among the livestock, and quarrels as the newcomers struggled to find their place. Yet each time the tensions rose, Talia gathered everyone beneath the apple tree and reminded them of the keep's promise. Shelter, work fairness, and the expectation that all would give as they were able. She leaned on her counsel, listened to old Farland's wisdom passed down, trusted Bren and Mara to bring her news, and turned to Beth's great-granddaughter, now the keep's eldest, for the kind of advice that kept the hearths burning and the pots full. In the evenings, Talia would find her mother, Ellen, in the quietest corner of the hall, knitting or reading by candlelight. Ellen's hands were crooked with age, her back bent, but her mind was sharp and her stories sharper. Talia treasured those moments, knowing that when her mother's voice was gone, it would fall to her to keep the line of memory unbroken. That year's harvest was late but bountiful, and the feast beneath the apple tree lasted 3 days and nights. The newcomers became neighbors, the children ran in packs through the orchard, and a singer from the reach composed a new ballad, one that told not only of Sandra the hound, but of Milla the healer, Ray the peacemaker, Ellen the teacher, and Talia the builder of bridges and homes. It was the first song Talia had ever heard that truly sounded like their lives, and she found herself weeping as the last notes faded into the dusk. As autumn painted the hills bronze and scarlet, word came that Captain Mara, Aria's granddaughter, was in port at Duskendale and riding north. She arrived at the keep before the first frost, grayer and leaner, but with eyes as wild and clever as ever. Her tales were even taller than before, of trading up the white knife, of a storm at sea so fierce it nearly took her mast, of a lost city in the east, where she claimed to have found a carving of a man with a dog's head. "I thought of Sandor," she laughed, "and I bargained the carving away for a cask of the keep cider." Mara stayed the winter, helping to teach swordplay in the schoolhouse, riding with the older boys to hunt wolves in the hills, telling stories by the fire that made the children shiver with delight and fear. She and Talia spoke often in the quiet of the orchard, Mara listening to the news of the keep as if it were more precious than anything she'd seen on her voyages. Snow came early and deep, but the keep was ready. Mara, Talia's youngest, helped lead the hunt for firewood, while Bren managed the teams who kept the roads open as best they could. The newcomers from the burnt village proved themselves with hard work and good humor. The schoolhouse became a second hall at night, its benches crowded with those seeking warmth and company. Every evening, Talia walked the rounds herself, making sure every shutter was closed, every lamp filled, every old one comfortable in their bed. On the night of the solstice, as the wind howled round the towers and the world seemed very small, Talia gathered everyone in the main hall and led the oldest tradition. Bread, apples, and honey cakes were passed around, and each person, young and old, spoke aloud a memory of one who had gone before. Endor. Ila. D. Ray. Ellen. Beth. Arlen. Shoal. Names rolled out in every accent, sometimes trembling with grief, more often bright with gratitude. The hounds, sensing the solemnity, lay in a great ring round the hall, heads on paws, eyes shining in the candlelight. When it was Talia's turn, she looked at her children, her mother, the faces of old friends and new kin, and spoke softly. We were shaped by hardship and saved by mercy. Each generation found new work to do, new hurts to mend, new peace to keep. We are strong because we remember, because we love, and because we build on the ground those before us cleared. That night, as the fires burned low and the snows pressed close, Talia sat beneath the apple tree. Mara found her there, silent but not alone. I wonder if Sandor ever imagined all of this, Mara mused. Breath a mist in the darkness. Talia smiled, laying her hand on the cold, rough bark. He didn't need to. He just did what was right every day, no matter how hard. That was enough. The keep slept, but the peace held. Winter eased, and the world greened again. Talia watched her children grow, watched new generations rise, taught them the stories and the laws of the Hound, trusted them to carry on when her time was done. And as years gathered, each spring the apple tree bloomed anew. The graves nestled in petals, and the keep's walls stood strong against the storms. Travelers and lords, orphans and merchants, found a place within, their laughter and work weaving another ring into the tapestry of Clegane's keep. So it was. So it would always be, as long as the roots ran deep and the promise endured. Mercy before wrath, labor before pride, and the knowledge that even in the wildest world, peace could be made and held, one stubborn act at a time. The thaw came slow that year, each day a muddy promise. The river fat and brown with melted snow, its banks heavy with silt and uprooted reeds. But in the wide yard of Clegane's keep, the season's slow turning meant new life, new work, and the quiet reassurance that the old rhythms endured. Talia Clegane woke early and lingered by her window, listening to the birds begin again in the hedgerow, the soft yelp of pups chasing each other near the shed, the voices of children in the hall below. She pressed her hand to the stone, feeling its coolness and its steadfast strength. The keep was never silent now. Under Talia's guidance, it had grown beyond even her mother's and grandfather's dreams. 2 halls, 3 dozen cottages, smokehouses, barns, the kennels now the pride of 3 shires. People joked the only place busier was the market at King's Landing, but here the work had a different shape. The old knew their worth, the young knew the rules. And everyone who called the keep home felt the weight and shelter of its history. That spring Bren, now nearly grown, his frame taller than Sandor's had ever been, took a company of boys and girls out to repair the southern wall. They sang as they worked, a shanty picked up from Captain Mara's last visit, their hands quick, their laughter bright. Bren's younger sister Mara, dark-haired and nimble, kept the mortar bucket full, and the workers honest, her tongue as sharp as Milla's had ever been. In the shade of the blossoming apple tree, the old gathered for warmth, swapping news, offering advice, or simply soaking in the sun, the hounds dozing at their feet. Beneath the tree, the stones for Sandor, Milla, Ray, Ellen, Beth, Farlan, and the others were half hidden under a spill of white and pink petals. The tradition was unbroken. Every new arrival, be they orphan or trader, low-born or high, spent their first day at the keep here, learning the names of the dead, laying a flower or a stone in respect. Some wept quietly, overcome by memory or relief. Others laughed and told their stories, finding kinship with the lost and the living alike. Trade remained lively. This year, Talia sent a pair of the keep's best hounds, black as night, siblings from the line of Sandor's first pack, as a gift to the Queen's Guard. The messenger returned with a letter from Lady Commander Brienne, now aged but still proud, promising the hounds had been given posts at the gates of the Red Keep itself, and that their temperament and training had become the talk of the city. The children of Clegane's keep passed the letter from hand to hand, beaming with pride. A delegation arrived from Old Town to see the schoolhouse, bringing books and a promise of scholarship for 3 of the keep's cleverest children. It was a small, shining honor, and Mara, her heart set on travel, spent the next month practicing her High Valyrian on anyone who'd listen, dreaming of ships and distant cities. Bren smiled at her from across the yard, proud and a little envious. He knew his path was here, with the land and the dogs and the people, but he would miss his sister's laughter when she went. The keep had become a beacon. Word spread that a just hand ruled, that there was always a place for the lost and the willing, that no man or woman left Clegane's gates unfed or unwelcomed if they came in peace. It meant the world pressed closer, and with it, new worries. A drought in the Reach brought desperate travelers, a quarrel between 2 lords sent soldiers seeking runaways, and a sickness in Duskendale threatened the markets. Talia handled each with the calm she'd learned from Ellen and Ray, listening, weighing, never promising what she could not give. For every problem, the keep found a solution. More fields planted, new wells dug, a healer sent south to help, with the promise of grain and honey cakes to the returning party. One moonless night, trouble came to the keep in the form of 4 armed men. Mercenaries, broken by war, hungry for coin. They crept through the lower pasture, thinking to find easy plunder. Instead, they met the keep's hounds. Silent, swift, obeying the old command. Talia herself led the lantern-bearing patrol, Bren at her shoulder, the dogs bristling. The men were cornered, offered bread and water, and the chance to work through the season. 2 accepted, the others left at dawn. The story of the would-be raiders was soon told as a lesson. Strength could be mercy, and mercy could be its own kind of shield. With the warmth came more children, lost ones sent from King's Landing or the Stormlands, war orphans, runaways, each carrying fear and hope in equal measure. Mara helped them settle, teaching them the ways of the dogs, the customs of the keep, the songs that made hard work lighter. Bren gave them tasks and praise, and the old told them stories at night, always ending with the tale of the hound who survived fire and became the heart of a home. In midsummer, as the wheat bowed under gold sun and the orchard was heavy with fruit, Captain Mara arrived again, sails bright as banners. She brought news of Arya's death, peaceful, far away, her ashes scattered on a green island beyond the sunset. There was sadness and a gathering beneath the apple tree, where Mara spoke of Arya's wild courage and kindness, and Talia reminded them all that even the greatest travelers needed a place to rest at the end. The summer feast that year was the greatest yet. Every table filled, every bench groaning with guests, neighbors and kin-died. The old stories were told anew, voices rising and falling. The young repeating lines they'd learned as soon as they could speak. We are the keep is us. We guard each other, and all who come in peace. When the rains returned, and the fields lay sodden and green, the keep braced for autumn and the first cold winds. Bren began training a new litter of pups, children at his heels, learning not just how to command, but how to care, how to read a dog's fears and needs, how to keep a wounded animal calm, how to judge when strength must be tempered by patience. Mara prepared for her journey to Old Town, packing a pouch of coins and a small jar of apple blossoms, a keepsake from the tree. She knelt beneath its boughs on her last morning, whispering a promise to the graves, to return to remember, to carry the keep's kindness into the wider world. Talia watched her go with pride and sorrow, knowing that letting go was part of the bargain made by every generation. As the leaves fell and the world cooled, Talia found herself more and more beneath the apple tree, recalling the words of Sandor, though she had never known him, and the wisdom of all the keep's lords and ladies since. That a shield is not just for the battlefield, but for every quiet act of shelter, every hand that steadies, every meal shared, every quarrel mended with patience. The keep endured. It grew, not just in size but in spirit, its story spreading with every traveler who came and went, every child who left and returned, every merchant who tasted the cider and heard the songs and carried them onward. When the New Year's snow arrived, the keep's hearths were full, and the hounds, old and young, curled around the children's feet. On the night of the winter solstice, with the wind howling around the towers, Talia stood in the hall and lifted her cup. To Sandor and Milla, to Ray and Ellen, to every hand that kept us safe, to all who carry our promise, may the world be kinder for our work. 1,000 voices, young and old, echoed the toast. In the darkness beyond the walls, a dog howled, and others answered, their chorus rising, carried by the wind over orchard and river, up into the hills where the story had first begun. Beneath the apple tree, spring's roots reached deep, and the stones kept their silent watch. And Clegane's keep, home of the Hound, stood unbroken, its peace a light in the wild, a haven for all who sought it, a living memory, strong as earth and stubborn as hope, ready to endure whatever storms the future brought. The first frost of a new winter came hard, settling over Clegane's keep in a white hush. Talia stood at her window as dawn pried at the darkness, hands wrapped in a woolen shawl, eyes on the orchard where the apple tree's last leaves clung in defiance. She watched Bryn and a knot of boys and girls haul firewood from the woodlot, their boots crunching, dogs swirling around them in puffs of frozen breath. Every year she found herself more grateful for the simple, brutal cycles of the land, the promise of seed and harvest, the return of cold, the hush of night, and the slow brightening of day. Inside the keep, the kitchen steamed, and the air was rich with the smell of bread, smoke, and dog. The big hearth at the end of the hall glowed gold and red, and the old, Talia's mother Ellen, Farland's grandson Oli, Beth's youngest great-grandchild, sat in their places by the fire, swapping stories and advice with the apprentices. At every meal, the benches were full. There were refugees again this year, a baker's family from Maidenpool, 2 smiths from the Vale, and a young mother with twins who'd lost their father to the autumn fever. All were folded into the life of the keep, as was the way, each finding a place and a purpose. Some would stay, others would move on when the road called, but all would leave with the memory of shelter and full bellies. With Mara gone to Old Town, the keep's days seemed quieter. Talia felt her absence keenly in small ways. A question left unasked, a dog looking up for its favorite, a new joke half-spoken before she remembered the listener was far away. Still, Mara's letters came often. Accounts of her studies, of a city bright with bells and candles, of friends from every corner of the realm, of longing for the scent of apple blossoms and the weight of a loyal hound's head in her lap. Talia read the letters aloud at the evening meal, and the children cheered and wondered what their own journeys might bring. Bren, for his part, had thrown himself into the daily work of the keep. He was the first to the fields at dawn, the last to leave the kennels at dusk. He'd taken to training the hounds in pairs, testing not just their speed and strength, but their cleverness too. Teaching the children and new arrivals to work in silence, to trust the dogs as partners, to honor their instincts. He'd started a new ledger for the kennels, tracking not just the lineage and health of each pup, but the stories that grew around them. Gray's loyalty, Sable's courage, the way Willow never left a sick child's side. Soon, children and adults alike were adding their own entries, a living archive of the keep's 4-legged heart. Winter deepened. There were wolf tracks in the snow at the edge of the wood, and one night the dogs barked until dawn at shadows beyond the pasture fence. Talia, Bryn, and half the village patrolled with lanterns, bows, and staves, but found nothing more than silence and a few snapped twigs. Later, Talia told the story of the hound and the wolf, how Sandor had once stood in a storm with nothing but his courage and his scars, and how he'd learned that sometimes, when faced with the wild, a man must simply endure, trust, and keep his folk close. At solstice, the hall filled with light and laughter. The children performed a play, half remembered, half invented, of the keep's founding. Bryn played Sandor, growling and stoic, while a little girl named Nella donned a braid and fierce scowl for Milla. The grown folk cheered, and the youngest howled with laughter. And after, the company paraded through the snow to the apple tree, laying a circle of bread and apples and honey for those who had gone before. The dogs, wise with tradition, sat in a ring, heads tipped to the stars, their voices rising in a long mournful song that made even the most stoic heart tremble. Word from beyond the hills came rarely, but each message told of the world shifting. Unrest in the Reach, a new queen in the capital, talk of a fresh wave of sellswards, seeking fortunes in the north. Talia listened, weighed the news, and did what she always had. Kept her folk fed and warm, sent word to neighboring villages that her doors were open, reminded the children that peace was not a gift, but a task, hard and holy. With the turn of the year, the snow melted in a long, slow thaw. Water streamed down the lanes, swelling the river and flooding the lower pasture. Bren and the oldest children sandbagged the banks and moved the sheep to higher ground, while Talia supervised the digging of new drainage ditches and sent Oli to check every cottage for leaks and cold stones. When the storm passed, the keep stood as strong as ever, a little battered, a little wiser, its unity proven once again. That spring brought Mara home for a visit, her hair grown long, her eyes bright with the knowledge of distant places. She marveled at the changes: new families in the cottages, a new stone bridge across the river, more hounds than she'd ever seen, and the orchard, now expanded to the very edge of the western ridge. At her homecoming feast, Mara told stories of Old Town's towers, of a blind singer who knew every noble's name, of a healing house where even strangers were welcomed and made whole. The reunion was sweet, but Talia saw a restlessness in her daughter, a hunger for something not yet named. Mara confided one night, as they walked beneath the apple tree. "I want to see more. Bravos, the Dothraki Sea, maybe even the Summer Isles. But this will always be my home." Talia smiled, remembering her own longing in her youth, and blessed Mara's wanderings. Certain the keep's promise would travel with her. Summer came hot and long, and the harvest was the richest in years. At the midsummer feast, folk from 5 shires gathered under lanterns strung between the apple trees. Bren led the games, Mara played her lute, and Talia presided from the high table, her mother Ellen smiling at her side. Old tales were told, new songs were sung, and as the moon rose, the company circled the graves, repeating together the words handed down for generations. "We are the keep is us. Our peace is hard-earned and never given up." Trouble, when it came, was smaller and easier faced. A smallpox scare that passed swiftly with the healer's help. A brief quarrel with a neighboring lord over grazing rights, solved by a share of pups and a cask of cider. The only true grief came in autumn, when Ellen died at last, her hand in Talia's. Her last words, a blessing and a charge. Keep them safe. Keep them kind. She was buried beneath the apple tree, and the mourners came from every village within 100 miles, singing the songs Ilin herself had taught them as children. In her mother's absence, Talia found herself walking the keep's paths more often at night, thinking of all that had changed and all that had stayed the same. She remembered Ray's lessons, Milla's iron gentleness, Sandor's stubborn hope. She remembered her own doubts, her fears for her children and for the keep, and realized that peace, after all, was built not from certainty but from faith. Faith in her people, in the work, in the promise made and renewed under the apple tree. As the first cold of another winter crept in, the keep was ready. Fires burned bright, stores were full, and children, old and new, sang together in the kitchens. Bren and Mara stood at Talia's side, already taking on her burdens, already thinking of the next sowing, the next year, the next story to be added to the keep's living memory. On the night of the year's end, Talia gathered the whole keep, from the oldest to the youngest, and together they stood in silence beneath the stars, the apple tree overhead, the graves at their feet. She spoke the words she had learned at her mother's knee, the words Milla had learned from Sandor. Here we keep faith. Here we make peace. Here each of us is shield and shelter for the other. And as the hounds howled, and the children laughed, and the snow began again to fall, Clegane's keep endured. A beacon, a legend, and a simple, stubborn home against all the wildness the world could send. The new year dawned with a sky like hammered silver, clouds moving quick and low above the keep, their shadows racing over snow-packed fields. Talia moved through the hall in the early quiet, checking the fires, greeting the cooks and stable hands as she passed, a dog or two at her heels. With Ellen gone, the weight of memory pressed all the heavier on her shoulders. But so too did the comfort of legacy, the living pulse of those who came before, their voices never truly silent within these walls. Outside, Bren was already in the yard, his breath white in the chill, drilling the youngest children and the latest batch of pups in the careful discipline that marked every hound of the Clegane line. He shouted encouragement, but never threats. His voice carried in the frosty air, a blend of his mother's patient steel and his father's easy laughter. Mara, home again after another journey west, watched from the fence, arms crossed, a smile on her lips and the restlessness of the road still in her bones. The winter was harsher than most, the storms longer and sharper, but the keep endured as it always had. The larder was deep, the cellars full. Everyone worked, baking, mending, gathering firewood, tending hounds and horses, hauling water when the well froze, and shoveling paths clear. In the darkest weeks, Talia called the children to the schoolhouse at dusk, teaching them letters and sums by candlelight, but also the old tales. Sandor's rescue of the orphaned wolf pup, Milla's cleverness in the famine year, Ray's bargain with the river lords, Ellen's song of spring after grief. The children listened, wide-eyed and eager, absorbing not just history but the rules of belonging. How to make peace, how to mend a quarrel, how to open a door to a stranger. Word came from Old Town that Mara's studies had earned her a place as apprentice healer, but she hesitated, torn by loyalty to the keep and a desire to see more of the world. At the long table, Mara argued with Bren, her voice rising with excitement. If we don't learn new things, we'll be left behind. The world is wider than these hills. Bren only grinned, good-natured. Let it be wide, it still brings its troubles to our gate. One night, near the end of the coldest month, a company of broken men sought shelter. They came ragged, armed, desperate, hoping perhaps to find Clegane's keep as soft as the tales sometimes made it sound. But the dogs barred their way. Bren and the eldest boys lined the wall, and Talia herself came to the gate. Lay down your weapons, she called, and we'll feed you. Draw steel, and you'll find this is not a soft place, only a merciful one. The men, seeing the numbers on the wall and the size of the hounds, obeyed. They were set to work splitting wood, mucking stalls, earning their supper. By spring, 3 had asked to stay on. You have rules, said one, but you keep them for everyone. Mara spent those late weeks riding to nearby villages with a train of hounds, checking on the sick and old, carrying news, trading with the market folk. Everywhere she went, the children called her the healer with the dog, and she sent back lists of who needed help: grain, wool, a new roof, a home for a foundling. Each time, Talia found a way to send what was needed. We keep more than our own, she told the council, her words echoed by every elder and apprentice around the table. When the thaw finally came, the keep exploded with color. The orchard's white petals drifted like snow. The river ran high and bright, and the first foals of the year wobbled in the paddock. Mara, still undecided, spent long afternoons under the apple tree, writing letters, helping Bren with the wildest of the new pups, listening to Talia talk through the keep's business. With the sun came more visitors, a party from Winterfell, bearing gifts from Lady Sansa, furs, books, and a finely worked silver cup engraved with 3 hounds beneath an apple tree. The visitors told of peace in the north, Arya's legend in every corner of the world. New roads opened to the west. Talia welcomed them at her table, and that night, all feasted together beneath the stars. The stories passed around the fire were old and new. Tales of wolves and dragons, of the hound's first years, of Milla and Ray and Ellen, of the growing generations who bore the keep's legacy forward. That spring's planting was the hardest in years. Late frost, then sudden rain, then days of drought. Bren and Mara led the work, Talia managing the stores and the sharing of labor. When blight struck the far field, the children themselves went from house to house, singing songs, collecting hands to help, and soon the harvest was saved, every family pitching in, every voice raised in the work. The keep had always thrived on stubbornness, and Talia could see that same tenacity shining in the eyes of each new generation. As the fields greened and the sheep fattened, Talia's worries shifted to the outside world. Rumors spread of a new war in the east, of lords squabbling for power on the far side of the river. Old Town sent warning of a sickness creeping up from the southern ports. Talia called a council, and together they made plans, stockpiling grain, bolstering the walls, training the hounds and the children alike for vigilance and care. There was fear, yes, but more than that, there was resolve. "We have endured worse," said Oli, gray and stooped now, "and we'll endure whatever comes next. The world comes and goes. The keep stands." When midsummer's heat arrived, Mara made her decision. She would take the healer's place in Old Town, learn all she could, and bring the knowledge home. On her last night, the whole keep gathered beneath the apple tree, each family offering a blessing, a gift, a story. Talia gave her daughter a carved whistle, the sort passed down from Sanders' day, and Mara promised, with tears and laughter, to return with new tales and skills. The keep felt her absence, but the rhythm held. Bren grew into his strength as master of hounds, training the next pack of children and pups, guiding them with patience and the confidence born of belonging. Talia oversaw every detail, births and deaths, disputes and reconciliations, seasons of want and seasons of plenty. She remembered what Ray had taught her. You can't keep the storms out, but you can build your walls and feed your folk. The rest is up to the wind and the gods. The autumn that followed was kind, a harvest golden and full, the orchard groaning under fruit, the cellars and lofts crowded with stores. The feast beneath the apple tree drew neighbors from half the realm, and songs new and old wound through the dusk. Mara's first letter from Old Town came with pressed herbs and a promise. "This place is strange and wondrous, but nothing is as dear to me as the home you have built." Talia, growing grayer, let herself take more comfort in the work of others. Bren's steady hand, Mara's bright letters, the laughter of children who might never know want or exile, but who understood, as she did, that such peace was precious and worth defending. She walked the orchard in the last warmth of the year, the dogs circling, her heart full of memory and hope. At winter's edge, as the nights grew long and the keep glowed with light and life, Talia stood in the hall before the gathered folk. She looked over faces young and old, kin and stranger, and saw in them the promise kept for generations. "Here we remember those who came before." She said, her voice strong as any bell. "Here, we build not just for ourselves, but for all who seek safety, learning, and kindness. This is our peace, earned and made new every day. May we never fail it." The hounds howled, the children cheered. And in that moment, with snow dusting the orchard and the apple tree standing sentinel over the graves, Clegine's keep glowed like a hearth at the heart of the world, an enduring flame, a story still being written, one stubborn, hopeful season at a time. Wah, ka. The new winter pressed in, long, gray, and sharp, so cold the air itself seemed to snap. Frost feathered every stone and pane. The great hall of Clegane's keep, lined with woven banners and carved hound heads, never felt so necessary. Talia, older now, and content to let Bren and the younger folk take the lead, spent more time at the fire, her mind busy with memories and small practical joys. The first mug of morning broth, the hush that fell before stories at night, the loyal warmth of dogs sleeping at her feet. Bren, tall and sure as any lord, was master in all but name. He kept the day's order, setting chores, organizing the hunts, patrolling the bounds after snow. He led the council, listening more than he spoke, and his word carried the authority of centuries of care. Under his guidance, the keep's dogs were the stuff of legend, their discipline and cunning known from Gulltown to Highgarden. Bren's pack could flush a fox or guard a gate, find a lost child in a snowstorm, and more than once had driven off bands of desperate men who'd thought the keep an easy mark. Still, Bren kept their training playful, rooted in kindness and trust as much as strength. The keep's children, for there were always children, lost ones, born ones, those left behind by the great and careless world, made the place sing. They trailed Bren in their boots and mismatched cloaks, learning every shortcut and trick, every old story, every secret nook dive. Mara's absence was felt, her letters a delight passed hand to hand, each new story from Old Town read aloud by candlelight. In her notes, Mara spoke of marvels. A healer's garden blooming under glass, a river full of eels, the ancient bones beneath the city, and of friendships forged in the salt and wind of the south. Talia knew, in her bones, that this was what all their toil had been for. Not power, not glory, but continuity. A place where the old could rest and the young could hope. Where the wounded could heal and the lonely could belong. Each night, when the stories ended and the fire burned low, Talia would walk to the window and look out at the orchard, at the old apple tree, wreathed in rime and shadow, its limbs bent but never broken. That winter, the world outside grew harder. News came of famine in the east, bandit raids along the King's Road, fevers spreading in the marsh towns. The keep took in more folk than ever before. Some arrived with nothing but a name and a bundle of rags, others with whole families and stories of loss. There was never enough for comfort, but always enough to share. Bread and roots and what honey they'd saved, hard cheese and the company of the fire. Bren, seeing the need, organized the children into work teams. The oldest chopped wood and carried water. The youngest cleaned, sewed, tended the dogs, and helped with the littlest ones. In the afternoons, lessons continued. Reading, numbers, the old tales, and, always, how to train a pup or tend a wound. Talia, watching from her chair, saw how the children grew confident and strong, sure of their place and their worth. As the storms raged, the hall became the heart of the keep. At every meal, benches overflowed, and Talia made certain there was space for all. No matter how crowded, no matter how tired, each supper was begun with the oldest tradition, a toast to those who came before, whose work and sacrifice had made every full belly and safe night possible. "We are the keep is us," Bren would say, and the room would echo the words, some in reverence, some in laughter, all with the weight of belonging. Mara's return came with the thaw, unexpected and joyous. She rode in from the south, hounds at her heels, her face sunburnt, her smile wide. She brought medicines, tales of Old Town's marvels, and news from distant kin. At her first night back, the hall was so loud with greeting that the dogs barked in confusion. Mara hugged Talia hard, then Bren, then every child who had waited and wondered. Her stories were even better than her letters. Of a healing herb found on a wind-scoured island, of a blind healer who'd taught her to see with the nose, of a spring festival where lanterns floated out to sea, each one carrying a wish. With Mara home, the keep hummed anew. She set up a new still room for salves and teas, training 2 girls and a boy as apprentices. She brought word of a new pestilence in the west, and with Talia and Bren, devised rules for cleanliness, sick rooms, and the careful tending of the oldest and youngest. For every fear, there was a plan. For every loss, a lesson. The keep's council grew, as the village outside the walls did. New hands at the forge, more weavers, a carpenter from the Neck who rebuilt the east barn and stayed on for love of a kitchen maid. When planting time came, Talia walked the fields for the first time in weeks. Her steps were slow but sure, Bren at her side, Mara with a basket of seed, dogs darting ahead. She paused beneath the apple tree, laid a hand on its bark, and remembered Sandor, Mila, Ray, Ellen. All the names carved in the stones below. The children gathered in a ring, laying wildflowers, whispering their hopes for the season ahead. "Grow true, hold fast," Talia said, her voice a benediction, and the dogs barked in agreement. Spring brought more travelers, a tinker with pots and knives from the Stormlands, a wandering septon with stories of Arya and Gendry's distant kin, a party of northerners seeking lost kin. Each found a place at table, a roof for a night or a season, a place to share their story and learn the keeps. Word of Clegane's keep as a haven. Stubborn, kind, unbroken. Spread as surely as the tails of its hounds. Through the summer, Bren oversaw repairs and harvests. Mara taught herbs and healing. Talia offered counsel and comfort. At the midsummer feast, beneath lanterns and the blossoming boughs, the children performed a pageant of the keep's history. Sandor the Hound, fierce and broken, became a figure of hope. Milla, Ray, Ellen, each remembered and cheered. Talia sat at the heart of it all. Her heart full, her family, by blood and by bond, gathered around her. Trouble came again, as it always did. A summer sickness that threatened the lambs, a drought that browned the fields, a quarrel between two clans over a disputed meadow. But the keep met each challenge with the tools handed down. The wisdom of the council, the strength of unity, the labor of many, the compassion that refused to yield. Mara's remedies saved the flocks. Bren's judgment kept the peace. Talia's steady hand held it all together. As the years spun forward, children grew to youth. Youth to leaders. Mara's apprentices took over the still room. The schoolhouse filled with more students. The hall's benches filled at every meal. Old wounds faded, old hatreds eased by years of common cause. A carving of Sandor, worn smooth by generations of touch, presided over the hearth. A silent reminder that a life redeemed could build a world. In her final autumn, Talia felt the weight of her years, but no regret. She walked the orchard with Bren and Mara, the leaves bright as banners, the air full of promise and remembrance. She sat beneath the apple tree, the dogs warm at her side, and watched the sun sink over the hills. The night before her death, she called all the keep to the hall. She spoke simply. "You have honored every promise, kept every hope alive. This keep is yours. Let it be a light for all who seek shelter, and a home for all who will work and keep faith." When the morning came, Talia was gone, her passing as gentle as the peace she'd built. The keep mourned, but did not falter. They buried her beneath the apple tree, and Bren, now lord in all but name, stood before kin and neighbor, dog and child, and promised. As each generation had, here we hold fast. Here, none are turned away. Here, every kindness will echo for all the winters yet to come. So Clegane's keep endured, its story alive in every meal shared, every pup trained, every guest welcomed. The apple tree bloomed, the stones multiplied, and the world, for all its storms, found a center, warm, stubborn, and unbroken, at the heart of the keep. Yam. Ka. Bren stood in the cold dawn beside the apple tree, the frost silvering his boots, the sky stained red and violet above the orchard's silent limbs. In his hand he held a loaf of bread and an apple, tribute for the graves, the oldest and dearest of Clegane's customs. His mother's passing was still fresh in his bones, grief running through him like a chill he could not shake, but duty as ever pressed on his shoulders. The keep had not stopped. It would never stop. In the months since Talia's death, Bren had learned more of his own heart than in all the years before. How much of a life was built, not of grand moments, but of stubborn, humble repetition. He knelt, laid the bread and apple by Talia's stone, and let the silence of early morning settle. He could feel her presence as he always had, steady, calm, unyielding, and beyond her, all the others: Sandor, Milla, Ray, Ellen, Beth, Farlan, Mara, and the many more whose names had been etched, one by one, into the story of the keep. The apple tree's twisted trunk seemed to pulse with memory, roots sunk deep in earth watered by sorrow and hope alike. Bren closed his eyes, took a breath that steamed in the cold, and rose to meet the day. By the time he returned to the hall, the keep was stirring. The youngest children, up before the sun, swept the hearth and carried water, their chatter echoing in the rafters. Mara, her hair streaked with silver now, was tending the still room, steeping herbs and wrapping poultices for the old and sick. The hounds sprawled near the doors, some already up and patrolling, others curled in great warm heaps, a comfort against the winter's last gasp. Bren greeted each with a touch or word. Habit, affection, and command all woven together. The keep was at its strongest, yet also at its most vulnerable. Word of its prosperity had spread, and with it came strangers, some seeking honest work or sanctuary, others testing the keep's strength with sly questions, with theft, with the kind of lawless hunger that followed war and famine. Bren's leadership was measured not in violence, but in boundaries. When a pair of would-be thieves was caught in the stores, he brought them before the council in the hall, heard their story, and then, instead of punishment, put them to work repairing fences and cleaning kennels. Mercy is the keep's law, he said, repeating words Talia had given him as a child. But mercy is work, not charity. You want a place, you earn it, you break trust, you beg forgiveness, or you go. Some left, some stayed. All learned soon enough that there was no softer or harder place in the realm. Here, no one starved if they would share in the burden. No one suffered alone. But no one was allowed to rot in their sorrow or mischief either. The rhythm was strict, but fair. The keep was not merely a home, but a covenant. Work, shelter, justice, peace. Spring broke early that year, the snows melting into the river, fields turning black and rich, buds swelling along the orchard. Mara's apprentices, a girl from the north, a boy from the Dornish marches, a pair of cousins from the Crownlands, began their rounds in earnest, treating coughs and cuts, checking old wounds, bringing new mothers' salves and herbs for colicky babes. Bren oversaw the planting, his orders few but clear, his hands always willing to show, or carry, or mend. The youngest dogs began their first real training, and for the first time in years, the keep considered expanding the kennels. Such was the demand for its pups. That demand had become both blessing and burden. The Crown's men came too, seeking dogs for patrols, offering coin and trade. Bren met them at the gate, flanked by his council and the best of the hounds. "You'll have our dogs," he told the steward, "if you pay fair, and if you promise not to use them in cruelty." The steward, young and city-bred, scoffed, but a look from Bren, hard as old iron, stilled his tongue. "We breed for loyalty, not terror. Our dogs protect. They do not torture or hunt men. Take that promise to your queen." The steward did, and word came back from the capital with a note of gratitude, a rare honor, and a request for Mara to send a healer for the royal kennels. That spring's planting was threatened by rumors of unrest. Bandits haunted the roads between Duskendale and Maidenpool, and a handful of would-be warlords had declared themselves in the chaos after a noble's death. Some of the keep's men wanted to ride out, to hunt the bandits or take up arms in the old way. Bren stood before the hall and shook his head. "We are not a war band. Our strength is here, in the work and the walls. We defend what's ours, and we aid our neighbors. But we don't seek glory in blood. If you want battle, go, my blessing, but you leave behind your right to the keep's peace." A few left, grumbling. Most stayed. Those who remained redoubled their work, tending fields and animals, shoring up the walls, strengthening the keep's bonds with neighboring villages. Mara, moving between houses, helped foster a network of mutual aid. Grain for timber, hounds for lambs, news and medicine for the sharing of labor. The world outside might burn, but here the rules were older and stronger than any lord's decree. At the equinox, the keep celebrated as it always had. The children crowned a new queen of the hounds, a shy girl who'd arrived the previous year as a runaway, now bold and bright and a leader in the kennels. The hall rang with song, and Bren found himself smiling for the first time in weeks, watching Mara dance with the old folk, the lantern light glinting in her hair. Later, he sat on the steps of the hall, the apple tree a dark shape against the stars, and listened to the distant laughter and the low, steady bark of the hounds on patrol. Mara came to him then, her eyes reflecting the moon. Mother would be proud. Bren nodded, feeling the truth of it. It's not her I worry about most days. It's the children, and the ones yet to come. Will they keep the promise? Will they hold the line? Ben they will, Mara said. Because you do. Because you remind them. Because you show them how. He looked at her, his sister, healer and traveler, and felt the old ache in his chest ease. You ever think of leaving again? She smiled, rueful. Every spring. But this place is in my bones. It calls me back. In the weeks that followed, the world's troubles pressed closer. A crop blight hit the fields south of the keep, and hungry folk arrived, hollow-eyed and desperate. Bren and Mara organized the relief, rationing stores, sending food to the worst-hit villages, welcoming new hands where they could. Not everyone could be saved, but for those who came to Clegane's keep, there was always a meal, a bed, work to do, and the strict, sustaining mercy that was their birthright. Summer bloomed, and with it, hope. Mara's apprentices opened a new infirmary in a neighboring village, the first such house in the region. Bren led the building of a new grain barn, doubling their stores for lean years. Children grew into strong, clever young men and women, the best of them staying on, others departing with blessings and puppies to seed new keeps and new customs across the realm. On the night of midsummer, as the last light faded, the whole keep gathered beneath the apple tree. Lanterns hung from the branches, their glow illuminating the names on the stones. Mara, at Bren's side, read out the lineage. Sandor, Milla, Ray, Ellen, Talia, and all who'd come since. Each name met with a moment's silence and then a cheer. The children brought bread and apples. The elders poured cider. The hounds howled a benediction to the dusk. Bren stood, feeling the night air on his face, and spoke words as old as the keep itself. We remember, we endure, we share our strength, and in sharing we multiply it. May this peace last for all the seasons to come. So the story went on, year after year, season after season, with every new trial and every new birth, the keep stood. Its peace was never perfect, its work never done, but in every bread broken, every quarrel mended, every stranger welcomed and taught the rules, Clegane's keep kept faith with all who had come before. And beneath the apple tree, the roots pressed deeper, and the world grew better, one stubborn, hopeful day at a time. Ka. By the time the days grew long, and the wheat shimmered green and gold in the wind, Clegane's keep was as alive as it had ever been. The orchard hummed with bees, the schoolhouse rang with children's voices, and the smoke from the cookhouse curled into a sky bright and blue as a new banner. Bren moved through it all with the measured stride of a man born to both care and command. His hair had gone more salt than pepper, his hands grown broad and strong, but his eyes, steady, patient, wary, remained the color of old iron. The years had carved lines of loss and laughter into his face, but those who knew him saw only kindness and a stubborn refusal to let the world sour him. Mara, too, had found her place, and though she journeyed often, learning new healing from far and wide, the keep was always her anchor. She taught her apprentices with the same blend of gentleness and rigor that had marked every generation of Clegane's women, telling them, every wound you tend is a debt paid forward. Every kindness given is another stone in the walls. Summer was the keep's golden age. There was never a day without laughter, children racing through the fields, hounds barking, old folks singing in the shade of the apple tree. There were more cottages now, a new grain barn built by the hands of many, a market day once a month that drew folk from villages and holdfasts, half a day's ride away. Farlan's kin ran the wagons, Ellen's grandchildren tended the flocks, Beth's line was thick in the kitchens, and new families come from every compass point, wove their names into the tapestry of the keep. On the longest day, Bren led the children and their pups to the river, where they swam and splashed in the bright shallows, while Mara and the older healers walked among the elders, tending aches and sharing gossip. At sunset, the whole keep and half the valley gathered beneath the apple tree for a feast. Loaves still warm from the oven, cheeses and honey, fresh greens, lamb roasted with wild garlic, casks of cider, baskets of fruit, and laughter until the stars burned above. As the moon rose, the old stories were told again. How Sander the Hound had found a second life in these hills, how Milla had taught a broken keep to trust again, how Ray, Ellen, Talia, and all the others had chosen, again and again, to build rather than break. Mara led the children in song. Bren watched with a full heart, and the hounds circled through the crowd, content as any lords. Yet beneath the joy, Bren remained vigilant. In late summer, word reached the keep of raids far to the east. Bands of hungry men, displaced by drought and war, moving like storms through the countryside. The council met in the long hall. Each voice heard, every worry weighed. "We have stores enough for 2 winters," said Mara. "But more hungry mouths are coming. If we close our gates, we'll lose what we are." Bren nodded. "We won't close them, but we'll need to be wise. If we're to help, it must be with order and rules, as we always have." They agreed to ration stores, to double the guards at night, to post runners between the keep and the nearest villages, to offer work for food and shelter, never charity alone. The hounds, trained now over generations, were as effective a deterrent as any wall or blade. The newcomers who arrived in 2s and 3s, some broken, some cunning, most just desperate, learned quickly the ways of Clegane's keep. The price of shelter was honest labor and respect. Mercy, yes, but never softness. One night, a band of would-be raiders gathered on the hill above the orchard, torches bright against the dark. Bren rode out to meet them, Mara at his side, hounds fanned out before them like a living shield. "We mean to take your stores," called their leader, a gaunt man with a ragged banner. Bren met his eyes, voice level. "Try, and we'll defend what's ours. Lay down your arms, and you'll be fed and given work. Stay, and you'll have a home. But threaten us, and you'll find us as hard as winter." The man studied the line of hounds, the steady faces behind Bren and Mara, the torches lighting the watchful eyes at the keep's walls. Something in him sagged, and he flung his spear to the ground. "I've no taste for more blood," he muttered. The rest followed, hunger and hope warring in their faces. The keep took them in, just as it had taken so many before, and found places for them all, some in the fields, some in the kitchens, some on the road again, as soon as the world softened. The crisis passed, and the harvest that year was miraculous. The apple tree bent beneath its fruit, the children carried armfuls to the kitchens, and the cider flowed freely at every meal. Mara healed a fever that swept through the youngest, and Bren led the rebuilding of 2 cottages after a chimney fire. Each task was met with the same communal resolve. There was no challenge the keep would not meet as one. In the quiet after the harvest, with the first leaves falling and the days growing short, Bren and Mara walked the orchard. "Do you ever think we've done enough?" Mara asked, her voice soft. Bren thought long before answering. "No, I. There's always more to do. But every day, we hold the line. Every child who sleeps safe, every dog who finds a place at the hearth, every wanderer who leaves stronger than they arrived. That's enough for now." "Ben?" Mara smiled. "It's more than most ever dream of." That winter, Bren's eldest, his daughter Lyra, quick and sure, took over the training of the pups, while Mara's best apprentice began teaching in the schoolhouse. The keep celebrated the solstice as they always had. A feast, a circle of bread and apples for the dead, a song beneath the apple tree, the hounds' chorus carrying across the frosted fields. A new story began then, Lyra befriending a merchant's son from Old Town who came seeking pups, Mara's apprentice opening a healing house in the next valley, and the keep sending hounds, grain and songs out into the wider world. Trouble came as it always did. Another hard frost, a blight in the beans, a shortfall in the river fish. But for every trial, the keep found an answer. For every loss, the people bound together, patched the gaps, comforted the grieving, and kept their traditions alive. Mercy is work, Bren reminded them, and the children repeated the words, understanding that what they had was never given, always earned, always shared. In the fullness of years, as Bren's hair went white and his step slowed, the keep was led as much by his daughter and Mara's line as by him. They took counsel beneath the apple tree, remembering those who had gone before, shaping the keep anew for every age. The story of Clegane's keep spread as far as the summer isles and the wall, a place where a hound's mercy had become a people's shield, where kindness and order held against every storm, where children grew into leaders and every stranger was taught the rules of peace. And when Bren, old and honored, died one gentle spring, Lyra and Mara's heirs laid him to rest beside the apple tree, the whole keep singing the old song as the hounds bade their benediction. Lyra stood at the head of the grave, sunlight in her hair, and spoke the promise once more. We hold fast, we share the burden, we keep the peace, and as long as the tree blooms, so too shall the keep. Beneath the apple tree, the stones multiplied, wildflowers blooming in the cracks, and the story endured, a beacon to the lost, a home to the willing, a testament to a broken man's stubborn hope and a family's endless labor. So long as the seasons turned and the hounds kept watch, Clegane's keep stood, unbroken, at the heart of the world. When the last snows retreated and the orchard returned to pale green life, Lyra Clegane stood at the high window where Sander, Ray, and Bren had watched the valley before her, and tried to name the feeling in her chest. She was not afraid. She was not sad. But the world had shifted. Her father's death had cracked the frame of things, letting in a sharper wind, and for the first time, she felt herself not just part of the keep, but responsible for it. In the stillness before sunrise, she pressed her palm to the cool glass and whispered the old words. Hold fast. It felt like a promise, and a challenge, and a prayer. Below, the keep woke in its own time. The hounds stretched and yawned, leaping down from the hayloft, or thumping their tails by the kitchen door. Children skittered in the yard, carrying buckets and baskets, their laughter high and bright in the new season. Mara's apprentices were already at work, crushing herbs in boiling water, tending wounds and soothing the coughs that always lingered at winter's end. The schoolhouse bell rang, calling the youngest to their letters. Lyra breathed in, feeling the keep's energy run through her bones. Her first act as mistress was to walk the grounds, as her father, mother, and all those before had done. She greeted the workers in the field, checked the hounds in the kennels, watched Mara's apprentice stitch a gash in a farmer's leg, and offered quiet advice to the new cook whose nerves had yet to catch up with her skills. At the edge of the orchard, Lyra paused by the apple tree, buds thickening along the black limbs, petals just beginning to show, and traced her fingers along the line of stones. Sandor, Milla, Ray, Ellen, Talia, Bren, and all the unnamed kin and guests whose bones rest. It was a long, strange comfort, the sense that she was only one link in a chain that had no end. That spring brought new faces to the keep, a caravan of hill folk fleeing a collapsed mine, a mother and son from the stormlands, 3 brothers who'd lost their farm to bandits. Lyra met them all at the gate, measuring their stories, weighing their needs against what the keep could bear. She welcomed them with the same words Mara had used for decades. You'll work for your place, and you'll find peace if you keep to the rules. Some bristled, but most stayed, grateful for bread, shelter, and the security of honest labor. Soon enough, the newcomers were woven into the life of the place, planting in the fields, mucking the stalls, learning the language of the hounds, singing the keep songs at evening. The keep's greatest strength had always been its adaptability. Lyra saw the challenges and met them as they came. When a late frost threatened the barley, she rallied every able body to cover the fields with straw, saving enough of the crop to last the year. When a wolf pack prowled the southern pasture, Lyra herself led the patrols, riding with her hounds at night, teaching the children the difference between a wolf's howl and a stray dog's bark. She wrote to Mara, who had gone to visit her own grown children in Old Town, asking for new recipes and medicines to fight the cough that plagued the young. Mara returned in the middle of lambing season, older now, but sharp-eyed and quick of tongue as ever. She brought books and letters, tales of new customs in distant lands, and news that the Queen's Guard was sending for another pair of Clegane hounds. She and Lyra walked the orchard each evening, Mara telling stories of Bren and Talia, Lyra sharing her worries about the burdens ahead. "You'll do well," Mara told her, squeezing her hand. "You remember the rules, but you aren't afraid to change them when you must. That's what the keep needs, not blind tradition, living wisdom." Lyra nodded, drawing strength from her great-aunt's confidence. That summer was one of rebuilding. With Bren gone, Lyra had to become the final word in all disputes. The one who blessed marriages and mediated quarrels, who decided which field to plant and which family would be given the last pup of the season. It was harder than she'd imagined. Some nights she lay awake, staring at the rafters, wishing she could ask her father one more question, wishing the voices of the dead could tell her how to solve each fresh problem. But every morning, the work was there to meet her, and she found comfort in the simple certainty of tasks well done. Trouble, as ever, was not long in coming. A band of outlaws tried the keep's gates in late summer. 5 desperate men, armed and hungry, demanding food and coin. Lyra ordered the gates closed, but did not shrink behind them. She met the leader atop the wall, hounds bristling at her side. "You'll get no plunder here," she said. "But lay down your arms, and you'll be fed, tended, and given a chance to earn your place." The leader sneered, spat, and threatened fire. Lyra's answer was calm. "Try, and you'll face all of us. You can't starve out people who have endured worse than hunger." The hounds barked in unison, and her folk lined the walls behind her, silent, ready. At last, the outlaws threw down their swords, broken by hunger and hopelessness, and Lyra brought them in, set them to work in the fields. By autumn, 3 had chosen to stay, the others gone with honest wages and full bellies. The harvest feast was bittersweet. Lyra presided over the tables, leading the children in the old song beneath the apple tree, remembering those who had passed and honoring those who remained. Mara danced with the youngest, the hounds bade their blessing, and for a night, all seemed right in the world. As winter crept close, the keep welcomed an old friend. Mara's daughter returned from the far north with her own children in tow, bringing news of peace in Winterfell and the crowning of a new start. The schoolhouse bustled. New books were added to the shelves, and Lyra found herself relying more and more on the wisdom of her counsel, the laughter of the children, and the strength of the keep's shared labor. Snow fell deep and thick, the valley hushed and shining beneath the moon. Lyra patrolled the walls each night, remembering her father's stories, feeling the weight and joy of every life beneath her care. When Mara grew ill that winter, Lyra and the healers tended her day and night, unwilling to lose another link in the chain. Mara recovered, but the lesson was clear. Time moved on, and each generation must shape the keep anew. At winter's end, Lyra stood once more beneath the apple tree, the names on the stones shining in the dawn. She felt her ancestors close, not just in memory, but in every living thing. Every child laughing, every dog barking, every meal shared. She knelt, pressing her palm to the earth, and swore again the oath that had guided all before her. "Here we hold fast. Here we keep faith. Here, all are welcome who will build and belong. So long as the tree blooms and the hounds sing, Clegane's keep endures." The sun climbed, the children woke, the hounds bayed at the brightening day. Lyra rose, dusted the frost from her skirts, and walked back to the hall. To the work, the warmth, the living promise of all that had been built and all that was still to come. And so, the story continued. Season after season, hope stubborn as spring, and the keep shining like a hearth fire at the heart of the world. Jen. Spring's thaw brought both mud and miracles to Clegane's keep, the sort of season when the world itself seemed made new by the work of hands and the hope of hearts. Lyra Clegane rose each morning to a chorus of rooks and the clear bracing smell of wet earth. She dressed in the pre-dawn hush, listening for the voices of children in the yard, the excited barking of pups chasing each other through puddles, the sharp commands of kennel masters calling roll for the hounds. The apple tree, its branches thick with new buds, became her touchstone, the axis on which her days turned. Lyra made it her custom to visit every morning, laying a palm against the bark, reading the dew-silvered stones at its roots, names that mapped a century of resilience and stubborn hope. Endor, ... Milla, ... Ray, ... Ellen, ... Dahlia, Sumnai, Bren, Tei, Mara, Ent. Every spring brought another name, and every spring the circle of memory widened. It was a season of bustling change. Mara, restored to full health, took to her work with renewed energy, making the rounds of outlying farms, overseeing her apprentices in the stillroom, and teaching a class in the schoolhouse every third day. Her daughter, Alice, brought news from the north. Word of peace in Winterfell. A new market opened in White Harbor. The Queen's Guard still seeking Clegane hounds for patrol and ceremony alike. The schoolhouse swelled with children, the youngest now learning their letters alongside the old songs and the rules of the keep. Share, serve, shelter, trust. Lyra, stepping fully into her role, shaped the year with clear-eyed ambition and quiet patience. The grain stores were inventoried and expanded. She met with the council to oversee the planting. New rows of barley, oats, and peas, each field paired with careful drainage ditches, dug by willing hands. The keep's gardens flourished, their bounty directed first to the kitchens, then to the poorhouse in Maidenpool, and finally to the traders' wagons bound for distant markets. Her greatest challenge came that year not from famine or raiders, but from abundance. As word spread of the keep's safety and prosperity, more folk arrived than ever before. Dozens of families, some driven by war in the east, others by drought or the slow, cruel squeeze of southern lords demanding tithes and tribute. Tents sprang up along the river, and Lyra found herself walking the grounds late into the night, speaking with new arrivals, learning their names, hearing their stories. She faced each plea with measured mercy. "We take all who will share the work and the peace," she said again and again. "But every hand must serve, and every voice must honor the rules." She organized teams for every task: fencing, planting, cleaning, carpentry, hound training, and placed Mara's apprentices in charge of sanitation and the care of the sick. It was a strain, and not every heart proved fit for the keep's discipline. But Lyra enforced the rules firmly, banishing a handful of troublemakers after a fight broke out in the yard, her authority sharpened by the loyalty of those who had found shelter and purpose at her hearth. As spring deepened, the keep found its new balance. Old and new worked side by side, harvesting wild greens, tending the sheep, running the hounds through their drills, sharing meals beneath the greening orchard. Lyra's council met each week beneath the apple tree, discussing stores and disputes, drawing up rosters for chores, and planning the next season's repairs. One crisp morning, as Lyra prepared to oversee the lambing, a rider appeared at the gate, a young man, tired and mud-splattered, bearing a sealed letter from King's Landing. The message, addressed to Lyra Clegane, mistress of the keep, was a royal commission. The queen herself requesting 20 of the keep's hounds to guard her new palace, praising their reputation for loyalty and intelligence. The offer included a generous payment and an invitation to attend the midsummer court as honored guests. The council met in the hall, each voice weighing in. Some feared the strain on their kennels. Others saw the boon for the keep's coffers and reputation. Lyra listened, then made her decision. "We'll send our best and use the payment to repair the south barn, purchase more books for the school. I'll go to court with Mara and 2 of the oldest kennel masters. The rest will hold to the keep." And preparation for the journey became the work of weeks. Lyra personally selected the hounds, Black, Brown, and Brindle, each a product of a century's care, and oversaw their training for the city's noise and bustle. Mara worked with her apprentices to gather medicines and advice for the journey, while Alice prepared a record of the keep's customs to present at court. When the day came, the whole keep turned out to see them off. Lyra rode at the head of the party, Mara and the kennel masters behind her, the hounds striding in disciplined formation. Children waved from the walls, elders sang a blessing, and the hounds themselves bayed in chorus as the gates swung open. Lyra felt the weight of the keep at her back. The history, the hope, the promise to endure. The road to King's Landing was hard, but not perilous. The travelers were welcomed in every village, the fame of Clegane's keep preceding them. In the city, Lyra was ushered to the palace by guards who bowed to the hounds, and the queen herself received them with open arms. There was awe in the court, lords and ladies marveling at the discipline and beauty of the keep's dogs, courtiers whispering about the woman who'd kept peace and order when so many failed. Lyra presented the hounds, recited the customs of the keep, and answered the queen's questions with calm assurance. Mara, standing by her side, distributed salves and advice to the royal healers, and by the end of the week, both women were invited to join the midsummer feast as guests of honor. Lyra listened and learned, trading news with the queen's council, and when she left, she carried not only payment but a new bond of respect between the keep and the capital. Returning home, Lyra found the keep unchanged, work, laughter, and order thrumming through its walls. The hounds had been missed, but their absence had made the youngest handlers more responsible. Mara's apprentices had managed the infirmary with skill. The lambs were thriving, and the fields promised a strong harvest. Lyra thanked her folk with a feast beneath the apple tree, sharing stories of the city, and passing around the gifts sent by the queen: bolts of cloth, new books, and a golden collar for the oldest hound. Summer moved toward fullness. There were challenges: a fox in the henhouse, a sickness that passed through the sheep, a pair of runaways from the Dreadfort who arrived with tales of violence. Lyra met each with the same steady resolve. We mend what we can. We share what we have. We hold fast to what we know is right. Dame? In the evenings, she walked the orchard with Mara or Alice. Sometimes alone, watching the light fade from the hills. The hounds trotting at her side. She would pause by the apple tree, laying her hand on the bark, whispering her hopes to those who had come before. Peace, plenty, courage for another season. The harvest that year was abundant, and the feast lasted 3 days. Neighbors and travelers came from miles around, the hall and yard filled with song and story, the hounds circling the firelight as children played at their heels. Mara sang an old ballad, Alice recited new verses, and Lyra led the youngest in the vow she'd made her own. We are the keep, we hold fast, we mend and make and welcome, for as long as the tree blooms and the hounds keep watch. So the seasons spun. The keep endured. Lyra's name was carved into the stone beneath the apple tree in time, her legacy another link in the unbroken chain. The world changed, troubles came and went, but Clegane's keep stood stubborn as hope, its hearth alight in the wild night, its story growing as long as courage and kindness could find a home in the hearts of those who called it theirs. Okay. The summer matured and pressed into harvest, and the valleys around Clegane's keep filled with gold. The shimmering barley, the heavy bowed apples, the sunlight running over the stones and rooftops like honey. The world outside churned as it always did. War in distant lands, lords rising and falling, rumors of dragons once again across the sea. But here the days unfolded with the rhythm of earth and muscle and honest labor. Lyra Clegane, now firm in her place as mistress of the keep, moved through her days with calm precision. She was not young, not old, but at that age where confidence and humility balance each other, and where the lines at the corners of her eyes spoke of laughter, grief, and responsibility well shouldered. Each dawn, she walked the orchard before breakfast, the dogs loping at her side, the dew cold and bright beneath the apple tree. She would pause at the stones. Her father, her grandmother, all the others, and rest her hand on the bark, drawing strength for whatever the day would bring. The keep was larger than ever, with new cottages roofed in thatch and tile, a second barn rising beyond the fields, the market square busier each month as folk came to trade for hounds, wool, cider, cheese, or simply for news and a sense of belonging. Mara, slowed by the years but sharp as a hawk, still managed the healers and their apprentices, her daughter Alice splitting her time between the still room, the school, and the council. The kitchens rang with Beth's descendants, the kennel master's line never lacking for pups or wisdom. Lyra's cousin Tam, broad-shouldered, genial, but tough when needed, managed the guards and night watch, keeping the keep's rules as clear and fair as the seasons. Each season brought new faces. Some came with nothing but a name and a bundle, others with wagons and families, or letters from distant kin. Lyra and her council greeted each in the long hall. Here you'll find peace if you keep to the work. Here you'll share in what you helped to build. Some stayed a season and left, others a lifetime. Trouble still found them, as it always did. That year, a summer drought hit the south fields, browning the oats and shrinking the river to a muddy trickle. Lyra organized teams to dig new wells, rationed water, and sent a request for aid to the Queen's Court in King's Landing. The answer was quick and generous: wagons of grain and salt beef, and a message of gratitude for the hounds sent the previous year. Lyra replied with a letter of thanks and a promise that, as always, the keep's gates would remain open to all who sought peace and honest work. In midsummer, word arrived that raiders from the Broken Arm had been spotted moving up the coast. Tam tightened patrols and trained the older children with the staff and bow, while the hounds patrolled the perimeter at dusk and dawn. Mara's healers prepared for injuries, but Lyra refused to let fear rule her people. "We've weathered worse," she reminded them at the council fire. "Together, nothing can root us out." The raiders came one starlit night, thinking to keep a soft prize. They found the gates shut, the walls manned, the hounds waiting silent and bristling, Lyra herself at the head of her people. There was a brief flurry, a thrown torch, a clash at the gate, but the raiders melted away into the hills, harried by dogs, pelted with stones and arrows, never to return. In the aftermath, Lyra walked the walls, checking every stone and timber, thanking every guard, soothing every frightened child. Mara tended 2 minor wounds and reminded the children that a healer's courage was quiet but unbreakable. The next day, as the sun rose, Lyra led the keep in repairing the burned section of the gate. Every hand, young and old, joined in. The work became a celebration. Buckets of cider passed, a fresh pie cut and shared, and at the end, a song under the apple tree. "We are the keep," they sang, "and the keep is us, strong for each other, stubborn for the world." With danger past, the year ripened sweetly. The market days swelled with laughter and trade. The sheep fattened, the barns filled. The schoolhouse saw the highest attendance yet, Mara and Alice teaching children from 6 villages. Some learned their letters for the first time, others practiced sums and song. All learned to keep story. That kindness is strongest when shared, that peace is kept by many hands, that a hound's loyalty is as precious as gold. That autumn, Lyra's youngest niece, Mira, was married beneath the apple tree to the son of a fisherman who had come to the keep as a boy. The feast was wild and generous, lanterns swinging from every bough, music rolling down to the river. As was tradition, the couple laid bread, apples, and a cup of cider on the stones before dancing into their new life. Even Mara, slow to rise, danced a step, her laughter clear as birdsong. The winter that followed was gentle, the stores full, the fires bright. Lyra spent long evenings in the hall, listening to stories, helping the youngest children write letters to far-flung kin, guiding the older apprentices through their first council meetings. She delegated well, trusting Tam with the watch, Alice with the healers, and a clever boy named Hal with the kennels, his quiet way with dogs promising a new line of masters to come. As always, newcomers arrived, this time a merchant's widow from Lannisport, bringing her 3 children, a weaver from the Reach seeking work and a safe roof, a tinker with a battered cart, and a secret talent for music. They learned the ways of the keep, chores, order, the midday rest beneath the orchard, the tales told at supper, the prayers and promises spoken under the apple tree. By late winter, news came of changes in the wider realm. A new queen crowned in the capital, trade opening to the free cities. Word of dragons sighted far, far east. Lyra listened, weighed what might reach their quiet valley, and prepared as her forebears had. For lean times and full, for peace and trouble, for strangers and storms. It was during the first thaw that Mara, grown thin and weary, called Lyra to her bedside beneath the schoolhouse eaves. The two women sat in the hush, the room bright with the scent of herbs and the hum of life outside. "I think," Mara whispered, "that the keep is as strong as I've ever known it. The children have never been so sure, the fields so green, the hounds so wise. You've done well, Lyra. Remember this: peace is a fire. You must tend it every day. Never trust the world to do it for you." Then Lyra wept then, not from fear, but from gratitude for all she had been given, and all she had been trusted to carry forward. When Mara died at last, her passing was marked with song, with the planting of wildflowers beneath the apple tree, with every heart, old and young, pledged anew to the keep's work and promise. Ace took up her mother's post among the healers, Tam led the council, and Lyra, grieving and hopeful, stood at the head of the hall. The spring that followed was like no other, rain gentle, sun bright, the land forgiving. Lyra's apprentices, children who had come to the keep from a dozen scattered pasts, took their oaths beneath the apple tree, laying their hands on the stones and promising in clear voices to serve, to shelter, to mend, to defend. The keep flourished. Each season, new faces and old stories twined together. The school grew, the kennels filled, and every night, the great hall was full of laughter, music, and the soft thunder of hounds asleep by the fire. And so, as the world spun on, and troubles came and went, Clegane's keep endured. Lyra grew older, then gray, her own children and their children taking up the labors and joys. Each generation learned anew: peace is never a gift, but a task. Every harvest, every meal, every act of kindness renewed the promise beneath the apple tree. By the time Lyra lay down her head for the last time, her name was already carved alongside the others. At her funeral, the keep gathered, voices strong, the dogs singing as one. Bread, apples, cider, and flowers were placed on every stone. And Alice, now the eldest, raised her hand in blessing. "We are the keep. We hold fast. We shelter. We heal. We teach. We forgive. As long as the tree blooms and the hounds keep watch, this light will not go out." Then. And so the story continued, stubborn and bright, a hearth against the darkness and a promise made fresh with every dawn. In the fresh dawn after Lyra's funeral, the keep felt both emptier and more alive than ever, as if the sorrow of her passing had given new sharpness to every voice, every footstep, every scent of wood smoke or bread rising from the kitchens. Eddie stood at the window above the orchard and watched the mist curl between the trunks, sunlight pooling in the hollows where wildflowers would soon rise. She pressed her palm to the glass and murmured the old words. Words she'd heard from Lyra and Mara and every Clegane before them. Hold fast, keep faith, share the work. The season spun on, indifferent to grief, but gentle to the living. In spring, the lambs and pups came early. Children ran the lanes with baskets of kindling, their laughter trailing behind them like banners. The market square thrived, with new traders arriving from Gulltown and the Vale, bringing silks and spices and news of the wider world. The king's roads repaired, peace in the south, rumors that the dragons of Essos had vanished for good or for ill. Alice settled into her role as mistress, with a quiet diligence that soothed the keep's heart. She kept her hair plaited and her sleeves rolled, worked beside the healers and the bakers, was as likely to be seen mending a broken gate as delivering judgment in the hall. Each morning before the kitchens filled and the council met, she visited the apple tree. There she would kneel, lay her palm on Lyra's stone, and remember the charge left to her. Peace is a fire, tend it every day. She saw to the teaching of the youngest children herself, sharing the stories of Sandor, of Milla's first summer, of Ray and Talia and Bren, of Mara's herb lore, of Lyra's stubborn wisdom. The schoolhouse swelled, and the rules were simple and clear. Help each other, honor your work, listen to the hounds and to those who came before. As the keep grew, so did its circle of friends and dependents. Tam remained as captain of the watch, gray at the temples but still spry, his own son, Will, running the night patrols. The kennels were managed now by Hal, whose quiet patience with even the wildest pup became legend. Beth's line saw to the kitchens, and Mara's former apprentices spread out to the nearby villages, founding small healers' houses and bringing news back to Alice when the roads were safe. Trouble, as ever, was never far. A late spring frost blackened half the orchard and threatened the early grain. Alice organized teams to save what they could, bringing every able body into the fields and every spare blanket into the storage barns, to protect the new lambs and puppies from the cold. When a fever swept through a neighboring hamlet, Alice herself rode out with Hal and 3 of the healers, risking her own health to tend to the sick and to bring them food. She returned wan and tired, but victorious, the village saved, the gratitude of their kin echoing through the keep at the next market day. Summer brought abundance and a new wave of arrivals, some refugees from a fire in Maidenpool, others wandering minstrels or stonemasons or farmhands looking for a steadier life. The schoolhouse filled with new pupils, and the kitchens with new voices, some timid, some brash, all eager to belong. At council, Alice heard disputes over fields and fences, over hound pups and garden plots, over love and jealousy and loss. She listened, weighed, decided. Her fairness grew legendary. Her patience became both shield and lesson for all who lived within the walls. The market thrived that year as never before. Traders came for the keep's cider and cheese, for the famed Clegane hounds, for Beth's honeycakes and the song of the children at dusk. The feasts were loud and joyous, lanterns swinging in the apple trees, every bench full. Ace presided at the high table with Tam and Hal and the council, her laughter as strong as her word. With autumn came a challenge more delicate than any raid or drought. The Queen's Guard sent a letter, sealed and stern, requesting not only a dozen of the keep's best hounds, but the service of Will himself for 2 years as a captain in the royal kennels. Will was torn, his pride in the honor at war with his loyalty to the keep and his father. Ace counseled him quietly, encouraging him to follow his heart, assuring him that the keep would endure and welcome him home whenever he returned. At Will's parting, the whole keep gathered beneath the apple tree, and Alice handed him a whistle carved from applewood, tied with a leather cord. A Clegane hound is never lost, and neither is a Clegane, she told him, and the dogs howled as he rode out. Tam watched his son go with tears shining in his eyes, and the keep's children pelted Will with flowers and bread and laughter, so his departure felt a little more like joy than loss. That winter was hard, the snow thick, and the river slow to thaw. Stores ran low, but no one went hungry. Alice spent her days walking the walls, organizing teams for firewood, teaching the children new songs, and on the worst nights, opening the hall to stories and memories. Hal's hounds kept close, sensing the hunger and unease, and more than once a pup or two shared a blanket with the smallest children. In the dark of the year, Alice felt her own limits keenly. The ache of loss, the relentless press of need, the weight of hope and hunger on so many faces. But she remembered Lyra's last blessing, and Mara's hands on hers, and she held fast, finding strength in each day's work, each kindness given or received. When the thaw finally came, the whole valley seemed to breathe out. The apple tree bloomed thick and fragrant, its branches heavy with promise. Ace led the planting as the river ran wild with meltwater, the fields seeded in record time by teams who had learned, in hardship, the truth of their strength. Will's letters came from King's Landing, full of pride and homesickness. The Queen's Guard sent news of the hounds, well famous, beloved by the court and the city folk. At midsummer, Alice called the largest feast the keep had ever seen. Folk from 20 villages came, the hall and yard full of music and color and food, children racing in wild packs, elders sharing stories beneath the apple tree. Tam gave his last song. Hal told the tale of the wild pup who became a legend, and Alice herself stood before the stones and the gathered folk, her heart swelling. We are the keep. We are the hope of the lost and the home of the willing. What we build here is never truly ours alone, but belongs to all who come and all who remember. As long as the apple tree blooms, As long as there are hands to work and hearts to care, our light will not fail. They surrender. So the years moved. Alice grew old and wise, her hair white and her eyes kind, the keeper of the keep's heart and memory. New children grew up beneath the apple tree, learned the stories, sang the songs, took their places at the table and in the fields. The world spun on, peace and war, kings and queens, drought and abundance, birth and loss. But Clegane's keep endured, stubborn as the earth, shining at the heart of the valley. And when at last Alice too was buried beneath the apple tree, her stone joining those of Lyra and Mara, and all the others, the whole keep gathered and the dogs howled their benediction. The story carried forward, as it always had and always would. A legacy built not on swords or crowns, but on kindness given, work shared, hope renewed with every dawn. Ah, Kai. The morning after Alice was buried, the orchard shimmered with dew, sunlight making prisms on every blade and petal. The keep was quiet, the sort of hush that settles over a house after great grief. A hush that is not emptiness, but reverence. The dogs, sensing change as keenly as any child, prowled with gentle wariness, each step light, each tail drooping a little in the absence of the familiar presence in the yard. In the kitchen, Beth's great-granddaughter, Jessa, ladled out bowls of porridge and honey for the waking children, her voice soft as she sang one of Alice's old songs. Tam was gone now too, his seat at the council table taken by his niece Sabra, who had the same iron-gray hair and the habit of rubbing her thumb over her knuckles when deep in thought. Hal, long since master of the kennels, took the first walk of the morning, the hounds padding around him, and paused beneath the apple tree, laying his hand on the latest stone in the growing circle. Spring returned, as it always did, and the work of the keep continued. Sabra called the council early, her voice steady, the faces around her a blend of old and new. There were more children now than ever, foundlings, orphans, runaways, and the children of those who'd been born and died within the walls. The schoolhouse was full, lessons shared between the oldest and youngest, and every day began with the reading of the keep's rules, the names of the dead, and the promise spoken anew. We share, we heal, we keep the peace. That year, trouble blew in from the east, a new warlord in the disputed lands, sending refugees in waves along the King's Road. The keep's gates were tested with every sunrise. Some days, Sabra wondered how much more they could give. But the council stood firm, rationing bread and honey, organizing work parties for the fields, the kennels, the repairs to the wall. Every newcomer was welcomed, but everyone worked, the rules explained with both gentleness and clarity. Howell trained a new line of houndmasters, his own daughters, 2 clever boys from Gulltown, a girl with scars on her hands and a voice that calmed even the wildest pup. They built new kennels, added fresh straw, and kept a roster of every dog's name and bloodline, the books as prized as the ledgers in the steward's strongbox. Sabra insisted on learning the names herself, spending evenings in the cool shade of the orchard, letting the pups tumble over her boots as she read aloud the story of the keep. Sabra's chief worry was not food or shelter, but the keep's soul, the sense of unity, of purpose, that had survived so many years and so many masters. She watched the children at play, the arguments at the wash basins, the glances exchanged between strangers at the market. She saw fatigue, but also laughter. But also the sharing of crusts and cups. At each council, she reminded them, kindness is not weakness. We mend and bind, but we also hold the line. A letter came from Will in the capital, now a father and commander in the Queen's kennels. He sent thanks for the new litter, news of a wedding in the Red Keep, and a promise that the Clegane hounds were still the most respected dogs in the city, guarding doors, saving children from fire, even once leading a search party through the winding sewers to rescue a lost page. The letter was read aloud at supper, and every child swelled with pride to know their work reached so far. That summer brought a plague of locusts to the southern fields, stripping the oats and barley in days. Sabra organized a hunting party to flush the insects, sent for aid from the valley, and had the children glean the last green shoots to feed the sheep and goats. Jessa led the kitchen in stretching every scrap, making soups from roots and dried beans, baking bread from wild grains. Hal's hounds hunted rabbits and quail, bringing enough meat to stave off hunger until the crops could recover. The first rain, after the locusts, felt like a miracle. Sabra led a procession beneath the apple tree, where every family, old and new, left an offering of bread or blossom or song. That evening, with the rain drumming steady on the roof, the hall rang with stories of Sandor's first year at the keep, of Mara's stubbornness during the famine, of Lyra and Alice, each in their time a beacon against the night. Autumn brought change as it always did. Alice's oldest grandchild, Martin, returned from service in the East, bringing his wife and a newborn daughter. He was quiet and thoughtful, with a talent for healing and a voice that soothed even the most frightened stranger. The council welcomed him gladly, and Sabra made him her chief lieutenant, teaching him not just the rules of the keep, but the stories, how each stone in the circle was more than a name, but a lesson learned. As the day shortened, Sabra began to feel her own strength flag. The children noticed first, offering to help her up the steps, bringing her apples and honey with their own hands. Hal stepped in more often, and Martin's calm grew into authority. At the harvest feast, Sabra stood beneath the apple tree, her cane planted firmly in the earth, her face lit by lanterns, and gave her last blessing. We have weathered famine, fire, loss, and war. We are still here because we remember. Remember kindness. Remember work. Remember that no one stands alone. She knelt, the children pressing close, and kissed the stones. My time is ending. Yours is just begun. Make it better. Keep the peace. The winter that followed was the hardest in memory. Wind scouring the hills, snow so deep the kennels vanished beneath drifts, food growing tight. But the keep did not break. Children grew strong in labor, the elders gave their wisdom, and Martin's wife led the women in weaving and mending. Hal kept the hounds working in teams, breaking trails through snow, finding lost sheep, even leading 3 children home when they strayed during a storm. Sabra, frail but present, sat by the fire each night and reminded them that all dark seasons must pass. When Sabra died, she was laid beside Alice and Lyra, Mara and Talia, Sandor and Milla, and all the rest. Martin took up the counsel, his child in his arms, his wife and Hal at his side, and promised to keep the light burning, to share and heal and hold fast. As the snow melted, the keep filled with new energy. The children took up the old songs, the orchard bloomed thick and white, and Martin, now master of the keep, stood beneath the apple tree and spoke to every soul. We are the keep. We are the story. We are the work that saves the world. One kindness, one hand, one day at a time. The roots are deep, the stones are strong. So long as the tree blooms and the dogs keep watch, we endure. Then, and as the spring sun rose over Clegane's keep, life continued. The circle widened, and the promise made beneath the apple tree was kept for yet another generation. Martin Clegane's first year as master of the keep passed not in thunder or triumph, but in the quiet, continuous acts that had always defined Clegane's keep. Wounds bound, bread broken, roofs mended, laughter and tears shared in equal measure. The land itself seemed to settle after the long, hard winter, the sun returning with a gentleness that coaxed green from every branch and flower, from every patch of soil. The orchard blazed white and pink, the apple tree at its heart weighed down with blossoms, its shadow stretching long across the graves of those who had come before. Martin was not born to command, but he'd grown into it, shaped by Sabra's calm guidance, by Hal's rough honesty, by the daily challenges of a home forever balancing abundance with need. He rose before dawn, his infant daughter strapped to his chest, walking the muddy lanes with Hal and the hounds, checking on the lambs, the chickens, the lines of new peas pushing through the frost-blackened earth. His wife, Syra, led the kitchens and the weaving room. Her laughter quick, her scoldings fair, and her arms always open to any crying child. The children of the keep, Sabra's last generation, were growing into their strength now. The oldest, Kel, had a talent for building, mending walls and carving beams with a patience that matched any elder. Jess's youngest, Netta, was fierce in the schoolhouse, leading lessons for the smallest and always the first to speak up in council. Others shone in the kennels, or the fields, or at market, their talents a testament to the keep's long habit of nurturing the gifts of all, not just the fortunate or strong. The world outside pressed close. Refugees from the wars in the east arrived all spring, their faces lined by hunger and fear. Martin, remembering the council's charge, welcomed them as best he could, assigning beds in the granary and the loft above the smithy, organizing teams to help build more cottages. Every hand was put to work, planting, harvesting, hauling, or tending the ever-growing pack of hounds. Some grumbled at first. Hard bread, hard labor, the stern discipline of the keep's rules, but the stubborn, relentless kindness soon won them over. Those who could not, or would not, adapt soon left, and Martin watched them go with a quiet sorrow, wishing them luck, but knowing he could not spare softness when so many depended on order. Trouble came, as it always did. A late frost threatened the barley, and Martin and the children spent 3 nights blanketing the chutes and burning dung in the furrows to keep the cold at bay. A sickness swept through the sheep, but Syra and her apprentices, using remedies Mara had written down long ago, kept most alive. When the first grain wagons from the south were stopped by bandits, Martin rode out with Hal and the hounds, recovering half the flour and warning the bandits away with the keep's reputation. No sword drawn, only a calm promise. Try us and fail. The council, a living mix of old and new, debated every hardship in the hall beneath the high beams. There were arguments and laughter, votes taken and rules adapted, but always, Martin reminded them, the work must be shared and the peace held. He quoted Sabra's last blessing more than once. Kindness is not weakness. We mend and bind, but we also hold the line. Martin's daughter, Amara, took her first steps that summer, to the delighted cheers of every child and adult in the hall. She toddled between the tables, laughing and shrieking as the dogs nuzzled her and children fed her scraps. Jess's Netta, never far from mischief, taught Amara her first word after Mama and Papa, peace. The word, once spoken, seemed to linger in the beams of the hall and the stones of the yard. At the apple tree, the circle of stones grew. 2 elders lost to age, 1 to fever, but a dozen new names etched onto the ledgers. Children born, strangers become kin, the roots of the keep ever deeper. Martin knelt beneath the boughs one dusk, Amara in his lap, and whispered the story of each stone. Sander's stubbornness, Milla's faith, Ray's courage, Ellen's patience, Talia's endurance, Lyra's wisdom, Alice's gentleness, Sabra's justice. The baby reached for the petals, her fingers catching a single blossom, and Martin smiled, thinking of all the lives yet to come. Autumn arrived with rain and wind. The harvest was neither great nor poor, but enough, and the keep celebrated as they always had. Lanterns in the orchard, bread and apples laid at each grave, song and dance, and a prayer spoken beneath the tree. Martin, watching the children whirl and the elders clap in rhythm, felt a wave of gratitude so fierce he had to step away to the orchard's edge, blinking back tears. When Syra found him, he kissed her and whispered, "We are more than a home. We are a promise kept." Now, winter returned with less fury than in years past, but still, the snow was thick and the work relentless. Martin led the men and boys in chopping wood and mending fences. Hal kept the hounds working in teams to break trails to the outlying cottages. Syra organized meals and mending. Jess's family and Netta kept the schoolhouse full of lessons and laughter. When a girl broke her arm in a fall, Syra set it and the children took turns carrying her books and helping her dress each morning. Amara, toddling at her mother's heels, grew bolder every week, and by winter's end, was helping the kennel masters feed the smallest pups. With the thaw, a message arrived from Will in the city. His own daughter, now grown, had been named to the Queen's Council of Trade, and a Clegane hound was at her side on every journey. The letter brought pride and tears. Martin read it aloud at council, and the children chanted the old promise. "As long as the tree blooms and the dogs keep watch, we endure." That spring, Martin called the first festival of the new generation. He and Sarah led Amara and the youngest children in a dance beneath the apple tree, the old circle wide enough now that every child could stand with a hand on a stone and know the story behind each one. Hal passed on the keys to the kennels to his daughter, Mira, whose patient strength matched his own. Netta was made the youngest counselor in living memory, her fierce honesty a guiding star. And Martin, standing at the heart of the circle, gave the last word. "We are not kept by luck, nor by strength alone. We are kept by each other, by the work of many hands, by the lessons of those who came before, by kindness that does not flinch and courage that does not seek glory. Let our children's children say that we held fast, that we built something better than what we found, that we left our peace and our promise for all to share." Then, as the festival faded into night, the lanterns glowed in the orchard, the hounds dozed among the children, and Clegane's keep, stubborn and shining, held its place in the world, a beacon, a family, a living oath. And so, the story continued, as it always would, so long as hearts were brave enough to belong, so long as hands were willing to serve, so long as hope was sown with each new season, beneath the blooming apple tree. Oh, ka. As Martin's second year as master began, spring broke early and eager. The valley soaked in green. Snowmelt filled the river, and the sound of running water was everywhere. Beneath the walls, through the orchard, in the laughter of children chasing each other between beds of crocus and new grass. Clegane's keep thrived on such awakenings. The whole place pulsed with readiness. Fields waiting to be sown, new pups in the kennels, the market square abuzz with traders and neighbors, returning after a winter penned indoors. Martin woke each day to the scent of Syra's bread and Amara's laughter, the patter of dog paws on stone, and the voices of children rising like birdsong. He kept the same habits as Sabra and Alice before him. A turn through the fields, a word for every worker, a hand for every child. In the hall, Netta began the day's reading of names, of kin, of the lost, of the founders, each voice in the keep rising in answer, each day beginning with a chorus of memory. That spring, Martin led the council through a new challenge. A group of proud, stubborn horsemen from the grasslands arrived at the gates with their families, seeking refuge. They'd lost their herds in a river flood, but brought with them hard-won skills, horsemanship, leatherwork, knowledge of distant places. Some in the keep bristled at their wild ways, their accent, their pride. But Martin met them at the apple tree, told them the story of Sandor and Milla, and welcomed them with a promise. Here you keep peace and share the work, and here you belong. The horsemen's children became the swiftest runners, their women taught weaving to Syra's apprentices, and the old grassland chief, called Doran, took a seat at council, his voice measured and wise. Work swelled with the season. The fields were planted with barley and beans, the gardens tilled and seeded, new cottages raised on the western slope, with help from the horsemen's strong backs and clever hands. Hal's daughter Mira, now master of the kennels, bred 2 new lines of hounds, one small and quick for the rabbit warrens, one large and calm for guarding the newborn lambs. Amara, still toddling, was the darling of the keep, the dogs gentle and patient as she tripped between them, her laughter a balm to every heart. The keep grew busier than ever. The schoolhouse expanded, Netta taking on more apprentices, teaching not only letters and sums, but the stories of the keep, Sandor's fierce redemption, Milla's mercy, Talia's tenacity, Lyra's hard-won wisdom, Alice's quiet justice, Sabra's courage, Martin's own hope. The children memorized these tales, reciting them at council, repeating the old promise. We are the keep, and the keep is us. When a spring fever swept the valley, Syra and Mira's sister, Hannah, led the healers from farm to farm. They found a remedy in willow bark tea and rest, with the oldest children carrying soup and warm bread to the sick, and the hounds running messages across the hills. The fever took 2 of the very old and a newborn, but the keep was spared the worst, its spirit undimmed. At the funeral, Martin spoke beneath the apple tree, his voice hoarse with sorrow and gratitude. We remember, we endure. Our dead are never lost, they make us strong. With summer came bounty. The barley was high, the beans fat and green, the apple tree hung heavy with fruit. The grassland folk showed the keep how to build new windbreaks, saving 1/3 of the harvest from the wild storms that battered the valley in July. At market, Jessa's honeycakes became famous, traders leaving with sacks of bread and promises to return, their purses lighter and their hearts lightened by the keep's welcome. One morning, a raven arrived with a sealed letter. News from King's Landing that a new Lord Paramount had been named in the Westerlands, and that the roads north would soon be open for trade. Martin met with council and planned a new round of exchanges: hounds and wool for glass, seeds for tools, honey for dyes. The grassland chief, Doran, volunteered to ride south with 2 of his sons, promising to bring back news, kin, and trade. The months passed swiftly, each day filled with work, each night with stories and song. The market square was rebuilt with new stalls and lanterns, the hall's rafters repaired after a wild summer storm, and the first Clegane hound from Mira's new line was given to Netta as her companion, a brindled bitch named Dream, who became the unofficial guardian of every child in the keep. Trouble, as always, came too. A fire broke out in the grain barn at harvest, threatening the stores. It was Amara, barely 4, who ran barking to the hall, Dream at her heels, rousing the whole keep. They formed a bucket line in minutes, the grassland folk leading the way, and doused the flames before they could spread. In the aftermath, Martin praised every hand, no matter how small. Every act matters. Every life here counts. At the autumn feast, under a full harvest moon, the keep gathered beneath the apple tree, the stones shining in lantern light, the fruit piled high on every table. Doran returned, bringing gifts: red glass from Lannisport, fine cloth from Old Town, tales of safe roads and new neighbors. Martin raised a cup and called on the old promise. Here we remember the lost. Here we welcome the stranger. Here we build together, one season at a time. That winter, the keep was crowded with new life and old. Netta and Mira led the children in games through the snowdrifts. Cyrus' kitchen never lacked for stew or bread. Martin read aloud from the old ledgers, teaching the children the names of every soul who'd come and gone. Even Doran, for all his years, joined the youngest at sledding on the north slope, his laughter deep and wild in the icy air. As the solstice drew nearer, the oldest children, now nearly grown, petitioned Martin to carve their own stones for the apple tree circle, promising to carry the keep's story forward. Martin wept as he granted their request, knowing that the roots of hope must always spread anew. Beneath the boughs, with Amara on his shoulders and Syra's arm around his waist, he spoke the blessing he'd learned from so many lips. We are not the end of this story. We are its stewards. Our strength is the sum of every kindness given, every promise kept, every hand that builds or heals or feeds or teaches. As long as the apple tree blooms and the dogs keep watch, the keep will stand. The children, old, new, and in between, sang the keep's song, their voices rising above the lanterns and the drifting snow. In that music, Martin heard the memory of every master before him, and the hope of every child yet to come. Clegane's keep endured, its story ever growing, its circle ever widening. One season, one heart, one unbroken promise at a time. A.K. Winter was slow to leave Clegane's keep that year, clinging to the hills with a stubbornness the folk found both irritating and oddly familiar. An echo of the blood and bones beneath the orchard, a last test before the world could move on. The nights lingered cold, and the wind scoured the lanes, but inside the great hall, life thrummed louder for it. Children, nearly wild with cabin fever, wove games through the tables, and chased the hounds around the hearth, while Syra and Jessa kept the bread rising, and the stews simmering, and the elders swapped stories of winters past, as though their voices alone might coax spring into being. Martin was everywhere and nowhere, overseeing the last of the firewood, checking the sheep in the lambing shed, helping Mira mend a fence when the frost cracked it apart, then vanishing for an hour to tend to Amara's fever, or comfort a weeping child from one of the new grassland families. There were more hands than ever, and more worries, but also more strength. Every newcomer added to the keep's voice, every challenge answered by more than one mind or pair of hands. He found himself leaning more on counsel than he ever had, trusting Netta's stern sense, and Mira's patience, Cyrus' tireless warmth, Jessa's shrewd head for supplies, and Doran's quiet, weathered wisdom. The first green shoots in the orchard felt like a victory. Martin rose before dawn each morning to walk the rows, Amara on his shoulders, the dogs loping beside them. At the apple tree, he would lay a hand on the bark, whispering a word of thanks for each soul whose stone circled its roots. He spoke to them as if they might answer. Sandor, what would you do with so many mouths? Mila, how did you hold them together? Sabra, Alice, Lyra, Talia, did you doubt as I do? Amara would clap her hands and laugh, scattering petals as the hounds nosed the stones. The tree, steadfast as the rising sun, gave its only answer. Endure, grow, begin again. As the ground softened, the keep exploded with movement. Doran's kin led the plowing with their quick little horses, slicing furrows through the black earth. Mira's new litter of hounds proved both clever and stubborn, and she let the older children try their hand at training, with Dream padding between them, ever the patient peacemaker. Syra's gardens filled with peas, onions, carrots, and herbs, the work made lighter by laughter and song. Jessa organized the pantries and the new root cellar, her ledgers more precise than ever, and managed the daily miracle of keeping everyone fed. A traveling priest arrived, wind-bitten and thin, bringing news of the wider world. War had flared again near the narrow sea. The Queen's council sought grain and dogs, but also wisdom, folk who could teach order, mercy, and resilience to new settlements. The priest carried a letter from Will, who had risen now to chief of the royal kennels, his daughter, a counselor, and his grandchildren, carrying the story of Clegane's, keep into the highest circles of the realm. You are known, the priest told Martin one night by the fire, not just for your hounds, but for the way your people live. Folk call it the keep's mercy. Them. Martin, tired and humbled, shared the letter at council, and the keep feasted that night on stewed lamb and early cider, the song and laughter long and loud. Still, with every blessing came new demands. Another influx of hungry folk arrived, led by a pair of sisters with 7 children between them, desperate for shelter and hope. The council met, voices raised, Netta sharp, Jessa's cool, Mira and Syra calm but tired. Martin listened to all, then said simply, "We do as we always have. We make room. We share the work. We teach the rules. Mercy is our law." It was not always easy. There were quarrels, over chores, over food, over old feuds and new fears. The new children sometimes fought with the old. The grassland boys clashed with the kitchen girls, and once a pair of hounds broke a leg in a chase after an unfamiliar sheep. Mira mended the dog. Syra mediated the quarrel. Netta and Jessa rewrote the chore roster, and Martin spent 2 days walking from group to group, reminding them all of the keep's promise. No one here stands alone. We mend. We share. We forgive and start again. Spring burst into glory with a week of rain and a sudden fierce blooming. The river ran high, threatening the bridges, but the horsemen managed the crossings, and the children, led by Amara and Dream, made a game of tossing wildflowers into the current for luck. The first market day of the season was a riot of color and noise. Traders from Old Town and the north, songs sung from the grassland, Beth's honey cake stacked in golden towers, hounds dozing in the shade, their coats brushed and shining. Martin found himself at the center of it all, not as a lord, but as a host and neighbor, a word for every traveler, a blessing for each new face. At the council fire that night, Doran presented him with a gift, a carved bone whistle, inlaid with silver and marked with the sigil of the keep. "For you, master," Doran said, "to call your people home wherever they wander." The summer was one of plenty, the orchard bowed with fruit, the fields thick with grain, the market days full, and the hall noisy with joy. Trouble came, of course, a sickness in the lambs, a thunderstorm that cracked 2 chimney stacks, a petty thief from a passing caravan. Each problem was met and mended. Netta caught the thief herself, and rather than punishment, Martin put the young man to work in the kennels. He grew into one of Mira's best hands and, in time, became a leader among the new arrivals. At the midsummer feast, Amara, now 6, wild-haired and bright-eyed, stood on a stool beside Martin and sang the keep's song, Dream at her feet, and every child's voice rising to join hers. Mira told the story of the hound who saved a king's life in the capital. Netta recited the old litany of names. Doran led the dancers through the orchard, while Jessa's bread disappeared as fast as it was sliced. That autumn, a delegation from King's Landing arrived. Will's granddaughter, now Lady of the Kennels, and 2 counselors seeking advice on founding a new refuge in the Riverlands. Martin welcomed them, shared his table and his story, and walked them beneath the apple tree. There, in the golden dusk, he told them, "What endures here is not our walls or our wealth, but the way we hold each other. Mercy is not the absence of hardship, but the answer to it. Teach your people that, and the rest will follow." Then thou, sir. The keep circle grew again. New stones added for the elders lost that winter. New names carved for children born in the hayloft. For strangers become kin. For acts of courage and of kindness that marked another season of holding fast. Amara learned the stories by heart, and Martin, standing beneath the apple tree at dusk, felt the presence of all those who had come before. The first snows that year fell early, soft and bright, cloaking the orchard in silence. Martin gathered his family, his council, the old, the new, the hounds and the children, beneath the apple tree, lanterns glowing in the dusk. He spoke the old promise, his voice strong and clear, and the people answered him, one by one, the song echoing over stone and snow and blossom. We are the keep. We endure. We are not perfect, nor always wise, but we are stubborn in our hope. For every name here, for every life given and received, we keep the fire. So long as the tree blooms and the dogs sing, Clegane's keep will stand. And as the years slipped onward, that promise held. Passed from heart to heart, hand to hand, story to story, stubborn and shining as the light beneath the orchard, enduring as hope in the dark. When the snow finally melted from the hills that year, Clegane's keep emerged into a spring so lush it felt almost enchanted. Every furrow sprouting green, every stone in the orchard carpeted with violets and the waxy white and pink of apple blossoms. Amara, tall for her age, ran barefoot from one grave marker to the next, reading each name aloud to a cluster of younger children. Dream, the brindled hound, followed faithfully, nose to the ground and tail waving like a banner. Overhead, the sky was a flawless blue, the kind that had always meant hope at the keep. Martin watched from the kitchen garden as Syra and Jessa thinned seedlings and planned the week's meals, the air rich with onion, damp soil, and baking bread. Martin's hair was silver now at the temples, and though his step was still light, he felt the years in his bones. He let himself rest a moment, content to be a witness, a man who had come to understand the beauty in stewardship and the miracle of a community that healed itself season after season. The keep itself had become more than a hall or a market. It was a living thing, its rules woven into every meal, every story, every labor shared. Children learned to read on the ledgers and old letters, to count by splitting firewood, to argue their points in council before they learned the sword or bow. Sabra's memory was kept by her niece Sabine, who now sat the council's left hand, and Mira's hound line had grown so renowned that traders arrived just to watch her at work with pups, her patience as legendary as her father's had been. That spring, the world beyond the valley stirred again. War burned far away. A petty king in the riverlands clashing with a southern lord. Columns of smoke sometimes visible beyond the ridge. The queen's messengers arrived in a flurry of banners and urgency, requesting not only a dozen hounds, but also asking for Mira's advice in training peacekeepers for refugee camps. Martin and council debated for a full night, weighing the risk of sending their own into troubled lands. At last, they agreed to send Mira herself, with 2 apprentices and a team of 6 dogs. Our best, Martin called them, his pride and worry at war in his face. Mira's departure was a festival and a trial. Songs at dawn, gifts pressed into her hands, Amara clinging tight around her waist before the gate. "Remember what Sabra always said," Martin whispered as he embraced her. "Kindness is the shield that never breaks." Mira's eyes were bright with tears and determination. "I'll teach them what we know," she promised. "I'll come back with stories." The days that followed were heavy with absence and hope. Amara, shaken by her first real parting, took solace in the hounds and the orchard. Sabine guided her gently, encouraging her to write letters for Mira to carry news of the keep. Lists of names, stories of spring, small triumphs and worries. Jessa took charge of the kitchens, expanding the garden and leading children in gathering wild greens. Netta's counsel grew sharper, her voice quick to defend the rights of new arrivals, and the oldest among them. Summer arrived with thunder and rain, the river nearly overflowing its banks. Martin and Doran's kin shored up the embankments with stone and willow, teaching the horsemen's children to work as a single team. When the river finally receded, the fields stood rich and dark, the promise of a great harvest shining in every row. It was in midsummer that a ragged column appeared on the southern road. Hundreds of people, mostly women and children, trailing wagons, hungry and hollow-eyed, marked by fire and flight. At their head rode a young woman in battered mail, a tattered banner at her back. Martin rode out to meet them, Dream at his side, the keep's people arrayed behind him, Syra with water, Jessa and Netta ready with bread. The leader dismounted, her hands empty, her voice hoarse. "We seek peace, shelter. We have lost everything else." Martin searched her face, saw the truth in her exhaustion and in the eyes of the children behind her. He thought of every story carved into the apple tree, every lesson Sabra and Lyra and Alice had left for him. "You'll find peace here if you will share the work and the rules," he said. "No one goes hungry who will help the keep. No one is turned away for fear or loss." He turned to the council. "We'll stretch the stores. We'll build new cottages if we must. We have endured before, and we will again." The newcomers settled into the rhythm of the place. Amara organized games for the children, Dream and the other hounds standing gentle guard. The older boys and girls from the camps learned to hoe and weed. The women mended clothes, Sabine and Syra taught them to cook the keep's recipes. At first there were quarrels, over food, over chores, over the bruises of grief and pride. Netta called the oldest together one evening beneath the apple tree, and told them the story of Sandor Clegane, the hound who learned mercy, the broken man who built a home by making peace a labor and a law. "Here," she finished, "we carry every sorrow, but we don't carry them alone. Here, you are safe, but you must keep others safe too." One night, a trio of strangers crept into the stores to steal what they could carry. They were caught by Dream and Amara, who stood her ground while the hound circled. The council met before dawn, Martin sitting quiet while the keep argued. In the end, the strangers were not banished, but put to work with Mira's youngest apprentices, digging, learning the value of what they'd nearly taken. One later became a trusted hand in the kennels, and Amara never let him forget who'd caught him first. As autumn ripened, Mira's letters returned, full of tales from the camps. How the hounds could break up a riot with a look, how the Queen's peacekeepers learned to feed children before they enforced any law, how the apple tree story was passed from mouth to mouth, becoming a banner of hope in places where hope was hard to find. She would return at the first frost, she promised, with news and new friends. The harvest was the best in a decade. Every bin was full, every cupboard packed. Jessa and Sira led a baking day with the new women, flour dusting their hair and arms, laughter bubbling out the open kitchen windows. The autumn feast was a riot. Songs in 3 languages, a new dance brought by the horsemen. Cider and bread passed from hand to hand beneath the apple tree. Each new family was given a candle and a cup of cider to pour out for the dead they had lost, a tradition as old as Sandra's first spring at the keep. The first snow fell early, white on the dark furrows, and the red apples clinging stubbornly to the boughs. Mira returned, weary but triumphant, her apprentices carrying new stories and gifts from the queen. That night by lantern light, the keep's people gathered in the hall. Mira knelt to embrace Amara and dream, then rose to face Martin and the council. "The world is hard," she said, "but we are harder, in the best ways. They know our name now, far and wide, not for wealth or war, but for the peace we keep, the mercy we teach, the home we give." Now. Martin took her hand, and together they spoke the old promise, every voice joining, the dogs howling their benediction. "We are the keep. We hold the line. We share, we heal, we forgive, we endure. As long as the apple tree blooms and the hounds keep watch, there will be light enough for all." And so, through the storm and harvest, hunger and hope, Clegane's keep endured, its story ever growing, its promise renewed with every name spoken, every sorrow shared, every kindness given. As the fire burned through the long winter, as the children grew and learned, as new stones joined the circle beneath the blossoming tree, the keep stood bright in the darkness, a testament to the stubborn labor of mercy, a hearth to all who sought its warmth, a light that would not go out. The winter that followed was long and biting, snow climbing the stone steps of Clegane's keep and blanketing every thatch and field. Yet inside the hall, the light and warmth defied the cold. Hounds and children sprawled together by the great fire, elders played at dice or told tales by lamplight, and the newcomers, now nearly a year in the keep, carried their share of the day's work, forging bonds that blunted the old ache of exile and loss. Martin, grayer now but as sturdy as the beams overhead, moved quietly from table to table, always with a kind word, a story, or a gentle nudge for a stubborn quarrel. Sira's kitchen bustled day and night, with Jessa orchestrating the flour and the new women making dumplings from recipes older than any at the keep. Amara had grown tall and strong, a quick step and a quick wit, a leader among the younger children and a companion to every dog. The first heavy snows blocked the north road for a week. Mira led teams of older boys and girls to shovel drifts and clear paths for traders, with Dream ranging ahead, her brindled coat shining in the pale sun. Netta taught lessons in the schoolhouse by candlelight, her stories a mixture of numbers, history, and the old tales of the keep. In the deep evenings, Martin sometimes sat in the council chamber with Doran or Sabine, and listened to the younger voices debate the year's challenges and the future. That winter, one worry pressed on them all. A sickness among the sheep, swift and deadly, threatening both Spring's lambs and the keep's larder. Sira and the healers worked for days, burning straw, isolating the sick, dosing the flock with every remedy in the book. Mira and her apprentices, dogs at heel, stood vigil every night to keep foxes and wolves at bay. Martin spent long hours in the barn, speaking softly to animals and people alike. By the thaw, they had lost a quarter of the flock, but saved the rest, and more than one elder whispered that it was the keep's unity that had carried them through, not luck or strength alone. When the snows melted, Amara led the children out beneath the apple tree, clearing the circle of stones and planting new wildflowers for the ones the frost had claimed. Mira and Netta taught the younger children how to read each name aloud, telling the stories behind them. Sandor, who first made peace his labor, Milla, who healed, Ray, who listened, Lyra, who taught them to endure, Sabra, who spoke with justice, Martin, whose hope was a thread through every trial. The arrival of spring brought more than just color and warmth. Mira's contacts from the Queen's peacekeeper camps arrived, riding in a line of tidy wagons with banners showing the old apple tree and 3 hounds. They brought news. Peace was slowly spreading through the riverlands. The Queen's new towns needed more hands, and the story of Clegane's keep was taught to every child and every council. Not a tale of banners and swords, but of the labor of mercy and the hard-won wisdom of sharing the burden. The market swelled with traders, songs, and food. Old neighbors returned from far travels, sharing news of a good harvest in the north and fewer raids in the south. Cyrus' kitchen added dishes from the new families. Spiced lamb stew and a honey cake that quickly became a feast day favorite. Sabine's council was the steadiest in years, blending old rules with new customs. And for the first time, the keep held a mid-spring dance for all comers, filling the orchard with laughter and music until moonrise. It was then that Martin realized the world outside was changing faster than the old days. Letters came from King's Landing. Will's granddaughter now led the Queen's Council on Settlements, and Mira's former apprentices were helping found new communities, carrying the keep's ways wherever they went. Netta's cousins sailed with traders to Bravos, promising to return with stories and seeds. Amara, wise beyond her years, helped Martin keep up with the news, translating letters, teaching her friends new songs, and organizing the children to collect food for the poorest in the valley. But with growth and peace came new challenges. As summer neared, a new band of travelers arrived, city-born, proud, and unused to the rules of work and service. The council debated fiercely. The keep had never turned anyone away, but neither did it bend its rules for pride or privilege. In the end, it was Amara, Mira, and Dream who showed the newcomers the way. A week's work in the kennels, a place at the school, and a lesson in patience and humility. Some left after the first rain, but those who stayed became as loyal and hardworking as any, adding their own flavor to the keep's culture. The fields, reseeded with Doran's advice and the help of the horsefolk, yielded well. The orchard's apples weighed down the boughs, and the market days grew into small festivals, drawing musicians, acrobats, and healers from distant towns. The story of the keep's mercy and stubborn hope grew in every telling, and Martin found himself writing letters of counsel to new communities, inviting their elders to come and share in the old wisdom. That harvest, the keep gathered beneath the apple tree, every family bringing bread, fruit, and a stone marked with a name or a prayer. Martin led the blessing. Amara and Netta read the stories, and Mira brought out a new litter of pups to be named and given to the children. Jess's kitchen overflowed with food, and Cyrus' songs wove through the air, a thread tying past and present together. With the last leaf fall, Martin knew his time as master was nearing its end. He began passing more duties to Amara, who listened deeply to every person, hound, and counselor. Mira prepared the next generation of kennel masters, Netta and Sabine trained new counselors, and the keep itself thrummed with readiness. Martin's pride was not in any one building, dog, or rule, but in the way the story continued, a living promise retold with every new hand, every new hope. On the first night of snow, Martin sat beneath the apple tree, Dream at his side, Amara on his right, and watched the keep's windows glow golden in the dusk. He spoke softly to the stones, to his kin living and dead, to the keep that was more than stone and wood. We are the keep. We are the memory of kindness and the hope of mercy. We have endured and we will endure, not because we are strong alone, but because we are strong together. As long as the tree blooms, as long as the dogs keep watch, there will be peace here for any who are willing to share it. And so Clegane's keep flourished, its fire alight against the long dark. Its story never finished, its circle ever widening, its promise renewed with every dawn. Ni. When the winter's end finally yielded to spring, it felt like a reward, a kindness earned after months of hard, shared labor. The thaw came all at once, a surge of birdsong, running water, snow collapsing from the eaves, a scent of green in every breath. Amara woke before dawn on the first truly warm day, slipping from her bed by the window to watch the orchard mist curling gold beneath the rising sun. Dream padded silently behind her, the old hound's muzzle silvered now, but his step still light as shadow. Together, girl and dog made the rounds her father had once walked. The orchard, the new kennels, The stone circle beneath the apple tree, where names Sandor, Mila, Ray, Talia, Lyra, Alice, Sabra, Martin seemed to glow with the promise of another season. In the hall, Martin was up before her, cradling a mug of tea as he checked the council roster and the spring stores. His eyes crinkled with pride and fatigue. It was clear to everyone, especially Amara, that the keep was in her hands now, and he took comfort in the way she moved through the early morning, greeting Syra and Jessa in the kitchen, checking the lists Mira had posted for the week's dog training, bending down to listen to a new child's dream, or settling a quarrel over chores before it could spark. The keep was more full than it had ever been. New families arrived in a steady trickle, drawn by stories of peace, justice, and order, but also by the quiet promise that no one here was lost or forgotten. The children of the keep, old and new, practiced their letters on the old ledgers, ran through the blooming orchard, and helped the healers plant early herbs in beds beside the river. Sabine, now white-haired and stooped, took the morning classes for the smallest children, teaching them the rules and the tales that made the keep a living memory. Spring also brought a summons from King's Landing. A counselor, a daughter of Will's line, requested Amara's help with a new settlement further south, a place where war and famine had left folk bitter and suspicious. Amara gathered her council and the old heads, Netta and Mira, Jessa and Syra, Doran's kin, and together they debated what the keep could spare. "We never weaken ourselves by sharing," Amara said, echoing Martin's old lesson. "We'll send hounds, food, and healers. I'll go, if the keep can hold without me." There was a murmur, half pride, half worry, but when Martin spoke, it was with absolute certainty. "You'll come back, Amara, and you'll carry us with you, just as we carried those who came before." Damned high. So it was that Amara left in late spring with Dream at her side, 3 young kennel masters, and half a wagon of gifts: honey, dried bread, herbs, letters, even a single root cutting from the apple tree, wrapped with reverence and placed at the bottom of the basket. The journey south was not easy. Roads were muddy, some towns cold or suspicious, but everywhere the story of the keep's mercy traveled ahead of them. At the new settlement, Amara found despair and hunger, yes, but also a handful of tired women and grim-faced men who were ready to listen. She began with the simple lessons: how to keep accounts and settle disputes with fairness, how to feed everyone before any one person ate twice, how to use dogs not as weapons, but as comfort and warning, and how to build trust not by promises, but by work done together. Children warmed to Dream instantly, and by the end of the first month, the settlement had grown a school, a garden, and a kitchen as orderly as any at the keep. Amara met each dawn beneath a scraggly crabapple tree, hers now to tend, and wrote letters home, each one a thread binding her new home to the old. Back at Clegane's keep, Martin kept watch with pride and anxiety. Mira managed the kennels, Netta the council, Jessa the markets, and Syra the kitchens. Sabine's wisdom guided every quarrel and question, and the spring market, now famous from Maidenpool to Gulltown, brought travelers, healers, and even a troupe of singers, who set the children to dance beneath the orchard's blooms. The keep welcomed all, but never bent its rules for pride or gold. Trouble came as it must. A flash flood took 2 cottages by the river, and 3 families lost all they owned. The council gathered, and within a day, every household had shared blankets, food, and tools, and work teams raised new walls before the mud had even dried. A band of outlaws tried the market, only to be outmaneuvered by the young kennel masters, and driven off with nothing worse than a bruised ego. When a fever swept the outlying farms, Mira's healers brought it under control with root and willow bark, and the hounds ran every night between cottages, guiding the lost and guarding the weak. Late that summer, Amara returned. She had lost weight, but gained something in her step, her bearing full of gravity, her gaze quick and bright. Dream was a little slower, but as loyal as ever. With her came 6 new families and 2 orphans she'd taken under her wing, and the cutting from the apple tree, now rooted and already sprouting leaves. The homecoming feast was a joy unmatched, old and new gathering in the hall, and the orchard. Jessa's honey cakes vanished as quickly as they appeared. The market thronged with friends and strangers alike. Amara told her stories of hardship and hope, of rules bent but never broken, of the night dream stood between a child and a wolf, and the morning when, for the first time, the new settlement held a council and every voice was heard. That autumn, as leaves fell golden over the graves, Martin laid his hand on Amara's shoulder beneath the apple tree. "The keep is yours now," he said. "You've made it larger than any one place. See to it the story never shrinks." Amara did not shy from the burden. She led the blessing, her voice as sure as any master before her. "We are the keep. We share the burden and the hope. We teach, we heal, we forgive, we endure. As long as the apple tree grows, as long as the hounds keep watch, this light will outlast the darkness." The keep stood, as it always had, its story unbroken, its promise renewed. Every year, new names were etched in stone, new families took the oath, and every dawn, the first laughter and the first bark beneath the blooming apple tree were a reminder that the hardest work was always mercy, and the greatest reward was a home made strong by kindness. And so, through harvest and frost, through loss and hope, Clegane's keep remained, a beacon of stubborn peace in a world forever at war with itself, a home to all who came with open hands and willing hearts, and a legend living and growing beneath the ancient blossoming tree. K. As the years ripened under Amara's stewardship, Clegane's keep became more than a haven. It became a living legend, a place where stories walked in sunlight and every labor was a thread in the tapestry of peace. The apple tree's branches grew wider, heavy with fruit in autumn, and every year more stones circled its trunk, each inscribed with a name and a memory, each blessed with a handful of wildflowers or a child's whispered hope. Amara found herself growing into the keep as if she had been born for it. She was no longer the eager child shadowing her father in the fields, nor just the clever voice at council, or the gentle hand in the kennels. She had become the keep's heart, listening, guiding, bending with the wind but never breaking. Dream was gone now, laid to rest beneath the orchard's edge, and the new hounds, descendants of Sandor's first dogs, slept by her hearth, vigilant and beloved. Martin, long since retired to a sun-warmed bench by the schoolhouse, watched with pride and a little awe. The keep he had shaped with Sabra and Mira and Netta was larger than he had ever dared imagine. New buildings filled the old gaps, gardens stretched along the riverbank, and the market now spilled down the hill and across the bridge. Amara's council was a living mix of ages and histories, horsefolk, healers, crafters, children raised from the cradle among the rules and songs of the keep, and newcomers who had shed suspicion for belonging. The story of the keep was known from Winterfell to Old Town, from the Queen's Court to the free cities across the sea. Each season brought letters from settlements founded by former keepers and their kin, from the peacekeeper camps that Mira and her apprentices had shaped, from traders who bore the tale of the hounds, who saved a child from wolves, or a market from thieves. Each letter was read aloud at council, each name welcomed into the circle of memory. Yet, for all its plenty, the keep never knew a year without trouble. The world beyond remained as restless as a river in flood, war, famine, plague, the rise and fall of banners Amara barely remembered from her girlhood. Sometimes, refugees still arrived, pale and hollow, bearing nothing but grief and a tale of loss. Sometimes, traders brought news of storms or droughts that would strain their stores. Sometimes, the weight of leadership pressed on Amara, as heavy as an old wound. But the keep's answer was always the same. The old lessons, the stubborn rituals, the laws made not by force, but by the shared burden of survival and hope. When a fever swept through the valley, the healers and apprentices fanned out, bringing broth and salves, the children running errands with the hounds as escort. When a crop failed, the keep divided its stores and sent runners to the neighboring villages, and every hand doubled their effort in the fields. And each trouble, faced together, became a story to retell, a new thread in the fabric. Amara called her counsel beneath the apple tree at every turn, her hand pressed to the rough bark as she spoke the names of those who had weathered such storms before. Sandor, Mila, Ray, Lyra, Talia, Alice, Sabra, Martin, Mira, Dream, and all the rest. In the hush that followed, each counselor would speak their own hope, their own vow to the keep and its peace. Children were born and grew. Amara taught them the rules and the stories, but also the skills of living in a community. How to plant a row of beans, how to calm a frightened pup, how to argue in council with respect, and how to listen, truly listen, to another's pain. Sabine passed at last, mourned by all, and Amara led the blessing over her grave, the hounds silent and attentive at the edge of the orchard. The keep's market drew folk from 100 miles, filling the riverbank with bright tents and laughter. One summer, a troupe of singers arrived with a new ballad, The Hound's Light, weaving Sandor's story into legend, and Amara saw elders and children alike weeping with pride and remembrance. That night, by lantern light, she met with a group of counselors from the south, folk looking to build a new settlement. She gave them a cutting from the apple tree, 2 pups, a copy of the rules, and a single careful warning. Peace is not the absence of trouble. It is the habit of facing trouble together and refusing to let it rule your heart. Then so, with each passing season, Amara trained a new circle of leaders, trusting them to take the keep's lessons beyond its walls. She let go of work, bit by bit. First the kennels to Mira's apprentice, then the schoolhouse to Netta's granddaughter, then the gardens to a boy whose hands sang to every green thing. Still, she kept the counsel and the blessing at the tree, her voice anchoring the keep in memory and purpose. There came a year of hardship, the worst in a generation. A blight took the beans and half the grain, rains flattened the hay, and fever returned in late autumn, taking 3 elders and 2 children. The council sat in the hall every night, candles burning low, voices sometimes raw with fatigue or fear. Amara felt the limits of her strength. She was old now, her joints aching, her hair silvered, her dreams often filled with the voices of the dead. But it was the children, grown to youth, who led the keep through. They rallied the families for the last harvest, cared for the sick, fetched water and wood, ran messages across frozen fields, never losing faith in the rules and rituals that had shaped their lives. One snowy night, as Amara sat by the fire, a girl named Lena came to her with a bowl of stew and a promise. When it's my turn, I'll remember all of it. I'll never let the light go out. In the spring that followed, the keep circle widened again. The newcomers from the southern camp took their oaths, adding new names to the stones, new recipes to the kitchen, new laughter to the schoolhouse. The market that year was the biggest yet, and the apple tree blossomed so thickly that petals drifted through every window and door. Amara knew her time was ending. One golden evening, she gathered her council, her kin, the children and elders, the hounds and traders and newcomers, beneath the apple tree. She spoke for a long while, her voice steady and warm as the dusk. We are Clegan's keep. We are every kindness that outlives the hand that gave it, every law written by the hope of the hungry and the lonely, every dog that ever kept a child safe in the dark. We are the circle, the story, the stubborn labor of mercy, and the home we make for each other. This is your legacy, your burden, your blessing. Carry it forward, carry it well. And now, Amara's death was mourned by the whole valley, and celebrated too with bread, apples, and songs, and the planting of a new apple sapling beside the old. Her stone joined the circle, etched with words chosen by the youngest children. She kept the peace. She kept the light. And as the keep moved into a new season, new faces at council, new pups at heel, new children learning to read by the window light, the promise endured. The keep flourished, stubborn and bright, a hearth in a changing world. A legend still lived, a chain unbroken beneath the shade of the ancient apple tree. Oh, ah. The spring after Amara's death was the greenest in living memory, grass thick as a blanket across the fields, the river singing bright with meltwater, apple trees heavy with blossoms that seemed to snow even in sunlight. Life, as always at Clegane's keep, flowed forward, not as if the departed were forgotten, but as if they'd become something more deeply rooted, woven into the ground and the hearts of those who worked it. The new apple sapling, planted beside Amara's stone, burst into leaf almost overnight. Children argued over whose turn it was to water it, as though tending that slender trunk was an act of love and loyalty. The keep's life was in new hands now. Many hands. A council built of kin and adopted kin, old settlers and newcomers, and a generation raised on Amara's lessons and stories. Lena, the girl who'd promised to carry the light, took her seat at the table with her ink-stained fingers and quiet, listening ways. Mira's former apprentice, called Tall Joss, managed the kennels, a gentle giant whose patience with pups was legendary. Sabine's granddaughter Fyra took charge of the schoolhouse, teaching reading and reckoning by the fire on rainy afternoons. Jess's great-nephew Rye ran the market, and Doran's youngest, now a man, his own braids shot through with gray, kept the horses and helped newcomers find their feet. Martin still lived, white-haired and slow, spending most days on the bench outside the hall, or walking the orchard. But when the council faltered, he spoke with a gravity that brought even the youngest voices to stillness. The keep is not stone, he'd remind them, nor law, nor even story. The keep is habit, of kindness, of courage, of sharing every burden. Sometimes, when the work was heavy or a quarrel threatened to split the hall, he would go out under the apple trees and simply stand, waiting, until the air changed and laughter crept back. That year's troubles were old ones in new shapes. The markets bustled, but brought new mouths. Traders, lost children, war widows from distant valleys, and a small band of men from the far east, strangers to every custom. There were arguments about bread, about work, about who got a place in the new cottages that were being raised on the slope above the river. When a woman from the east was found hoarding apples for her starving children, there was an uproar. Lena, whose mother had once been hungry herself, called a council beneath the apple tree. She listened to every voice, but when anger rose, she quieted the crowd with a wave. We are not ruled by fear or by hunger. The rules are the same for all. Work, share, keep the peace. But mercy is not weakness. Let her stay, let the children eat, and let her teach us what she knows of orchards and the seasons where she was born. We all bring something here, and we all are changed. That decision, spoken firmly beneath the shade, set the tone for the coming year. The orchard was better for the stranger's knowledge, and her eldest daughter, soon enough, was the best new handler in the kennels. Late that spring, riders arrived from the Queen's Road, soldiers escorting a royal messenger, and a pair of young lords, one of whom carried a broken arm and a pride twice as battered. They brought news. The Queen's new settlements were thriving, thanks to lessons borrowed from the keep. Peace had mostly returned to the riverlands, but always needed tending. The Queen herself sent a letter, praising Clegane's keep for its work, its hounds, its healers, and most of all, its stubborn refusal to turn away the suffering. The young lords, both no older than Mira's pups, stayed the summer. One learned carpentry from Doran's son, the other baking from Jess's kin. Both tried their hands at dog training, mucking stalls and mending fences, and both, after a moon's turn, had lost the arrogance of their arrival. By summer's end, one had asked to stay the winter, promising to bring word of the keep's ways to the Queen's council. That summer, too, saw the first open festival since Amara's passing. The orchard was hung with lanterns, the schoolhouse filled with songs in 5 languages, and the market square alive with acrobats, musicians, and children in flower crowns. The hounds paraded, proud and solemn, leading the youngest children around the apple trees in a dance. At sunset, Lena called all to the stones, and the elders and newcomers, the lords and traders and orphans, all joined hands and repeated the vow that had carried the keep through every season and sorrow. We are the keep. We share our burdens and our bread, our sorrow and our song. We mend and teach, forgive and defend. As long as the tree blooms and the hounds keep watch, there will be light here, and a place for all who come in need. Trouble came, as it always did. In late summer, A sickness swept the valley, fever and coughing, ached bones and weakness. The healers, young and old, walked the fields and woods for herbs, while Mira's new hounds ran from farm to farm, guiding children to the hall for broth and rest. Fira opened the schoolhouse to the sick, teaching when she could, comforting when she must. No one died. Not this year, not with so many hands, and so much knowledge gathered and shared. Autumn brought new trade. Silk and oranges from the southern coast, a family of minstrels from Lannisport, 3 riders from Bravos, who stayed only long enough to learn the rules, sing their thanks, and move on. The market feasts grew larger, with tables groaning under bread, cheese, cider, and stew, and laughter that lingered even after the candles had burned down. One evening, as the first leaves began to turn, Martin sat by the window with Lena and Mira, watching the fire and the shadows dancing. "I wonder," he said quietly, "if Sandor would recognize what this place has become." Mira smiled, wise and tired. He'd grumble about the noise, but he'd know his hounds. He'd see the mercy, the strength in the work, the peace in every quarrel settled by story and bread. "Benderol," Lena said, and he'd see every child and every stranger made part of the story, not by birth, but by what they do and how they keep the promise. Martin nodded, and together they remembered every master, every healer, every stone in the orchard. They spoke of Amara. Her last counsel, the sapling that had become a tree. The years of hardship and triumph, loss and hope. "It will never be finished," Martin said at last. "That's the work, that's the blessing." As the first frost came, the children built a ring of lanterns around the 2 apple trees, and the hounds lay quietly by the stones. The festival of memory was sung in every tongue known at the keep, and when the fire burned low, Lena spoke the vow, her voice a thread binding past and future. "We are the keep. We keep the peace, not for ourselves, but for all who seek it. We are not perfect, not always wise, but we endure. Every kindness is a stone in the wall. Every name is a light in the dark. As long as the tree blooms and the dogs keep watch, Clegane's keep will stand." Da. And so the seasons passed. The keep endured, the story widening with every hand, every heart, every sorrow and joy. When Martin died that winter, his stone was laid beside Amaris, the new tree sheltering them both, and every child in the keep pressed a hand to the bark, promising, as the vow echoed in the frosty air, that the chain would not break. In the years to come, Clegane's keep would send out new leaders, new healers, new families, each one carrying a part of the legend, each one making new stones and new songs. The world would change, but the hearthlight of the keep, the habit of mercy, the stubborn promise to build peace, the laughter beneath the trees, would shine on, unbroken, through storm and story and time. Winter yielded to the long, slow melt of another spring at Clegane's keep, and the world felt fresh and weightless, as if the valley itself remembered every hard season and was determined to make amends. The river overflowed its banks, carrying petals and driftwood downstream, and the orchard glowed with clouds of white blossom, so thick that even the graves beneath the apple trees seemed brighter. The sapling by Amara Stone, now sturdy, taller than any child, was covered with its first proper bloom, pink as hope. Lena had grown into her role as mistress and keeper of the story, but she was not alone in her labor. The council, a woven braid of generations and bloodlines, now included Fira, her hair wild as the winds that swept the slopes, Joss of the Kennels, whose pups had become famous as far as White Harbor, Doran's sons, who brought news from every corner of the realm, and Jess's kin, still stewards of the keep's larders and feasts. There were newcomers, too, folk from distant coasts, a clan from the mountains of the moon, and a widowed septa with a head for law and a tongue as sharp as any hound's bark. Trouble was a constant companion, as it always had been. That spring the river's floodwaters threatened the new cottages, and 2 days and nights of labor saw every hand, old, young, stranger and kin, stacking stones, digging trenches, hauling sandbags. When the waters finally receded, not a single home had been lost, and the feast that followed was made sweet by the ache of muscles and the pride of shared victory. Lena, standing on the bank, watched the children chasing each other along the mud, and thought of every season that had passed since Sandor's time, every hand that had built and rebuilt these walls, every quarrel settled, every sorrow made bearable by the habit of kindness. Summer came early and brought with it a wave of newcomers, families seeking peace after border skirmishes in the Vale, a handful of free folk with braids and bright eyes, a crippled merchant from the Stormlands who paid his way in riddles and music. Lena and the council welcomed them, explaining the keep's rules: work, peace, learning, mercy, and set them to their tasks. Not all stayed. The work was hard, and the discipline unyielding. But those who did found themselves part of the story, their talents drawn out by need and trust. The merchant turned out to be a brilliant weaver. The free folk children learned to run hounds as if born to it. In the heat of high summer, the keep faced its greatest test in years. A blight struck the barley fields and then the gardens, spreading with the speed of rumor. Netta, who had learned herb lore from Mira herself, led the healers in searching for remedies, burning the sick plants, rotating the crops, treating the soil. The children, who knew the value of every seed and root, carried clean water, fetched manure, and sang work songs as they moved from row to row. The hounds, sensing the worry, stayed close to the fields and the elders, offering comfort with every gentle nudge. Food grew scarce, and for the first time in a decade, rations were cut. Lena gathered the council in the hall and spoke plainly. "We have seen worse. We will see better again. No one eats twice until all have eaten once." The old words held. The rules did not change for pride or fear. And slowly, as the blight faded, green shoots began to return. A caravan from the Queen's city arrived, laden with sacks of flour, bolts of cloth, dried fruit, and a letter of gratitude. Word of the keep's hardship had reached the capital, and the Queen's council remembered every kindness sent in years past. There was more. The Queen herself sent a request. Could Lena and her council send a trusted master to oversee the founding of a new refuge in the Reach, where the war had burned the hardest and orphans filled the roads? Fyra, restless and ready, volunteered. The council held a blessing beneath the trees, each hand touching Fyra's shoulder, each voice offering advice, memory, or a joke to carry south. She left with 2 hounds and 3 apprentices, a bag of seeds, a carved whistle, and the promise to write. That autumn, Fyra's first letter arrived, telling of ruined villages and stubborn hope, of new gardens planted, and the rules of the keep spoken in a dozen accents. She wrote of the night when her hounds stood between a mob and a weeping widow, not as weapons but as reminders that mercy was a choice, and of the morning when a girl born in a burned-out hut stood to read the rules aloud to her neighbors. Meanwhile at the keep, Martin's last summer faded into fall. He had grown frail, his steps slow, his voice weaker, but his memory sharper than ever. He took to walking the orchard with Amara's grandchildren, telling each story twice, and sometimes 3 times, teaching them the meaning behind every name on every stone. When, at last, he lay down beneath the apple trees and did not rise, the whole keep mourned him. Children, hounds, council, and strangers alike. Lena led the funeral with Dream's last daughter lying at her feet, and as Martin's stone was set beside Amara's, the sapling and the old tree rustled in the wind, blossoms and leaves mingling. Winter came early and fierce, but the keep was ready. The children, old enough now to lead their own teams, kept the paths clear and the fires burning. The market, once just a monthly gathering, was now a beacon for half the realm, a place where news, goods, and stories passed in every direction. The kennels produced 2 new litters that year, and Joss's patience brought 3 more apprentices into the fold. In the dark months, Lena made a habit of inviting the newest arrivals to share a meal at the council's table, asking them for their stories, for news of distant lands, for any wisdom or song they could share. She listened, as Amara had, as Sandor and Milla and Lyra and all the others had before, and each night she ended with the same vow beneath the apple tree. We are the keep. We share our sorrow and our joy, our hunger and our plenty. We remember the lessons of mercy, the habit of hope, the labor of peace. As long as the apple tree blooms and the hounds keep watch, our story will not end. By the thaw, Virus letters were coming weekly, full of successes and failures, new friends and bitter setbacks, but always ending with gratitude for the keep's lessons. Lena sent her seeds, cuttings, a copy of the old rules, and a new story for each child Fira claimed as her own. When spring finally burst across the hills again, the sapling by Amara's stone was nearly as tall as the old tree, and the council led every child, old and new, beneath its shade. There, as the dogs circled, and the sun climbed high, Lena spoke the promise again, her voice echoed by every throat, every heart. We are Clegane's keep. We keep faith with each other. We mend, we build, we teach, we forgive, we endure. As long as the story is told and the work is shared, this light will shine. And the seasons turned, and the keep flourished, stubborn as hope, its legend living, woven from every hand, every lesson, every stone and every dawn beneath the apple trees, a beacon burning on, unbroken, for all the world to see.